Sorry, admin Rick wants me to send him a screenshot. Sorry, I had to talk to admin Rick for this server, and he's gonna give me my gold package back. I had to take a screenshot of my gold package because a charge went through, but I didn't receive my gold and all this, so it's just kind of an admin thing. Sorry about that. So, gotta check my stream and make sure that I'm on game capture. There we go. So where are we now? We are looking at oh yeah, other games, right? State of Decay 2, I think actually is like an A tier. State of Decay 2 is a survival game, and it is a good A tier survival game. The rest of these are not. Oh, H1Z1 is like an A tier. H1Z1 is an A tier. H1Z1, but people don't play that anymore. But it still was an A tier survival game. Don't Starve is like an S tier. Don't Starve. I've never played it before, but I know it's good. Don't Starve is S tier. Let's see what GamerRanks has to say.
Currently is.
You said, "Oh, Cam's not on." Thank you. That's odd. Let me fix it. There we go. Sorry about that. I'm having problems with my webcam because my webcam cord is very short, and it won't reach in front of my chair, and it won't reach behind my chair. So I had an extender, and the extender is faulty, I think, and so it's disconnecting my camera and crashing my stream every once in a while. But I still would prefer to deal with that than do anything. I'm that lazy. I'd rather deal with the crashes over and over again than do anything about it. Because I mean, there's nothing I can do about this. I can order a new cord, I suppose. Maybe I'll order a new Amazon cord. Yeah, Amazon cord. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of Fortnite Save the World, but I played a lot of Save the World. Yeah, I love Save the World, but it's not a survival game. That's not a survival game at all. It's a kill zombie game. It's an arcade zombie shooter with some building added in. There's no survival in it. You don't build campfires and cook food, or build a base, or like kill zombies or anything like that. I have to relog Rust now because of the stupid ass crash. Oh, damn it. Sorry, I have my mouse pointer showing and I've got to fix that. Yeah. Fucking crashes over and over. If it's not Rust, it's Microsoft. If it's not Microsoft, it's Streamlabs. If it's not Streamlabs, it's New World. If it's not New World, it's some other game. If it's not this, it's that. If it's not this and that. It's like, man, I'm so sick of the crashing across the board. You know what I'm saying? Battle Royales are survival, yes, in the respect that you don't have to kill anyone. You only have to kill the one person that stands between you and first place. That's it, right? There are 100 people drop in on the island. You don't have to kill anyone. You can wait for the other 99 people to suss themselves out and move with the storms all the way to the center. Now, your likelihood of surviving is kind of low if you avoid all your battles, because you're going to get killed just by people who are coming through, who see you on like from far away and just long range you with sniper rifles and stuff like that. So you got to be good at crawling through buildings and hiding in buildings where they can't see you. But my trio used to pull a lot of wins based off the idea of let's keep away from people. Right? And so that means survival. That means hiding from people. It means moving with the storm. It means getting in cars and moving forward when you need to so the storm doesn't kill you. It means getting the health and the food you need to survive from the people that are shooting at you that you run from. You can play Fortnite like a fucking pussy survivalist, and people do. I'm talking fucking pussy. They know that. I knew that. Like, one of the ways that I got my first 50 wins in Fortnite is I would just go to the center, hide in the top of a house for 25 minutes while I sat on my cell phone and talked to my ex-girlfriend and shit, right? Or talk to my girlfriend in real life, whatever. And but in the meantime, I'm just waiting for all the other idiots to kill each other off until there's one idiot left, right? But see, I'm in the center of the area. At that point, I go to the top of the tower at the center of the area with my heavy sniper rifle, and I pull my $1 billion shot, and I kill the last guy who's living. There's only me and him, and I get one kill, and that one kill got me the win. And the win is what people look at. They don't look at your KDR. They look at the fact that you won the match, right? So there's been many matches in Ninja's career where he never fired a shot except for the last fight to kill the last kid. That's one of the things that made him $50 million is he sat around on TikTok all fucking day and in some corner. I guarantee you he did this a lot until the kids came and he was super famous and he couldn't get by on playing TikTok on his cell phone in the corner anymore. But one of the beautiful things about Fortnite is you can AFK for 90% of the match and still win that motherfucker and become one of the best Fortnite players in the world, which is one of the reasons why Fortnite is fundamentally a really fucking good game. You can play it however you want to play it. You can be this guy who has 25 kills like Ninja, or you can be this guy like me who has 1 or 2 kills, but they're the 1 or 2 kills that mattered. Right? I come in like American Sniper at the end and I kill the last guy like a pro champ. I get people screaming when I make my shots because I don't fucking kill anybody except for the guy that matters. So when I fire the heavy sniper at the last guy in the game from below in a bush, and I peg him in the head while he's standing on a mini mall that he built himself, and I get that win, and you see the Fortnite Battle Royale pop, and you're like, oh yeah, Victory Royale, and you start screaming like Ninja. Right? Like Ninja winning, right? Ninja winning comp, right? You get the Battle Royale, and a lot of the times you'll get the Battle Royale a couple of times now. Like 10 times I've got a Battle Royale because the idiot that I was fighting just jumped off a cliff by mistake, and so I've had like 10 matches like that where I scare the idiot, the last guy. They call it heads up, right? It's like in poker when you're the last guy in the match, except for the other guy. They call that heads up, and that's when you start going all in, right? And so when you're heads up, you go all in. And so how I go all in is I go to the center before the last guy surviving who actually killed everybody got there. I go to the top of the tower and I killed the guy who killed everybody else. Now, who gets the win? I get that win, right? And so I guarantee you, like for probably 200 wins in Ninja's 7,000 win repertoire, he probably sat there on TikTok and talked to his lawyers and his girlfriend and his wife and all this, and he didn't do shit until he bothered to go kill the last guy and collect his win. And this is one of the things about like top echelon gaming. I've been there. People want to say I didn't, but I did. I've been to the top of echelon gaming in several games, World of Warcraft being the main one. And the difference is when you're up that high, you'd be surprised how often wins just get handed to you because the people choke, or they actually suck and they were carried, or they bought it, and then when they actually have to fight you, they realize that buying an account isn't going to get them around the problem of actually fighting you. That happened in World of Warcraft and Arena a lot, right? They buy the account, the Gladiator account, and so you go up against a Gladiator in Arena up at 2,350, or well, for us it was 2,385, but you realize this guy bought his Gladiator account for like $3,000, and when he comes to fight you, he plays like a 5-year-old. And you're like, why is this Gladiator playing like a 5-year-old? Oh, it turns out that some other Gladiator got a clue and sold their account to stop trying to get Gladiator all the time, right? And so they sold their account for $3,000. And this guy steps to me, and I'm terrified of him because he's got Gladiator title, and I'm running all over like a pussy, and I'm burning all my fucking cooldowns to stay away from him. And I'm a priest, and I'm healing, and I'm terrified of him. And all he's doing is running at me, but he's not using any abilities. And you're like, why is this guy running at me, but he's not ranging me or anything like that? And you begin to realize it's like a 20-year-old who has his daddy's money, who's out of high school, and has too much time on his hands, and he's got trust fund money, so he bought a certain like Asmongold, like Asmongold. Frankly, it's like Asmongold. I'm not making this accusation of Asmongold, right? He's a trust fund kid. He had money growing up. He was able to sit around his house, unlike me, all his life playing video games. I was not able to do that. I had to work. So, he is a trust fund kid in a way. His parents took care of him. He was able to sit around and not get a job and just go do the world without having money, right? And so I call him Trust Fund Kid because he is. So then that made him one of the best WoW players in the world, but he bought his Gladiator account the first time. So later on, after playing with Gladiators for 5 years, he actually got good. And he can actually fight at a Gladiator level. And my accusation isn't an accusation anymore now, is it? Because he can play really well. He can. He can probably play just as well as me. I guarantee it. So now he is good. But see, I didn't buy Glad like him. I actually got to 2385 within 15 points of Gladiator, and took my duelist title and walked. And the difference is, like, that's survival. Like, okay, like for instance, when I went to Gladiator as a priest, I didn't kill anyone. I just healed. That's it. I killed people when they were low health, but that's it. I did not kill anybody when I went to Gladiator. I did not get kills. You can be at the top of a game without ever getting kills if you're smart, if you play the game intelligently. Fortnite's a good game like that. I came into Fortnite and I was like, oh really? I can just get a win in this game without ever killing anybody except for the last guy. And when I realized this, I was like, well, I'm just gonna hide on Fortnite every match and play TikTok and jack off to porn all day or whatever, and collect my wins. And that's exactly what the fuck I did in solo. I got 37 wins in solo without ever firing a shot except for the last guy. And so I have all these saved replays on Fortnite of where I fired like 2 shots all match and still got the Fortnite win, right? I fired 1 shot at the first guy and I missed, and then I just ran from him. And then I fired the second heavy sniper shot, headshot on the second guy who was heads up with me for the win. And I saved all of those. I saved like 35 wins where I fired 2 shots and took the win. You know what I'm saying? Fortnite's a beautiful survival game. Absolutely it is. It is. Fortnite is a survival game. It's not. Now, he is not talking about Save the World. He is talking about Battle Royale.
Or was the best survival game ever created. And
sadly, Save the World is an arcade shooter. Save the World is about as far from survival as you could actually get. There's no survival in it. There's no base building really beyond stopping the zombies coming in for that 15 minutes that you're there. There's no survival in Save the World at all.
Today, I'm hopefully...
It's only shooting zombies, that's it.
Set out to pretty much answer that question with the ultimate 80 survival game tier list.
80.
Today,
Jesus.
the day I'm recording this at least, marks 10 years since
10
joining this channel,
years.
and I
Jesus
have been
Christ.
playing survival games for
Yeah, a long
longer than that.
time, long time. Not
But making
I started
content-
survival in 2019. I came so late. I got okay. My first survival game was Minecraft when I was like I don't know 17 or something like that. But I didn't like Minecraft. I didn't think it was very deep. But when I got into Rust, I knew I was going to be playing Rust forever because it came on like a fever. Rust is an actually good game. You know, it's an actually good game.
On survival games for an entire decade now. So there's
Yeah,
some
I've only
throwbacks
been doing
in
it for
here.
4
There's some,
years. I don't have the history that this guy does. I don't know what some of these games are, like Scrap Mechanic. I don't even know what that game is.
love hate. There's a lot of sass about to be coming out. Just so you know, this is my opinion on the game, and a lot of my opinion on the game also is swayed by media at the time, meaning, was it successful on my channel? Did my friends enjoy it? Did I meet friends through it? Was the experience what I expected? Not wholeheartedly based on the gameplay, because you know a good environment with a good group of friends can make a game great no matter how bad the game is. If you guys are just joining us, which I don't know who is at this point, you guys have just been here forever, right? Hit the sub button, notification icon, make sure it's set to always. And if at any point in time you're like, oh, I'm curious about that game, literally Google the name of the game and Partially Royal, and there will be a full series on it, or at least 4 or 5 episodes, so you can check it out and then make your decision on if you want to purchase it or not. Before we get deeper into this tier list video, I'd like to shout out today's sponsor, G2A.com. G2A.com is a place where you get extremely discounted prices on some of the newest and even the oldest games, some of your favorites. Definitely go check it out. And right now, they are doing a sale on a lot of apocalyptic games, which is extremely fitting for this tier list. Last of Us Part 1, 31% off.
My God, they're selling RE4 for 27% off. When did this come out? This was 6 months ago. Wait. Oh, but no, it's not the remake. Oh, it is the remake. Why did they sell RE4 remake for so cheap? Wait, this is G2A? G2A.
Prices on some of literally Google the name of the game and Partially Royal, and there will be a full series on it, or at least 4 or 5 episodes, so you can check it out and then make your decision on if you want to purchase it or not. Before we get deeper into this tier list video, I'd like to shout out today's sponsor, G2A.com. G2A.com is a place where you get extremely discounted prices on some of the newest and even the oldest games, some of your favorites. Definitely go check it out. And right now, they are doing a sale on a lot of apocalyptic games, which is extremely fitting for this tier list. Last of Us Part 1, 31% off. Resident Evil 4 Remake, 27% off. A bunch of your other favorites like Project Zomboid, Days Gone, DayZ, Back for Blood. Anything and everything you're looking for is probably on G2A.com. You can even get gift cards as gifts on sale and get random keys and just try to find some new games that you probably wouldn't even bat an eye at. There's a lot for you to do here. Definitely.
All right, well, I've never been to G2A. It's an actual ad that actually got me to go look at a product. It hasn't happened in 5 years, but it's an actual ad that made me go look at a product. It's an ad that actually did something for me. Oh, my God. Nah, yeah, that's fine. I gotta make a phone call, guys, but I'll be right back. Hey, sorry about that, guys. I had to make a phone call about something. Wow, the new Cyberpunk, in the entirety of Cyberpunk for $57. That's a lot cheaper than Steam. You can get 15% off random diamond Steam key. One random key for $5. What is a Steam diamond key? Let's find out. Oh, it's a surprise. Yeah, I like it, but no, I don't. The chances of me getting what I want is very low, unfortunately. But for other people, I think it's probably really good. There's Starfield for 60, but that's it. Wow. There's RDR2, but it's the base game. I do want to buy or not Diablo 4, but I want to buy Fallout 4. So let's go look for Fallout. See if I can get Fallout 4 Game of the Year edition. For $31, I could get Game of the Year for 15, but I want Fallout 4. Let's just go see if I can get Game of the Year. $15 for Fallout 4 on Steam, Game of the Year edition too. So 18 bucks, huh? I don't think I had that much money. Nope. Got $3.74. That's okay. It's fun to have $3 to your name because you don't have any pressure. I don't have any pressure. Nobody wants anything from me. I can't pay anything. It's so nice. Everybody else would be like, "Oh my God, I'm down to $3," and I think, "Oh man, it's so awesome having $3. Nobody wants anything from me." It's a totally different way to think of it. But I'm like, "Oh my God, I actually really like having $3 because it's like nobody wants anything from me at all." I really love that. Uh, uh, yeah, quit. Oh, which one am I on? I'm on, oh, I need to relaunch it, which is you. Yeah. Let me check my Streamlabs. Yep. Damn it, man, I can't seem to get it to do this. Yeah, like fucking tilt, asshole. There we go. Wait. I want to see if I can survive this hole. I think I probably can. Yep. Any nodes really close? Oh, it feels like this cave was farmed. It's weird. Why no nodes? Someone's coming through and farming this? That seems weird. Who the fuck else is out here? Who the fuck else would be out here? It's fucking annoying, man. Like, this should not be empty. Last time I came through here was like... What, 2 days ago was the last time I was in this cave. And it's still empty, which means that somebody else here is here. And is... I don't believe in coincidences, you know? Somebody else is here farming this cave, and that's not good. That means that maybe I have contention in this area. And I have, like, maybe it's the stream sniper farming to blow in my base. I don't know. But whatever it is, someone does live here, and someone is farming this really bad. Yeah, all the nodes are gone. I got nodes yesterday. Maybe it was me. I think I came through yesterday, and I'm just forgetting. I think it was me. I don't get a danger feeling. It must be me. I must have done it. One of the things I'm learning as I get older is you have to accept that. Well, I had to accept that I've got a hole in my brain that's providing bad information sometimes. It's just like, you know, it's like a big, like a cigarette burn in my hard drive. And any information where the hole is basically worthless. So often I can't trust myself. It reminds me of season 3 of True Detective, which got a bad rating, but I actually thought it was the best season. It's kind of weird and it's such a good season because it's in terms of television structure, that season was the most powerfully interesting season I've ever seen in the history of television, because they write it from the point of view of an 85-year-old African American detective. And he's trying to remember a case from the 80s in 2020. And so he's trying to remember 40 years back to when he was like young and he was like 35 or 40, something like that. And he had a good memory back then, but by the age of 85, his Alzheimer's had acted up. And he had lost most of his memory, and he couldn't even remember who his wife was. And his wife had written a book about the murder case that he was obsessed with. And they had a divorce, and he lost her. And in the end, he's like 85, and I forget the actor, but it was he is my favorite television performance of all time. It was better than Breaking Bad. I thought the actor was really stellar. And he was opposite Stephen Dorff, and I can't think of his name because the main actor wasn't that famous, but the True Detective season 3 cast. Mahershala Ali. You didn't load. Come on, Google, are you that bad? Mahershala Ali is really fucking good. I really thought he was like, this is the best television performance anyone had ever done. And he's opposite Stephen Dorff, who's an old actor I really love. I love Stephen Dorff. Like, I love Pussy, Money, and Weed. He was there for me when I was a child in a movie called SFW. That was my favorite movie for like 15 years. So my favorite actor from my favorite movie was in this season 3 of True Detective, and True Detective season 3 really affected me because by the age of 85, see, I've got what he has right now. I've got a hole in my brain that's causing my memory access and my information and the stuff that I believe and the information that I've got brain damage, and the information that I've got is being jaded by the brain damage, and watching him deal with it in terms of Alzheimer's in season 3, I didn't know why that performance affected me so deeply, and it does when I think about it. But I'm like, oh my God, I'm going through the same thing at the age of 40. My mind will be gone by the age of 70. But I still feel like I'll be able to play video games. And I'll be able to remember the video games. I won't be able to remember the girlfriends. I don't think I'll be able to remember my family. I don't think I'll be able to remember who my best friends were. I really believe this. I don't think I'm gonna be able to remember any of it. But I do think I'll be able to remember the video games. So at least I'll be able to retain that information. It sucks when you realize that you're gonna forget everything that ever happened, except for the video games. It's okay. It's not something that I'm sad over. I'm not sad over it. It's a really beautiful thing. It's a poignant, beautiful thing for me. I won't remember any of the bad times, or any of the or the system trying to put me in jail for 10 years, or the man trying to kill me, or losing the love of my life. I won't remember the death of my family or my parents, the death of my friend Jay, or the death of anybody else. I won't be able to remember any of it. So the greatest curse is also the greatest blessing. I'm not going to remember this conversation. I'm not going to remember what I did today, but that's okay. You know, I'm okay with it. My mother can't handle it. She's going into it at the age of 78, and she can't handle it. She's terrified of losing it, and I'm sure I will be too. I'm telling myself that I can handle it, but when it comes down to me not remembering my own name, I don't know how to not freak out about that. I don't know how to not freak out about that. So my greatest curse is also my greatest blessing. It's one of the reasons why I don't date. I just haven't been dating very much because I realize that I won't remember who they are. The brain damage is clear. I won't in 40 or 50 years. I won't remember who they are even, and that's not the right thing to do to somebody. I won't remember who they are. I can feel it. Watching my mother go through it. I can feel it. You had the brain damage into Alzheimer's and 17 years of drug use, and you have basically your RAM's gone. You can't function. I don't know where my knife went. Why was there 4 arrows in this pig? The fuck? So yeah, so at the age of 85, Mahershala Ali is trying to solve this terrible murder case that he dealt with when he was like 35, when he was friends with Steven Dorff. And so his mind's playing tricks, you know. His mind's playing tricks on him, and he can't handle it really. But the case is so important to him that he can't not do the most important thing of his life. So by the age of like 70, he's just chasing the killer for like 20 years or 15 years or something. And he's lost all his friends and he's lost his family. It was a really hard season for me to do the first time. I've watched it since like five times, 2 times recently. I keep watching season 3 of True Detective because it's like that thing. The way that they structured the episode is you see him when he's 85 a lot, you see him when he's 45 a lot, you see him when he's like 30 a lot. They do like 3 different time periods. They do when he's 30, when he's 45, and when he's 75. And so he has to do all the makeup for all 3 of the performances and stuff. But you realize that his mind and his personality and his intelligence stretches across all 3 ages until he's too old to remember it all. And that memory can be your most valuable resource. And mine's already destroyed. It's one of the reasons why the government doctors were willing to put me on disability so readily. Is they understood it. Like the doctor who gave me my what's it called, neuropsych evaluation. She was like, you probably won't remember who you are when you're like 85. And I was like, really? And she was like, yeah, that's why you should take the disability. You're gonna need it. You won't remember who you are when you're 85. You've got retrograde amnesia. You've got brain damage. You're gonna have a hole in your head where all the information was. And she was like 20% of your brain is a black hole right now. And she showed me this picture of a black hole in my brain. I was like, cool. At least I won't remember the how all of my exes were raped, and a man tried to kill me and scared the love of my life away from me in the most important, most needful time of my entire life. I was a victim of an attempted murder and terror campaign and targeted abuse and all this other shit. And at least I won't remember that stuff. You know, at least I won't remember the bad stuff. I view it like a blessing, not a curse. Okay, we just didn't put the fuel in, huh?
Check out in the links down below and see if there's something on there. And right now they even have a competition where you can win some prizes by doing some AI generated art of your favorite apocalyptic type of scenarios or environments or things like that. So pretty crazy. Lots going on over there. Again, the link is down below. And now let's get back into the tier list. So they're in no particular order. This is going to be very long form and somewhat informative, but
oh, come on, 10.
Chaotic.
Come on, give me paint. Come on, paint.
Because there's so many games, I literally couldn't fit it. The F tier is just going to be what I leave down at the bottom with the rest of the games. So just keep that in mind. S is obviously the best. These games are like, go buy them right now. I'm surprised you haven't played them yet. A is like, you know, I kind of recommend them. There's some things where they stutter stepped and, you know, they should have took a left when they took a right type thing. But it's still a great game. B, I'm going to say is an average game. You know, I don't really have a positive or a negative to speak on it. It's just kind of one of those middle games. C is where I'm like, this game stinks. I don't really know what else to say. D tier is like wasteland garbage goo survival, and then F is like, don't even Google it. Trust me. But that's, again, based on my opinion. Some people are going to be a little pissed off, and I want you to be. Give me your opinions on some of the choices that I choose down below in the comment section. So again, these aren't in a particular order. I'm just gonna start. I'm literally.
It's like one of the reasons why I don't care if the stream sniper fucking hates me and acts up. I told him so many times, I'm not gonna remember you. I'm not gonna remember you. I'm you know.
To this on Photoshop, so you're gonna see little movements. That's not what I want to do. Just throw it all right in D tier, because survival games are dead. Omega lol. Okay, so we're starting with Jaws of Extinction. So I actually was like on call with the devs in this game and like helped them with development.
Wow.
It's very early, so like I don't want to like throw it right into D tier, but at the current game state, it is C tier. It just is. It needs some work, but that's what they're doing. They're working, so I can't really hate on it. Last Oasis, honestly, slapping it right here. Gameplay wise, like the whole like Sandwalker thing and being in the desert.
Yeah, gameplay was cool looking.
Cool, but some early development mistakes with server providers and not being able to do private servers, and then like the massive 190 person tribes that were literally taking over official servers kind of ruined the game without having private servers. So that's why it's an average game. This is something that I would like to revisit in the future, possibly when it gets a little bit deeper into development, because it looks like it could be a really, really fun PvP survival game, especially like the host for you guys. Oh, Life is Feudal. Life is Feudal is just for me. I know a lot of people like this game.
D tier. No.
It's just kind of boring.
It's boring.
It is so grindy. It's one of those games where I talk about it's like grindy for the sake of grindy. This will be one of those games you only see me do one episode on just to test the waters, and I just absolutely didn't like it. And we have our first just kidding, it's an A tier. I'm gonna get hate for this. This game is phenomenal. It has everything you want in a survival.
Why would you get hate for this? Project Zomboid is an S tier. I put PZ on S tier. Didn't I? Didn't I? I put PC on S tier. I thought it was S tier. It's just not my game.
Game, especially a zombie survival game,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely just a delectable game. But it's top down. If this was a first or a third person game, I mean, we'd have an S+ tier for it. But it's still just minorly janky combat is what keeps me away from it most of the time. But I think we're still gonna give it a very solid try here in the future. Medieval Dynasty is going down again for me, the D tier. Just
yeah, that game sucked.
Boring. Just lacking life. Mainly, I think you're going to see a bit of a correlation between single-player games and multiplayer games. Multiplayer games are generally going to sit higher. Single-player games are generally going to sit lower. But that's just because I don't like a game where you have to make your own fun or, you know, just be goofy to make some nice content. I just like it when it flows naturally and everybody's having a good time, and this game just isn't one of them. Minecraft, I mean, I have to.
S tier.
First video I ever made on this channel, on my other channels, was Minecraft. I so wholeheartedly, every single year, go back to Minecraft for at least a week. It's consistently updating. So many mods. You can do whatever you want with it. I mean, if I didn't put Minecraft in S tier, this would be an irrelevant tier list video. Missed Survival. So this is going into the B tier. It's just kind of like an okay game. It's nothing that you haven't seen before. You know, it's just kind of there. That's how I put it. It's pretty fun, but like I think other games are gonna kind of develop past it very quickly, like you see with No One Survived. Myth of Empires, honestly, for its mechanics and its gameplay and everything. But the problem, God, I wish I had a middle tier for this one, but I think it's got to go C just because you literally can't play it anymore. They got copyright striked or DMCA'd or something, I believe from actually Arc themselves, because they were copying code or something of that nature. You can check out the drama. But for what it was, like, I think if the game kept going and continued to be developed, it would be a very B or A tier game.
Why would you rip off Arc
Sky.
Survival
So
Evolved?
this is kind of where we hit the is it a survival game wall type thing, but it still kind of had the hype of a survival game, an exploration game, crafting, shooting, exploring. You know, everything a survival game kind of has. You know, we don't obviously have to like eat or drink or anything like that, but there's base building, that type of thing. And overall, if you're playing from the beginning, if you've never played No Man's Sky, it's an A tier game, like it just is. But when I
don't like
think about it as a survival game, it's more of a B tier. But I'm going to keep it an A because it is beautiful. It is fun. There's massive amounts of customization, consistent updates. And I'm just a bit of a space geek. So it was fun. I highly recommend it. These aren't going to stay even by any means of the word. And Osiris New Dawn is another C tier game. It just felt clunky. FPS was horrible. But the concept of actually having a decent like solar survival game, it really hasn't been done. And they got so close, but they just missed a little bit. It just felt a little lackluster. I haven't checked it out recently, though. So maybe we'll have to do that. Population 0 right in the... Yep. Actually, we're just going to go down here. This is going to remain in the F tier. Absolutely just a development nightmare. So many issues off the bat. It seemed like it was going to be like a good base building, survival, MMO, open world, Arc style thing, and then it just fizzled out. It just was nothing, and it just was extremely mediocre and lackluster. So that's going to be in the F tier. The reason why Life is Feudal and Medieval Dynasty are in D tier is because I know people will like these games and do like the games, and the mechanics weren't particularly bad. They were just kind of boring. Rafts, you know? Alone, I'd say B tier. As with a group, I have to put it in A. I mean, we've been playing this game for
I put Rafts.
And
I put Rafts in
pretty
C
cool
tier.
and original, like a water world raft style survival game. So in terms of everything on the list, I think it happily sits in A tier, like really does. And I think most of my friends would also agree with that. And into the F tier, another development nightmare. I don't know if you guys were around in the survival scene when Rend was coming to popularity. But it really was a ton of promises that never happened, and a whole bunch of development nightmares with, I believe, like they were talking about paid DLC already when like things were barely working as is. I think we played it for like 2 or 3 days. It seemed like the concepts were fun, but they just never came to fruition. Like it just, again, fizzled out. There's really nothing there. Fortnite saved the world. We're not taking into consideration the battle royale.
See,
We're putting it in B tier.
I'm not taking Save the World.
I would recommend. I don't even know if they're still doing it. Like, do they still update this? Let me know down below.
Oh yeah.
But, it's just fun. And if Fortnite Battle Royale never got popular, I think this still would have been an extreme success for Epic Games, like hands down. Like it was really fun. Sons of the Forest. I know. Here we go. Here comes the hot takes.
I don't think Sons of the Forest is even a C. I mean, I guess I did. I put Sons of the Forest as a C. We fell in the same. I fell the same almost on all of these. See it? Everything I said was the exact same thing he said. It's weird.
I'm sorry, man. It's kind of a C tier game.
The
survival elements of the game are awesome, and if the release schedule of updates was better, not by timeline, but by content contained within the updates, it could easily be a B or even an A tier game. I love the building. I love most of the combat, but it really fell short on giving us the end of the story before the rest of the story. Like, why? Why did they do that? I don't know. There's still no traps in the game. They're just adding bosses now, and the bosses are just reskinned versions or even larger versions of enemies that are already in the game. It just seems like that was in development hell for so long, and it still just came out lackluster, like truly lackluster. I would, if there was a tier, sit it in between, but I think it leans more towards C tier, unfortunately. I know here comes the haters, but it doesn't. I think maybe some will agree with me, though. Bada bing, bada boom, The Infected. I know there's no text on this one. I'm just putting it in D tier. This just felt like an asset flip, boring kind of whatever game. No doubt that you could still have a bit of fun with it if you were to install it. Like, no doubt. But honestly, in the scheme of all of these games, meh. You know, meh. And like, I know this is going to happen so often in this tier list video. I'm like looking at it as like, do Sons of the Forest really sit with Osiris New Dawn and Myth of Empires and Jaws of Extinction?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
It does.
Yeah.
It's not a good game. It's not a good game. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not fun.
It's a B. We're going to run that one back. We're going to try to avoid running it back too often.
No. That's a C game.
Yeah.
You know it is.
I got to look at the games next to it. It's more of a B tier. For sure.
Yeah.
Void Train. It's fun. An original concept. Somewhat enjoyable. It's a copy of Raft, which is a gameplay loop that we really enjoy. It's in early access, which scares me, which is why I'm going to hover between B and C. I think it's going to sit in C right now. Just sitting next to these games, this feels a little less developed, but I do not doubt that this, with just a couple updates and on release, will be in a B tier, maybe even an A tier game, depending on how crazy they go with the story. Valheim, also a B tier game. I think it's an excellent game. The environment is beautiful. It's really, really fun with friends. It doesn't view great, which definitely influences my decision a bit. I mean, Raft viewed just as well as it, and it's still, you know, in a different tier.
I thought Raft looked like shit compared to Valheim.
I don't know why. It feels lacking. I like the building.
It is lacking.
But the combat is pretty one-dimensional.
Yeah, the combat
there's
wasn't
a lot
good
of just
enough.
like knockback and like flimsy movements,
Yeah,
and you
it was
can't really
flimsy,
get
yeah.
like super proficient at the combat.
No.
And you'll see combat influences a lot of the decisions in a lot of these games that I'm going to be ranking.
Yep.
And it's just like, I highly recommend it, but like, you know, I would prefer to play these ones. Survive the Nights into the D tier. I think you could actually go back and play this game and have fun. I think we did about 5 years after its release, and we did have a pretty enjoyable experience. We lost some items. There were some bugs, some glitches, some problems. But ultimately, like, it's an all right game. These two are literally dead. That's why they're in F tier. But overall, I think that's where it belongs. Okay, I snuck an F tier in there.
Oops.
somehow, but we got it. It's going to be a little tight. There's just, I mean, 80 survival games doesn't even fit on a large NADP thing. It's just impossible without you guys not being able to see the images. But we got the F tier now. We're good to go. We're getting into a pretty hot zone here, as you can tell. 7 Days to Die. Just, I think gameplay-wise, where it sits with most survival games nowadays is a B tier game.
Yeah.
B tier game.
As
for
I said
just,
A tier,
you know,
I think.
development cycle kind of being the first of its kind.
No, I thought S tier.
How fun it's been. The viewership
but he's right. I
think
think
well,
no, I think
friends do as well.
I think it's
is
S
an
tier.
A tier game, no matter what.
No, I think
it is
7 Days is up
far
there.
from an S tier, but it's definitely an A tier game. I think 10 years ago, literally, I think it came out 10 years ago. It would have been an S tier game, but it has just kind of fallen off a bit. I don't know what they're going to do to revive it. Probably the console release, which they keep teasing. But who knows when that's going to happen. And another guy jumping in here, A tier. I think Rust is closer to an A tier game or
Rust
an
is
S tier game than 7 Days to Die is.
Yeah.
I'd say if we're going to order these actually by how close they are to S tier, we're going to look at something like this. Because Rust is an amazing game. It has the best development team in survival games, in PvP games, in building games, in everything, just in environment, in lore, in everything. It's just a super awesome game. But
Lore.
the hacking problems,
There's no lore
the
in
stream
Rust. What the
sniping
fuck are you
problems, the
talking
toxic
about?
community definitely drops it down a tier.
Yep.
Not to say that any of these games
Yeah,
don't
it's
have that
the
as
community.
well.
The
It's
stream
just-
sniper is why Rust will die. Directly, him and his ilk are why his own game will die. It's so dumb. You can hear other streamers say it. Yeah, the stream sniping and the shitheads and the cocksucking and the idiots ruined the game down from S tier to like B tier, and now we don't want to play it anymore because of those cocksuckers. And so they killed their own game. And then what are they gonna do then when there's nothing to play that they like anymore? What are they gonna do? You know, they're so stupid. They think their toxic is good and funny and all this stuff. No, you're just trying to kill your own community. Fuck you. You're no different from a Uvalde shooter. You're just trying to kill your own community, really. Fuck you. You know, that's how I view it. And like he's hearing him say it. Yeah, I would say it does drop Rust down to the A tier, but I kept loyal to it. I know what game. I mean, the game that I'm playing is obviously an S tier. You know, you can tell from the weather. If nothing else, you can't get this kind of weather anywhere else. You know. My God, there is a lot of bases over here. Why is there this many bases here? They started a village. That's Harbor. Yeah. I wouldn't mind going to Harbor. I still need a solar panel. I didn't feed the horse again. God damn it, he's probably dead. I mean, but yeah, there's no way that horse isn't dead. Nice, new nail gun. Where did my other nail gun go? There we go. So, I'm gonna need to make like a workbench. Oh, the pylon won't. Pylon doesn't go to lighthouse. That sucks. I kind of need that stuff. Yeah, make all of that. I mean, yeah, technically I don't need that, so I'm just gonna get rid of it. Get rid of that. Yeah, take more valuable stuff. I mean, really, stone sulfur is no good. I don't need it. Don't need that. Oh, my shotgun, however, does remain on the 3-bar, and then we'll put the nail gun on the 4-bar. Got to get that flame turret in my memory banks. That's gonna help me. nice, but I mean, I can't wear it, right? Yeah, I can't wear that.
More known for that. So that's why it's going to sit in A tier. You're not going to see too many S tiers from me. It's very hard to get an S tier, but there are certain games that definitely get up there.
Fuck.
Tribes of Midgard. It's fun.
Fucking
It's kind of that
moved.
top-down vibe that I'm not a huge fan of. We're just going to throw
Yep.
it here in C tier.
Isometric sucks dick.
I
It's a
think it
scam.
would probably, if anything, I'm going to rotate these in popularity, like I said before, to try my best here. We're going to go down here. What's kind of wild is I still think Myth of Empires is in C tier, and it's in a development nightmare because they literally can't even publish their game anymore. But the actual systems in place for city building in a medieval environment was done so well in Myth of Empires that if somebody just took this IP and developed their own game without stealing code from someone, it could be pretty high up here if done correctly. It just hasn't.
Oh my god, it's a
done
mini
before.
Ellie.
I think Life is Feudal tried to do that, and I think Myth of Empires is a more dumbed down, easier to maintain version of
It is a mini
Life
Ellie.
is Feudal, to be fair. The Long
Time is in,
Dark.
it's
I
11
think we're just
a.m..
going to go with a C tier. I think it's just a truly excellent game. I think I would do something like this if we're going to rate them in terms of C tier games. It's single player. It's kind of just old and, like I said, outdated. I haven't played any of the story stuff because it really just didn't interest me when it released. But in terms of just pure survival, if you're just a solo survivalist and you just want to live in the forest, in the snow, this is a great one.
Long Dark.
But
yeah.
honestly, I find myself wanting to take a nap after about an hour playing it. And another in C tier, we're putting Among Trees. Pretty much exactly what I said about the Long Dark, except it's super pretty. That's really all it has going for it. I mean, it's, again, another single-player kind of... I style it as like an ASMR style of survival game, meaning, like, if you just like the raw... just like cooking and like building up a little house and exploring around and that type of thing. It's real nice, but like it's nothing to write home about. I wouldn't like highly recommend it unless that's your forte, but it's a pretty decent game. And into the D tier, Ancestors. I know some people would disagree with this, but there was just a severe lack of any UI whatsoever, which was their artistic vision or something, and maybe they did updates in the future that fixed that. But the whole process of this game was just an abhorrent nightmare. Again, felt like I needed to take a nap after an hour of playing it just from the amount of brain power I had to use to return to Monkey, if you will. Just really, it was like, you know, like I wouldn't go back and play this and I wouldn't recommend it. Astroneer kind of sits, I think it's a pretty decent B tier option. I think it sits pretty much in the middle. Not really a survival game, kind of fits in with like Among Trees, things like that. Very pretty. If you just kind of like the exploration and that type of thing, there's not like any combat in the game. There's nothing to really draw you back unless you like exploring and like that, you know, going into space type vibe. Haven't played too many of the recent updates. Every time I go back again, feels like I need to take a nap after an hour. It's just kind of a snooze fest. Still a great game, like I said. C tier is like a list. C tier is like a just not for me, but could be B tier list, you know, except for a handful in here. Subnautica Below Zero, I'm going to put it into the B tier. The story was amazing. The building was amazing. I liked the environment. It's really one of its kind, just like Subnautica 1, which we're just going to put right next to it right now. I know, sorry about your OCD. There's going to be a square there for now. Just great games.
Yeah,
Not
yes.
above average.
Oh, yeah.
Like nothing to write home about, mainly because they're
Yes.
single player.
Yes, yes,
I'm
yes,
telling
yes,
you
yes,
right
yes.
now,
Oh my
the
god.
third
Yes, yes, yes,
Subnautica,
yes, yes,
if they
yes.
ever plan
Yes, yes,
on
yes.
releasing that, if
Yes.
it has multiplayer,
Oh,
it'll be an A.
I
or
needed
an
it. I
S.
needed it.
Hands down. If I can do what I did in Subnautica
Oh.
Below Zero, but with my pals, I mean, that's like a top 10 easily, and I think everybody thinks that. Breakwaters, this is very early in development. I don't really know. I did like 4 hours on it. It seems all right. We'll see. That's really all I have to say about that. Breath Edge, again, kind of one of those single player survival-ish games. It has a bit of its own like British humor to it. It's really fun. Again, I would just recommend it if you kind of would prefer The Long Dark or Among Trees or Ashenir. You would definitely like Breath Edge. Volcanoids, I mean, man, I really like the development squad. They go like viral on TikTok like once a week. It's pretty crazy. But as the game sits right now, it's a bit C tier. It just kind of feels a little too like disorganized. I don't know what they're trying to do. I think they're still working on baseline systems. I no doubt this could be a B or an A tier game in the future, but as it stands right now, it's just kind of a middle of the pack, but a little less than. I mean, how would like it's very hard to get into my B, A, and S tier, as you can tell. So you have to be up there, and it just falls flat slightly. Reign of Kings, I know this is gonna get a lot of side-eye question marks. What the heck? You put that there, you put this here. The amount of fun in such a short period of time, barely anything ever comes close to Reign of Kings. Hands down. This game is just so original, so hilarious. The amount of great content in such a short period of time. Yeah, it went into development hell. Yes, they released the worst game ever called Heat. I didn't even put it on the list because it would just get in the dumpster instantaneously, and I don't even want to give it the shine of light. That's how horrible that game was. But Reign of Kings overall, wow. I just think back, and that is a series that I highly recommend you look up on my channel if you're new around here. Hard Life, just gonna go into D tier. Cool concept, but it's like cool concept only carries you so far. It just kind of like fell flat, very basic survival game, but you can like cardboard cut out your sword and stuff. Scrap Mechanic Survival, it was a laggy nightmare, but the bones of it were pretty good. I don't know if it's even being developed anymore. I haven't heard really anything on it, but the themes and the way that this game worked and the way you would custom build your cars was extremely fun. If it wasn't super laggy and if we didn't literally lose our save to walking into an elevator, you can look it up. That was a common problem. People were losing their saves after walking in an elevator.
Oh, of course.
I got to put it in C tier. Easily a B tier if that never happened.
Let's see what Reign of Kings is. I don't remember. I think I've heard of this title and seen it, but I don't remember. Reign of Kings review.
Reign of Kings shaped up to be the next iteration in the survival game boom.
I go to the bathroom, guys. I'll BRB.
Like Rust, yet thrust into a medieval era. With kings, soldiers, castles, and most importantly, those trebuchets. But as time passed by, the game started to leak players. Slowly but surely, it started to die. But why did this all happen? Let's look at the company behind Reign of Kings, though. It was created by CodeHatch, releasing the game on the 16th of December 2015 after some long-running betas and alpha phases. This was the peak of survival games, with the likes of Ark, Rust, Space Engineers, Stranded Deep, Minecraft, and so many more. It was the craze back then, and Reign of Kings entered into the fray promising an in-depth building system with directional combat similar to that of Mount & Blade, a faction and kingdom system where you could create clans, choose flags, and fight alongside your group wearing the same tabard over your armor to show which side you're on. A person was able to make themselves king. Taking the crown and ancient sword, they were able to tax people on the resources. However, overtaxation could cause revolt. This could cause siege combat using trebuchets to launch projectiles into enemy walls and make breaches to charge in through. If you captured those kings, you could imprison them and kill them in many, many ways. It was overall an amazing system, and it created so many role-playing servers. It did this so well, and the devs at the beginning would actively be talking to the community with regular updates, and everybody was so positive about this game. But as time went on, this started to slow down. The dev communication was less and less, and then it was nothing. So what happened? This was not the company's first game. CodeHatch started with Starforge, which I could make a full video on itself due to the large amount of drama surrounding it. In short, they abandoned that game and then moved on to Reign of Kings. There was also Heat after Reign of Kings. Yep, that's their most recent game. Heat was a borderline reskin of Reign of Kings, but instead of knights in armor, it's cowboys with rifles. However, this game did seem a lot more promising. The graphics were updated and built from the ground up. It had seasons within it, making the world update in real time as seasons change, meaning that you could grow crops at certain times so that you have to change with the dynamic nature of the world. But they've also abandoned that game as well. The last update of Heat came in June of 2021. It doesn't look good for Code Hatch. So, having seen the past of the company, is it a real surprise that Reign of Kings failed? It's almost like they come up with great ideas, make it just out of reach of its original potential, and then come up with a new idea and abandon the previous one. Because of this, the company has made 3 games in all, and every single one of them has been pretty much abandoned. Each had its own drama surrounding it, causing more and more problems, and the lack of loyalty from its community as they keep screwing their players over. Reign of Kings could have been great. It could have been up there with the likes of Rust, Ark, and Minecraft, but instead it has become a forgotten relic of the early access game era. And it is part of that group of games that gave early access the reputation that it has today. I could easily say that the game just failed due to greed of developers, but I don't really think that's the case. I think there's maybe a lack of inexperience and maybe a lack of passion. The game itself was pretty solid. It had a few problems, such as performance being the main issue, but that's not really why it started to drop off. I think enough dedication and updates to the game, patches and optimization, it could have easily become much larger than it was. They could have added more armor, mounts, horses or ships, more weapons and siege equipment, and although time consuming, it could have easily happened. There was also a massive hacking problem within the game. For a relatively small studio like Code Hatch, after the massive blow up with peaks of 14,000 concurrent players, keeping people interested was always going to be a massive task, but they didn't stick with development. But what actually made it blow up this way? I mean, for starters, don't get me wrong, despite this video and despite its eventual downfall, Reign of Kings was actually a really good game, at least its base level at the beginning. Yes, it had all these issues, don't get me wrong, but an open world survival crafting and warring medieval game is something that there's a massive market for. I've already spoken about Ruin in one video. The Rust developers attempted doing a similar thing, and once again, people were still hyped up for that. More into the modern day, we have Renown coming into the future, a game trying to do the same thing of Reign of Kings, and
we have what?
Have Renown coming into the
Renown.
It was just to stop people being like, you know, having 2 pole arms, a bow, you know, all on their bar, so they can't just be a, you know.
He fell behind.
My little nips are sticking out of my shirt. Hello, welcome back to another YouTube video. This time I sound very weird because I have a cold. This video is about a game called Renown. Renown is not released yet, but the developers were kind enough to bring me and some pals along for a play test where we got to demo the game and experience all it had to offer at this current stage of development. What this game is essentially is a mixture between Mordhau and Rust. Basically, it takes the medieval sword fighting elements from Mordhau and combines it with the base building, resource gathering, crafting, and raiding elements from Rust. On paper, sounds like an incredible concept, so I was very eager to jump in and see what this game was all about. Me and some friends you might recognize all hopped in there with the developers who were nice enough to be on our team and teach us how to play, and we got down to business. The other people playing were a bunch of play testers, just a bunch of other gamers, and they generally kicked our ass. Because, you know, they knew what they were doing in terms of combat much more than we did, being the Mordhau players that they were. But also, we were playing with the devs. You know, to be fair, they were better than me. But, you know, it was evident that their forte was developing the game, not necessarily playing it.
I'm dead. He one-shot me.
But I digress. The game was pretty dang cool. Like I said, this is not the final version of the game. It is still in development and not yet even in alpha, and has not been publicly released in any form yet. But I enjoyed this so far, and am a big fan of the concept they have going on. A lot of you might recall that I have done a lot of Rust content on this channel, especially in the past. And I always preferred primitive Rust combat versus the late game stuff.
Me too.
Early game, primitive, bows
so
and
good.
arrows, spears, crossbows, that type of thing, in my opinion, is the best and most fun part of Rust.
Me
so
too.
in Renown, the entire game is pretty much like that, which I found to be quite exciting. Generally, though, very similar gameplay loop to Rust with Mordhau-style combat. That pretty much sums up what this game's about. There's also VoIP, which really spiced things up for me especially.
Yeah.
And that's what will allow you to open doors.
What are you doing on my road?
Hello, I'm simply inspecting your barrel. I'm trying to learn what might be inside. Care to have a look? See, I'm actually a scientist, and I'm going around kind of
That's private
learning.
property. That's vandalism, bro. What are you doing? That's vandalism.
Ha! It was gold all along, sucker!
Out the window. Maybe
I
we can
angered
get- we
them.
can,
I angered them. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door.
I'm coming.
Get out of here, you freaks!
Doors open.
Wait,
Shut
oh,
it!
it was you! I think it was you. Were they behind you?
Yes.
Is there any?
I am a.
Can I get a maybe even a weak bow?
My
Let me
shoes.
grab one for you.
God, you look like bandits. Look at your eye patch. What if I were to offer you a deal? Some inside information about my team that could help.
What you got?
Well, what do you have? I'm interested in material possessions, mainly bows and arrows, maybe a nice axe like that.
What about some armor?
Okay.
What about a leather jacket, a leather vest?
Yes, that will do. Okay.
You will?
Well, the information I have in exchange is absolutely nothing. Get wrecked. Ah!
Get him, boys!
I can't believe they just gave him a chess piece on a promise of some information about their team. You can tell people who have never played Rust before.
Preference, but we definitely would be allowed.
When you play a survival game that actually matters, you begin to realize that pretty much everybody, every time they speak, is lying, because any real information is incredibly dangerous to you. So every time they say anything at all, they're lying, because they don't want you to know anything about them. Not their name, not where they live, not what they're thinking, not what they're trading, not how much money they have, or how much scrap they have, or how much trade or they're doing, or any of this, right? It's all... it's all it's all false information. So that thing about, oh, I've got some private information about my team, that idiot took it hook, line, and sinker. Oh boy, that's what I was like 3 years ago.
Bamboozled them again.
I can't believe he gave you a chess piece. What a fucking idiot. Like
Open the door.
The game has got a lot going on right now. You farm resources, build up your base, craft weapons and armor that scale up over time, fight with other players over their loot, engage in PvE combat and events as well, and raid other players' bases, taking them for everything they have. So far, so good.
Yeah, should be.
Is the mouse a little laggy sometimes?
You
like
can. I'm so. Please don't patch this, but I'm standing on
FPS is
someone's
low.
head and they are just walking around and I'm not falling off. Please leave this in.
I don't know. Please leave this in.
Let's go.
It's
Totem pole.
It's a dude stack.
I'll spade fans who want to.
Through the map. Oh yeah, someone else sit there.
Three or four possible, yeah?
He was on my head.
You shouldn't have had such distinctive clothing if you didn't want to.
I look very punchable. I admit.
You look like you escaped from prison.
Oh, I like our team. Our team's stacked.
We have the
Hell yeah.
devs.
Yeah,
That's
right.
the game.
Let's
They
go.
know
Okay.
Is there friendly fire?
There is.
There is full friendly fire.
Interesting stuff. Gonna put this in the old info file so I don't forget.
Future, a game trying to do the same thing of Reign of Kings and Ruin, but of course more successfully. But you get my point. People like this kind of thing. They want this kind of game. And Reign of Kings, when it came to on the surface execution, it was done pretty well. What's more, it was perfect for attracting YouTubers to start clans and cities with their followers, to go to war with others. People like Syndicate, Mr. Moon and Frankie on PC flocked to the game, streaming and making massive viral videos on this title. Big names that promoted Reign of Kings more and more, blowing up the player base. That interaction between subscribers and YouTubers was key back in the day, and the reason for many multiplayer games having success. Yet the developers just didn't seem to have the same drive to keep going. The drive to continue to finish Reign of Kings. Could it be a lack of experience, or could it be budgetary constraints? I guess we'll never really know, but they didn't allow the community to carry on with updates themselves. I mean, a great place to look is Minecraft, and although they're not really similar games in total, they do have many updates and a big modding community, bringing out new mods and a lot of community-made content. And I'm not saying Reign of Kings would have been as big as Minecraft, but it would have lasted much longer if they let the community do that. It's still not 100% confirmed why the devs left, but soon after they abandoned the game completely, it is still on Steam to this day, available to purchase, although the game is completely dead. Meaning that any unsuspecting newbies can still stumble across it, pay for an unplayable experience, and get screwed over. Yet after 3 abandoned games, it leaves the question, what now for Code Hatch? Reign of Kings was brilliant for the short time it was around, yet much like the other title in Code Hatch's arsenal, it was soon left and development stopped. So, was it all that surprising? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 3 times with a similar kind of game that was still abandoned all the same. Shame on me, I guess. After Starforge, Reign of Kings, and Heat, it looks like the community is no longer looking forward to what Code Hatch is coming up with. I doubt even if they do announce something in the near future, anyone will really be that interested, because that trust has been broken. They seem to be the developers that have a great idea, but never really follow through to the end. It might not just be down to their lack of drive or passion. It could be something as black and white as a lack of funding when it gets to the real nitty-gritty of actually creating a big and well-established game. But hey, for now, I guess you can still go play Heat. I think there's like 5 people on the servers. On that note, I will still be following Renown. It does look very promising, but I have seen in my recent videos that people are still skeptical. They mentioned Reign of Kings. They've made that correlation, and whilst Renown and the developers have nothing to do with the failure of Reign of Kings, there will always be that stigma around these open world medieval survivals now that Reign of Kings has put in and injected into the community. But I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens in time. But leave a like on the video if you enjoyed it. Leave a dislike if you didn't. Yet until then, I will see you in the next one. Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord's Napoleonic Wars mod is coming along so beautifully.
I feel like I'm not hurting Aqua.
Yeah, I knew we had a castle to raid.
All right, let's go quick because it's been like a few minutes since it opened.
Okay.
Yeah, so just go along the left side to the east.
If anyone sees any...
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I will save the website too. Yep, and
but as of right now, it is a C tier in my mind. State of Decay, I'm gonna throw it up into the B tier. It's a solid game.
Yeah,
like it's really solid.
Low
just kind of
great.
It's just solid.
It's
I
just
like
a single
it.
player
I like
game.
the environment. I'm
it's
glad
not a
that
massive
there's
game.
some. I mean, it kind of feels AAA without being AAA. It's just a really good settlement development survival game in the zombie apocalypse.
It's
I cannot
Microsoft.
wait for the 3rd game. So I think it happily sits amongst this group easily. Although early and we just started playing it, no one survived. The series is still moving and grooving. I think it sits happily in the B tier at its current state. I think in a year or two, this is going to happen right here. I'm going to do it right now. That's going to end up happening. I think this could be the next 7 days to die if things go correctly. As of right now, I think it sits happily in B tier for sure. We Happy Few. This just felt.
I love We Happy Few, but it wasn't a survival game. Mediocre. This guy said mediocre.
Why, hello, and thank you so much for joining me as Game Edge. We're testing out No One Survived. My goodness, so many people in the comment fields asked me to test out this game. I did see it on Steam a while back, and I didn't test it out. I wasn't too sure about the game. It has a DayZ look to it, but I'm not too sure it's actually that. So I did do the boot camp, very simplistic, learning about crouch jump, and it has the same kind of backpack structure I've seen it before. There is building, there's crafting, and a whole bunch of stuff, and you guys are saying it's absolutely a lot of fun. So can't wait to jump in and test it out. This is very early access. You can see version 0.0.2.8 right now. And again, yeah, we're going to learn a little more about it. If you guys and girls are enjoying seeing brand new games, please take time, hit the like button. If you're brand new, please subscribe. Thank you to John for sending a copy so we can showcase it to y'all. Let's do this. All right, we're going to do single player. There is a male and female. You can select. I'm not too picky on that. This is kind of weird, though. Features right here. Love learning. Gain skills experience plus 20. Search time minus 31. Ooh, I don't like that. Sprint stamina. Ooh, poor stamina. Okay. I'm obviously going to have something I'm not going to like. Load minus 10. Less power strength. Tender meat defense. Sprint stamina. Excellent endurance. Okay, God, there's got to be something in between this. Why is he? Oh, I should actually like that one before. Damn it. Counter party transaction value. I guess when we're doing trading and stuff. Thick skin, less power, life is fatigue, life limit minus 20. My God. Definitely some bad ones in between. I don't like the load being so low. Life limit, excellent endurance, athletics, sprint, stamina. Wow. Okay, let me go through a couple of these until I find something I like. So what I did is I closed my eyes and just hit it 5 times and see what we're going to end up with. And because there's always something negative, and I'm always looking at going, oh my God, oh, I don't like that. There's always something. So I decided to do random here. Really, I had no ideas. We're going to go through it right now. Search time minus 31, which is good. Load plus 20. I like that. Okay, minus 21 malaria chances. I appreciate that. Oh, there is a negative here. Learning difficulty is gain skill experience minus 21. Stamina consumption plus 20. Ouch. And speed minus 10. But like I said, there's always something we have to worry about. So that's all fine. All right, so we got everything here. We're going to create this character. Okay, so we started a brand new game. You got a bunch of stuff. I went in, by the way, in leisure for 2 seconds. And I just seemed like it was going to be too easy overall. I decided to jump back. And give me some novice gift pack, which you start off with like everything. And that's not the part I like to start off with, like a little bit of a struggle. We're going to learn to go with nothing on us. I don't know what this heck corpse tide attack cycles. I'm guessing a horror attack we have to worry about. Okay, these are all standard. I've not changed anything on here. Tide scale 1 times. Zombie strength generally. Weak, powerful, extremely strong. Now on the regular one that I start off as on weeks, I decided now let's leave it as is. And now we're gonna do generally here it seems which is normal. A number of dead bodies. I don't know what that is either. Fatalities. Does it tell you anything here? I thought I saw something pop up here. Increases the viral infected. Okay, you need to more antibiotics. Okay, that's kind of shitty, but we'll test it out. A year time. 4 days. I'm gonna leave it like I said. I got no permadeath. No, we don't do permadeath. We're trying to survive this and do our best. Materials, many. They seems like now and refresh 0 and 10 days. So I do like a refresh. By the way, just in case. Okay, actually, I started exactly the same place last time. And the only thing is, I had to fully gear it up. Like, it was fully geared. I had a backpack, I had a bow, arrows, I had knife, I had everything on me to make it an awesome day. Holy crap! I didn't see this on the bottom.
Oh, I got a level. I
Carbohydrates,
forgot.
mentality,
Oh yeah.
hygiene, thirst, proteins, physical strength, and virus anti. Oh crap! All right, this should be interesting. First go at it. There's no first person. No, I guess not. All right, well, we're gonna do our best. I probably can I look for sticks and stuff here, or can I punch a tree? Look, there's some rocks here on the ground, right? Yeah, cool. Probably able to make myself something here. I don't have a ton of room though. That's the thing I have to watch out for. So I don't have a ton of room, but I'd like to make myself something to protect myself. Is there anything I can pick up here, like a stick? Oh, there's some here, I think. At least they stick out. Yeah, I'm here all week. All right, let's see what we can craft up before we go any further, because those things can have zombros and stuff inside. I didn't actually venture any further into here, so I have no idea. Stone arrow straps. There's no... Oh. There's no spear? Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. One wooden stick. Will that go in here? Because the first two slots supposed to be longer weapons. Bigger, longer weapons. So maybe we'll do that. Not a fact. Okay, there's bigger boulders here. Trash. Some kind of stuff here. I need to go back here though, really quick. Let's pick up the shotgun ammo. Whoa! Not sure how good the shotty is, but I do remember. What was in this one? We had some. When he runs on that some kind of angle. It kind of throws me off a little bit. How much got to fit in here? 12. Nice. And it's getting dark, dudes. Oh crap! What are we gonna do at night here? I don't think we can stay in any of these buildings. I think I spent too much time crafting at the start. Should have gone for the buildings. Any food? Oh, there is. Orange. Will it time you over a little bit? Like, I want to sit here and damage 50, damage 46. Can I unload this? Maybe I missed it. Stuff up here in this. Okay. Just reloading for no reason. I just need clothing. Is there anything inside of your bag? You got me, would you just give me a... Is there anything inside? All loaded. Hey, is your house? Okay. Just reloading for no reason. I just need clothing.
Fell flat for me. This is one that I would like to go back and check out. Maybe the development went through. It seemed like a very heavily story-focused survival, but the gameplay I was playing in early access when it first came out just felt like I didn't know what to do. I was just kind of running around doing whatever, and I don't particularly remember there being any base building, which left me just kind of being like, what do I do? This was just kind of okay. So that's why I think it kind of sits down here. It's just kind of not for me, and I'm not sure it was really for anybody. Unturned. I'm going to have to go up with A tier on Unturned, man. I mean, the Royal and Vuxy Chronicles, me and Star, I mean, that was just a different world. That was like so, it feels so long ago, and it was so long ago. This game is still like a top 10 played game on Steam, by the way, in case you didn't know. Consistently getting updates, and if you would like a Unturned return, leave a like. The Forest, again, we're going up into an A tier. Easily could be an S tier if they just, you know, developed the Forest with Sons of the Forest things, you know, just expanded the story, released the DLC. I think Sons of the Forest actually...
I thought Sons of the Forest was better than the Forest, but I think they were both D games.
As it sits, the Forest that flat compared to the first one for me. But I think it easily sits among these games. Eco, I'm going to put it in B tier for sure. I think it has a ton of fun, a great potential for a community building game. Obviously, I had an extremely viral series on Eco as well. Not really a survival game, but like it kind of is, because you have to survive the world. Like you got to literally not pollute it and make sure you're creating a functioning society. But I think it's just a little kind of boring. Like the content and the overarching theme and what happens over time is super awesome, but the actual content and gameplay itself is lackluster. But it has to be in B tier just because of the concept and the amount of fun we had with it on that first community series. Conan Exiles, I mean, like, I really want to put it in C tier just because there is a lot of content. It is an okay game. The combat for me is really what kills it.
Yeah.
Just going into like the dungeons really felt extremely cheesy. The combat again is 90% of the game when it comes to survival games for me, and it really was just kind of meh. Every time I go back it feels meh, and that's why for me sits in C tier. I think this could sit in B tier and definitely hold its own against these titles, but for me it's more down here with just kind of, I don't know, they're okay. You know, it's an okay game. Craftopia, we're going to throw that down in F tier. That just felt like a bit of a cash grab. So many bones and no bones at the same time. It's kind of like one of those things where it's like you need to just choose a lane, don't choose all of them, or you're just going to get like a cesspool of fart, and that's kind of what Craftopia was. Don't buy this.
Yeah, I bought it.
Terraria, easily S tier for a lot of people. I think it could easily sit above Rust or Raft, or really high up here for me. But, you know, I really enjoy this game. Highly recommend it. If you haven't played it before, I don't know what you're doing. Go play it. Pretty much S and A tier. Go buy these. Go try these. These are excellent games. B is for, like, you know, I might, you know, dabble in some deeper survival games. Things that, you know, not the mainstream crazy people would definitely play. C is where it's like, okay, you want to dip your toes into some cesspool of survival, but like there's still some gems in here with Astroneer. But Terraria, easily an S tier game for a lot of people. A tier just for me because I've never really like played through the whole game, but every time I go back I have a fun time. It kind of sits with Minecraft, where I go back like 1 week out of every year and always have an enjoyable experience building my little base and things like that. So Don't Starve, great game. I think it sits in B tier. Don't Starve Together really gives it a boost. Obviously, surviving with your friends is extremely fun. This game just kind of low-key stresses me out. I don't know why. It feels like you can never really have fun. There's no fun in between the survival, if that makes sense. And it all just feels like you're straight up surviving, which is for some people. It's just not fully for me. But it definitely gameplay-wise sits amongst these. I think if I were to take all of these games, you know, I would choose Don't Starve as one of them that I would play for sure. Larkin Light going into the F tier, just development nightmare. Kind of an Ark clone that never came to fruition. I would not go back and play this. I don't know if they're developing it anymore, but it's just kind of poop. DayZ, but it's just kind of poop. I would not go back to development nightmare to play for sure. Larkin Light going into the F tier, just development nightmare. Kind of an Ark clone that never came to fruition. I would not go back and play this. I don't know if they're developing it anymore, but it's just kind of poop. DayZ, I know. This is gonna get some hate, but man, there is no other game that does it like DayZ does. I'm still playing DayZ to this day.
Rust
One of my top played hours game on Steam. Mods alone, you can get hundreds and hundreds of hours out of the game, not even considering the vanilla. I love PvP. I love hardcore survival. I absolutely love the crafting mechanics in this game and just everything about it and the environment. I still, to this day, when I get in a gunfight, my heart starts racing. Nothing matches it. Really, it doesn't. Deadside, kind of a DayZ clone. Definitely not D tier. It doesn't sit with these guys. I think, if anything, for me, it's kind of a C tier. It's one of those, like, if you just want to play DayZ for the shooting, just go play Deadside. It's just the DayZ shooting without all the survival. It's pretty okay. I wouldn't, like, highly recommend it, but I wouldn't say it's a bad game. You know, it's all right. Desolate, again, we're going to see a lot of C tiers here. We might even need to boost the C tier list because there's going to be a lot of them. Survival games have a lot of those like middle ground mediocre games. This, I think, would be top towards C tier. The C tier list. Again, we're going to see a lot of C tiers here. We might even need to boost the C tier list because there's going to be a lot of them. Survival games have a lot of those like middle ground mediocre games. This, I think, would be top towards C tier. I'm just not going to keep moving everything around. I think it's sitting in between B and C a little bit. I think if you go back with a group of friends, you could have a couple of spooks and scares and a fun time with this game, for sure. Combat was just a little lackluster. Story was all right. And, yeah, that's all I got to say about it. Drake Hollow, kind of exactly what I said with Desolate. You could probably go back, have like 10 hours of gameplay and fun with some friends. The mechanics are pretty cool, you know, base defense and things like that. I just don't think it's like kind of in the same realm as these games, but again, it would be kind of between B and C, and semi-popular on YouTube. So, you know, like one of those.
What's poppin', everyone? It's your boy Alan, back again with a brand new I Dream of Indie review. Today I get to tackle what has become my favorite review of 2020, Molasses Flood's magnum opus, Drake Hollow. Billed as an exploration game with resource and civilization management, Drake Hollow is an aesthetically pleasing gem with visuals that are pleasing to the eyes and a sound design that enhances the atmosphere and ambiance without overstaying its welcome. In Drake Hollow, you are tasked with assisting the denizens of the world of Drake Hollow, known as the Drake, against a blight known as the Feral and the encroaching Aether. You accomplish this through building a base across various biomes based on the 4 seasons, each contained within a procedurally generated world. Within each world, you are tasked to find lost Drake while gathering resources and weapons to build and defend your base of operations. At your base, you are tasked with providing food, water, shelter, and entertainment for your adorable little plant buddies. And yeah, they are absolutely adorable. Keeping the Drake alive and happy is no easy task though, as they can literally die from boredom if their needs are not met. The good news here is that there are plenty of resources to be found if you are willing to take the time to explore and cleanse all the neighboring islands. As you are gathering resources and discovering lost Drakes, you slowly level up your base. This allows you to unlock more items that you can use to build and better manage the welfare of your fledgling colony. Periodically, your base is raided by the Blight, requiring you to quickly and maliciously dole out some southern what plan of attack you wish to pursue against the various forms of the Feral. My only advice here is to save your ranged ammo for the larger Feral, known as the Stalkers, as staying within melee range is a recipe for attack you wish to flail away with whatever melee weapon you have equipped. Justice, in order to preserve not just your rescued Drakes, but the structures you have built as well. The little SOBs will destroy your entire base if you're not reactive quick enough. Combat is reminiscent of Kingdom Hearts as you flail away with whatever melee weapon you have equipped. You can also take advantage of your range capabilities to dole out some punishment from a distance. The enemies in this game hit hard, and all your weapons have durability limits, so it's up to you as the player to seek out upgrades and choose what plan of attack you wish to pursue against the various forms of the Feral. My only advice here is to save your ranged ammo for the larger Feral, known as the Stalkers, as staying within melee range is a recipe for a bad time. Your powered abilities are tied directly to your base, and more importantly to various Drake that you rescue and level. You level the Drakes up by feeding them various crystals that you find in chests or from defeated enemies. As the Drake grow, they provide stronger and stronger buffs for your character. However, at the same time, they consume and demand more resources. Everything here is a pristine balancing act that, in all honesty, adds a lot of fun to the challenge. Do you go in for a quick growth and expansion, or do you take your time maxing out resources before continuing the story? It's entirely up to how you choose to approach this game. As while there is a story to be completed, the sandbox nature of this title lends greatly to the philosophy of play it your way. You're still going to have to tackle quests in order to unlock more options for your base, however you can approach the task at your own leisure. Speaking of tasks, as you level up your base and complete quests, you unlock boss fights which ultimately lead you to fleeing to another biome, more or less repeat the process. The beautiful thing here is that after defeating the boss of the area you're in, the Drake take everything you built and stored with you, so while the scenery changes, you lose absolutely zero progress. Wow. I love this,
wow.
As nothing is more defeating than beating a level, an area, going to the next one, and then starting from zero as if you didn't gain anything at all. This game alleviates that by just having it be a continual progression with new scenery. Unfortunately, I did not get a chance to show off the multiplayer functionality of this game, as that alone will be a huge selling point and add tons of replayability. With what was supposed to be a mid-September launch on Steam, followed by Windows 10 and Xbox Live, the game was delayed till later in 2020 for both the PC and Steam. For all intents and purposes, this adventure feels complete and incredibly well fleshed out, and I look forward to checking out the multiplayer features once this game is officially released. Honestly, the only complaint I have with this game is that it could really use a minimap on the player UI. Having to constantly go into the menu to look where I was headed was a bit cumbersome, but other than that, I have no issues with this title, and I absolutely recommend checking Drake Hollow out once it does release here later in 2020. The genre mashup is executed incredibly well, and the controls are smooth and responsive for how the game engine operates. And if you want a fresh take on the Minecraft and tower defense formula, then Drake Hollow will not disappoint. That being said, I think it's time to end this review, and as always, this is Alan with I Dream of Indie saying...
Aw, thank you, Ilker Sankakli. Thank you for the follow on YouTube if you're still with me.
This video is a complete in-depth beginner's guide to Unturned for people who have no prior knowledge about the game. This video will be divided into chapters which you can use to skip around the video and find what you're looking for, or just watch the video in its entirety to gain all the knowledge you need to start playing Unturned. The timestamps for all of the chapters are also in the description. Just open up Steam and search for Unturned. It is completely free and can run decently well even on worse computers. Just press play game, wait for it to download and press play. You'll be presented with this menu. You can customize your character by pressing on survivors. From character, you can change your name. From appearance, you can change your facial expression, hair, facial hair, hair color, or skin color. And from inventory, you can enable and disable your skin, but if you just download Unturned, you won't have any. After pressing play, you're given the option to play either single player or multiplayer. Keep in mind that Unturned has not been designed with single player in mind, and single player in this game is quite lacking in content, and overall I would not recommend it, though it does also have its fans. No present servers, and you will see this menu. Friends is servers that your Steam friends are playing on right now. Land is, well, LAN.
I am struggling with his accent really bad. He knew it too. He started to... I don't know why you would go with an accent like that. Why would you try to reach the English-speaking audience? If with that kind of you're very fluid, why not do your native language? Not everything needs to be English. I know there's less numbers, and I realize he's trying to reach an American crowd, I think, or English, at least English-speaking crowd, but I don't think he's doing it well, and that sucks. Go back. But I will. I like him though. I like this guy. I think he's very good at what he does. He's got 357 subs. I liked him. You know, I subbed and liked, and I'm gonna say great, excellent, high quality vid. All of the videos are his. Some of them got like no hits, and some of them got like 600,000. That doesn't make sense to me. I want to sort this by view count. No, he got a lot of hits in this video. But it's all the same guy. I don't want him. Let's try this guy.
Hey guys, how's it going? My name is Alexon and welcome to Unturned, a game that so many of you guys have been requesting for me to try. So this is it. We are playing Unturned. This is actually a single player world, so I'm just kind of learning the game a bit and figuring things out. So as time goes on, we're going to check out servers as well. I'm looking forward to that. So please, in the comment sections, let me know if you are really good at
I played Unturned once, but I don't remember it well. I remember it being like a Minecraft game with an open world, but there was nothing to tell you what to do or anything, like where to go, which was cool. But I was like, yeah, but like, so it would be a very good main game, I think. But I don't think it's my game, but I'm also not closed-minded. I'm not at all. I'm open-minded to Minecraft being my game. I liked that Minecraft server that I'm on, but my Xbox Game Pass is ending, and I'm low on money, so I really can't keep doing monthlies like this. And I don't think these voxel games are good as a main. Maybe I should try Terraria again, but when I struggle with aiming in Terraria a little bit, but I think actually in the end you probably could get pretty good at it.
Because I'm just a complete noob and I'm really still kind of learning how this game works. So with that being said, don't forget to hit that like button for more Unturned videos. We do have a car right there, so that is just what I'm looking for. Now I'm just gonna sneak by around. Now all I know is that these zombies here are actually quite effective. They kind of sense you and they actually go after you. Oh yeah, there we go. Chainsaw, or not a chainsaw, but we're talking about, I believe you click on tab and then inventory, there it is. We do have a saw. So with this, oh no, not this, what's this? There we go. I want to try and equip the saw right now, so let's do that. There we go. So I think this is gonna do a good job. We can actually cut down trees as well. I'm gonna throw these pants. Can I actually salvage them? How does this work? Into material. Oh, sweet. So we can actually make them into some type of gear for us that we can use in the future. Now, this is, I believe, one of the Russia maps. I'm playing this, again, as I mentioned, single player. I'm still learning the ways. Oh, we have a weapon. All right, a scofold, I think it's called. I'm not entirely sure. A black parka. I believe this is better for us right now, so we're going to equip it. There we go. This, I think, is better because it keeps warm. I think it's a lot better. I know we have special ops, but I want to try this out. All right, so if we click on one, I believe we have our gun, and we do have ammo. Sweet. All right, this is cool. And if you press T, you can actually add stuff to it, so that's also really cool. All right, let's keep looking around. Oh, is that a bolt? Oh, it is a bolt. All right, let's pick that up. Definitely gonna need that if we find some type of crossbow or something, like an arrow, or not an arrow, but a what's it called? What the heck? Can I turn this on? No, I can't. But in general, if we find a bow, that would be great. All right, some food. I'm personally going to take as much food as possible because who knows? Oh, a kitchen knife. We have a candy bar. I'll take that candy bar. It's not too often where you find some candy. All right. Oh, some more corn. Why is there so much corn? Oh, chocolate bar. Now, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I wanted right there. Chocolate bar. Some more ammo clips. Now, oh, this is a backpack. Oh, that's crazy. All right, so we're already looking pretty fantastic. And now we have the extra space, and this is actually a big backpack, so that's pretty awesome. Yeah, potato. Guys, this place was really decked out. Is this a hat? Is this an actual hat? We are so gonna put this on. There's no way any zombie will see us with this thing. Guys, we're like wearing the most vibrant colors. Oh, let's keep it quiet. Let's keep it quiet. I'm just saying, we're wearing the most vibrant possible colors. Why is the coffee not working? I could definitely use some coffee right now. This world is crazy. Fishing rod. We can definitely use some fishing. You know, teach a man how to fish and live forever. That's kind of one of those things. I think it's correct. I'm not sure. There's some more cars down along here. You do need gasoline. I'm gonna try to. I don't think we do have a melee weapon. I mean, we could try to saw this zombie to pieces. Let's give that a shot. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Oh yeah, take a saw to the face, my dude. All right, so let's check out what we got in here. Why would we need a snorkel? I mean, it's so cold, but I'm gonna take it anyways because I don't know. I mean, I don't even. Why would I want to go swimming in such cold weather? I'm gonna take some extra food. Knowing me, I might eat a lot of it eventually. Oh, a canteen. We got some more shells. Oh, this game's awesome. Guys, to be honest,
it's a jet.
I'd really love to make this a series. So please, show it as much support as possible. I'd really love to give this a shot and see how far we can take it. And I definitely want to try this possibly with Brazilla as well. Now, to zoom in... Nope. Nope, that's not how to zoom in, but I just headshot the freak out of that zombie. All right, let's take out you. Headshot, my dude. There we go. You're down. All right, this is... Oh, gosh. Okay, there's more of you. Headshot. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. We have one bullet left. Ooh, a flashlight. I think you definitely need a flashlight around this part of the area. Where is this dude going? He, like, fell asleep. He didn't... He's like... Oh, oh gosh, there he is. There we go. Bam. Took him out. No problem. This is a Swiss knife. I'm going to definitely take that. I know that flashlights are really handy, so we're definitely going to use the flashlights in the night. It does get quite crazy around here. This has 17% fuel. There was another Jeep around here, which I really want to try personally. Let's get our weapon out here. I don't think I have any other clips for it, but I really want to go into these homes and check out what other extra supplies they may have. I think we already checked this one out. If I'm not mistaken, yes, we did. But we didn't check out this little one here. And this one has 18%, so we're going to try this truck. It definitely looks a bit better. But what's in here? Anything else? I don't think we checked this place out. Oh, an axe. All right. We have a camping axe. So this we are going to equip. There we go. So now that we have an axe, we can actually do some other cool things as well with it, which I'm looking forward to. Some more shotgun shells. And let's get in this car and drive away. You know what? I'm thinking maybe we can headshot this dude. That's what I'm talking about right there. Just headshot galore. Alrighty, cool. Let's go and... Can we reload? Do we have any more clips? No, we don't. Alright, so let's go in this car right here. This is an off-road type vehicle. And we're just going to drive out of here. I'm just going to go on the main road and see what we can find. Hopefully some more buildings, because it is quite cold out here in the winter. And I kind of like this single-player world. I don't think we're gonna... I don't know. Let's go left. I think I see a building down there, possibly. Oh, gosh. It's really difficult. Oh, snap. My bad. Okay. That didn't mean that to happen, but who needs electricity nowadays in a post-apocalyptic world? Not me. All right. Let's just keep going down here and see what we can find. I think, if I'm not mistaken, once it gets too cold, I think the player does get cold as well. So we might have to make a campfire. And I don't really know exactly how to do that. I've not been playing Unturned for a while, so I don't know what to expect. I'm just gonna drive. You know, we're gonna go down here. We don't have too much gas to waste. We gotta find ourselves some type... Okay, this road is really bumpy here. Oh, there's a bridge. All right, am I gonna nail this? There we go. I think this is pretty good. Oh, I do see some type of facility. Is that just stone, or is that a facility? I think that's a facility. It looks like one, in my opinion. It looks like a radio tower. I want to check this out. This looks pretty interesting. Anything here for us? Is just a little house. Okay, you know what? It shall do. We'll check it out. Oh, no, not that. Not that. Okay, not that. What did I just do? There we go. I got to get used to the controls here. But we have a crowbar, which I will take. And we have scraps, clothing. And what is this? Rope. What can we do for crafting? I want to check this out here. We can make ourselves some metal scraps. Let's see what type of... I don't know. Can we make a campfire? Is there a way to make campfire around here? Let's see. Is there anything that we can possibly make that might be really useful, which would be a campfire? But I don't think we can, just by looking at things here. Oh, we can up our skills too. We have tons of things we can do. And I think we're gonna up our skills in... I don't know. Let's try... What do we have for defense? Sneaky body, strength, warm-blooded, protected from the cold. Oh, we're definitely gonna need that. We're gonna do as much as possible with that one. There we go. And we're going to go with survival as well, but we don't have any more experience. So that's actually really unique. You can up your survival and experience around here. Anything else? Oh, there's a snowman. I hope it's a friendly snowman. Are you a friendly snowman? You are. Can I like, am I allowed to? Let's see. Oh, okay. So he's pretty solid. He's a strong snowman. That's pretty chill. I like that. All right, let's go see. It looks like we can climb this. I mean, I guess we're going to climb this and see what happens. I hope we don't fall off. That would be a pretty long fall. And plus, I don't think there's anything up here that we may need. Ooh.
Broadcast repair
Nope.
kit.
Can't fix that. But what is this? A pickup nail gun magazine. Yeah, I definitely can't fix that. I'm going to go back down. Sorry,
nail
dude.
gun magazine.
Not really good at that stuff. But let's see. There's a snowman there that might be able to help you. But yeah, that's kind of it. All right, let's keep going. I want to see if we can cut down a tree. We can definitely use some wood, so let's give this a shot. I'm pretty sure we can definitely cut down a tree. We have a pretty strong axe here. We're going to give this a shot and see how it works out. Come on now. Please work. Please don't fail me. I just told everyone we can cut down trees. I know we can cut. There it is. Okay, cool. We got 9 experience. Oh boy, there comes a tree down. Okay, let's just get the heck out of there. All right, see you, tree. Thanks for the wood. All right, we're going to pick up all this, and hopefully we can make some type of fire pit. I don't know. It'd be nice. Oh, they're rolling away. Don't roll away. All right, there we go. One front for me there. Let's go inside here and check out if we can do any crafting, specifically with a camping fire, if that's even possible. I'm trying to see here. Let's see. Fire. Is there a way to search up fire? What'd I just craft? Oh, snap. What'd I just craft? I just wasted material, didn't I? Let's try campfire. Oop, there we go. Campfire. Is it a space in this one? That's kind of weird. No, okay. Did we just craft something that I don't know what we just made? We just did something. I know we did. What's this? Oh, a campfire. Oh, okay. We did. We did do something. Question is, it does work. Guys, we made a campfire. Oh, this is pretty cool. Alrighty, so I'm just looking around. I'm thinking as well, what's the best thing to do? Let's put the fire right next to the snowman and melt it. No, I'm joking. Wait, what the heck? Oh, yeah, we definitely can't place it near there. I'm looking around, and I'm not seeing anything nearby that we can try. But you know what? We can definitely go and give it a shot, go with the car, and see what else we can find. Did I just place the... No, I did not waste the campfire, did I? No, we still got it. Okay, cool. Let's get the heck out of here and see where we can... Look, why does my dude have snorkels on? Oh, my goodness. We have snorkels in the middle of winter. You know what? That's how
changed my mind.
That's exactly why we have snorkels on, because it's the middle of the winter. Makes so much sense. I like it, dude. All right, let's keep going and see what else we can find. Now, let me know if I should try some other things with other YouTubers as well in Unturned. If there are any other Unturned YouTubers that you would recommend for me to, you know, try to talk to and see if they can teach me the ways as well. I'd definitely be looking into that for sure, because so far I'm really enjoying Unturned a lot. It's actually really quite fun. And we're not freezing to death, which is a good day. But we're still gonna have to use this campfire eventually.
Can you dig into the floor? Can you dig into the ground?
Yeah, from what it looks like, I think we may have made a mistake. I don't think I see any type of building around here. Oh, you know what? We're just gonna go this way. I got a vibe that there could be something just around the corner here. If there's not, then we are really in big trouble. I see a lot of rocks. I see something uphill, which we can give a shot. Hopefully this truck can make it uphill. We're on 2% fuel. We need a fuel tank really badly, but just from what I can tell here, we're definitely probably not going to find any place to live unless we get just some... Oh, what's this here? Oh, we found a tent. We found a campsite.
That's
All right.
nice.
Not too bad. Let's take out our... Well, we can't really use this. We're going to go... Oh, med pack. Is this a med pack?
No.
Nope. Not a med pack. Gotta take an arrow. I don't see any. I think we're kind of full on supplies, but what is this here? No idea. Not gonna punch that. What's this?
It's a Minecraft Daisy. That's interesting.
Sorry, we don't need extra cans.
Wait, I have 400 scrap right there. Jesus
I'm gonna
Christ.
de-equip you. I'm sorry, we don't really need that. Sports magazine. Oh, is this ammo for this? I think it is, but we don't have. No, it's not. All right, you know what? We're just gonna keep looking. Oh, there are some zombies around here. This is fertilizer. No, it's just paper. What's up, zombies? How you doing? Not too good? I know, I can tell. Uh-oh. This is good. This is really good here. We are going to drop some of the stuff we don't need, like the Swiss knife. We're going to drop that. Ah, man, we really need to get rid of the corn, too. Drop the corn. And I think now we definitely probably have enough space to put the weapon there. Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, we got our crossbow. All right, cool. So this is actually much more efficient when it comes to, I mean, kind of taking out zombies. I would assume it is. Check this out. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh wait, I want to see it again. Okay, so let's see the combat. Combat might be good. Let's see. Looks a lot better in fucking Minecraft. So
this is actually much more efficient when it comes to, I mean, kind of taking out zombies. I would assume it is. Check this out. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
The combat looks a lot better than fucking Minecraft. Well,
all right, this is actually pretty cool. Out zombies. So this is actually much more efficient when it comes to,
Zombies, huh?
kind of taking out zombies. I would assume it is. Check this out. Let's see. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Reload. Oh, he did have some shells. All right, this is actually pretty cool. Let's see. Bam. All right, these zombies are no match for us right now. Let's see. Oh, wait, did we not reload? What just happened? Did we just lose? Oh, come on, this is bad. No, there we go. Okay, I was just for a second like, did we just lose our arrow? Which is kind of saving our life right now. It's kind of a quiet killer. Hawkbound. What do we have? We have I think a Hawkbound sounds pretty cool to me. I'm going to drop this. And I'm going to pick up the Hawkbound. Does this have any ammo? Let's try this out. Oh, it does. 8 rounds. Oh, I just wasted a round. And it definitely sounds pretty cool. Oh, no. Back off, dude. There we go. This is awesome. I like this gun already. Some more shells. What's in here? A canned cola. We'll take that canned cola for sure. Nothing there. Potato hat. No, potato. Nah, don't need that. All right, we good. What's this? A tomato. Oh, potato, tomato, I don't even know. You know, I'm just going to eat this. I'm going to eat some tomatoes. That's what I'm talking about. You actually do need to eat this. Helps out with hydration. Let's try to eat ourselves some common food, whatever that means. Sounds pretty delicious to me. And I think it's time that we deserve a chocolate bar. I'm going to try a chocolate bar. We deserve a chocolate bar. We've been working pretty hard today. All right, but you know what? We got to switch back with this bow because I think the bow is a lot better for us right now. It's kind of like a deadly quiet assassin. All right, so yeah, nothing else around here. Well, you know what? We can definitely put a campfire, hold off for the day here, and we'll return with another episode and we'll try out some other crazy things. Oh, this is where I dropped everything else. Yeah, don't really need that. But you know what? We're going to go next to the vehicle. If it's still here. There it is. Perfect. And we're going to put our campfire. Let's pick up those shells as well. We're going to put our campfire right about here. Let's equip it right now. There we go. Let's put our campfire right outside our tent. There it is. We have ourselves quite a beautiful fire, which I'm quite proud of. So you can also hold F to keep it so we can actually move it around whenever we want. But definitely our character was cold, so we're warming up, which is a great thing. And I think even if we stay here, we're still warming up. Yeah, that's awesome. Alrighty, guys, so if you enjoyed Unturned today, make sure to hit that like button. Don't forget to let me know anything.
I'm going to go back to the original guy and just suffer through the video, I guess.
What's going on, YouTube? Robocast Gaming here, and welcome back to
Oh, never mind. It's a different guy.
Video. In today's video, I'm going to be bringing you guys a detailed tutorial on how to play Unturned 3.0. Now, I know a lot of people, whenever they first spawn in, they kind of get confused on what to do. They don't really know what to do. And I've noticed that there's not really any proper YouTube tutorials about this stuff. So this should be helping you guys out a little bit at least. And if you already know a little bit about the game, I would recommend skipping through the video to like a later part of it. And you could probably actually learn some pretty new stuff because I research everything that I'm saying before I actually say it. So it should help you guys out a little bit. Yep. But I hope you guys enjoy the video. If you do enjoy any time,
I like hearing that. That's cool.
Subscribe, and we're going to go ahead and get started. So whenever you first open up your menu, you'll notice that on the left there's a Play tab, a Survivors tab, a Configuration tab, and a Workshop tab. Now, obviously, the Workshop tab is for workshop content, which is kind of something you should probably experiment with later in the game. And then above that, there's Configuration, which is settings, Survivor, which is kind of like character customization, and then, of course, there's Play, which puts you into the game. So what I would recommend doing before you actually try to hop into a game is try to, like, mess around and check what all your key bindings are. So to do that, click on Configuration and click on Controls. And you can pretty much see everything that has to do with key settings. There's quite a bit of settings. You probably should scroll through them and look around a little bit before you try to play, just because you don't want to be just like walking down the road, try to crouch, and you don't know what you're doing. It's probably recommended that you check your settings first just to make it a little bit easier for you. But once you do that, you should be safe to hop into the game. So to do that, obviously click on Play. And for the sake of the video, we're just going to click on Single Player. And then, of course, whenever you click on here, you'll notice that there's 3 maps. There's PEI, Washington, and Yukon. Now, to explain these maps a little bit, I'm just going to tell you guys like some details about them. So first of all, I would recommend PEI to be the easiest out of the 3 maps. Probably PEI would be the easiest, Washington would be like medium, and then Yukon would be the hardest. So basically, PEI is probably the easiest to navigate. There's pretty much like the most loot out of any of them. The maps are full, there's stuff everywhere, and it should just be easier to survive. So whenever you're first starting out, I would recommend going on PEI map. It's just like the simplest. And of course there's Washington, which is probably like the medium, as I said. Loot isn't as common, and it's a little bit harder to survive. And then finally, there's Yukon, which would be the hardest to survive. It's like there's snow, you could die of freezing and stuff. It's a lot harder to survive in those. Now, if you're wondering, why do I have 3 extra maps on here that aren't on yours? The reason why is because I downloaded those as workshop mods, which, by the way, if you want me to make a video on how to download workshop mods, please let me know in the comments below. So as I said, for the sake of the video, we're going to go ahead and hop into PEI, and right here, by the way, you can change your difficulty. There's easy, normal, hard, and then gold if you have the gold membership. But just for the video, again, I'm going to be going with easy. I'm going to try to make this as easy as possible for you guys. So if you're first starting out, I would recommend going on easy. So I just spawned in, and as you notice, on the bottom left, there is a little HUD with different bars on them. And I'm going to go ahead and explain that real fast just to let you guys know what each one stands for. So the first one is health, obviously. That goes down if you get hit by zombies, get shot, fall off a tree, doesn't really matter. That goes down quite easily, so you need to be careful with that one. Keep your eye on it. Below that is food, so that goes down when you get hungry. Below that is water, obviously it goes down when you get thirsty. And then the green bar, which some people are kind of confused about, is your infection. So the higher that is, the better. If it's at 0%, you have no infection left, or whatever you want to call it. You're pretty much completely infected, and you'll start losing health. So you don't want that bar to get below, like, 50. I would not recommend it getting below 50. And there are ways to heal that bar, which I will explain later in this video. But basically, that goes down if you get hit by zombies or you eat food that's rotten. Now, if you're on an easy world like this one, you don't have to worry about rotten food, but you still can get hit by zombies, so be careful about that. Under that is the stamina bar, which obviously moves whenever you sprint. And then under that is oxygen, which goes down whenever you're underwater. So on pretty much all of the unturned maps, there are tons of locations where you could spawn. You could spawn way over there, you could spawn over there. Some of them may give you a map. It really just depends on the server, obviously. But just try to find a map or a chart, and once you do that, it should be a lot easier to navigate. I will go over again where to find those in the future. So once you first spawn in, I would recommend, which I will explain later in this video, but basically that goes down if you get hit by zombies or you eat food that's rotten. Now, if you're on an easy world like this one, you don't have to worry about rotten food, but you still can get hit by zombies, so be careful about that. Under that is the stamina bar, which obviously moves whenever you sprint. And then under that is oxygen, which goes down whenever you're underwater. So on pretty much all of the unturned maps, there are tons of locations where you could spawn. You could spawn way over there, you could spawn over there, you could spawn here, you could spawn over there. There's like tons of places where you could spawn. Now, it really doesn't make a difference where you spawn. Just remember that whenever you first start out, you do not have a map, and you have to find a map on your own. Now, if you're on a server with like kits or something, some of them may give you a map. It really just depends on the server, obviously. But just try to find a map or a chart, and once you do that, it should be a lot easier to navigate. I will go over again where to find those in the future. So once you first spawn in, I would recommend heading to the nearest town and trying to find some clothes. Now, clothes are probably one of the most important things, obviously besides a gun and food, but clothes are pretty important. They're pretty far up there on the list of things that you need. And the reason why is because your inventory gets a lot bigger whenever you have clothes on. So for example, if you want to open up your inventory, hit G on your keyboard, and you'll notice that it's completely empty. So I'm going to explain real fast what each section stands for. Now right here is your hands. It's basically just like a storage compartment. For example, the more clothes you have on, this will be further down. So this will be like completely full of boxes. There's a hand section, a jacket section. Depending on what you're wearing, there's like a backpack, whatever. That's what this little middle section is for. Now on the bottom left, you'll notice that there's 2 boxes. The first one is for your primary weapon, which you can pull up by hitting 1 on your keyboard. And the second one is for your secondary weapon, which comes up if you hit 2 on the keyboard. And then over here on the far right, there's the nearby tab. So for example, if there were some loot on the ground, I could just like walk by, kind of like in DayZ, press G, and then on the right side, you'll notice that there's loot that's on the floor. So it doesn't really matter where you spawn, clothes can be pretty much found anywhere. Like no matter where you are, there's different types of clothes. For example, in a town, there's going to be civilian clothes. Obviously in a prison, which is over there, there's going to be prison clothes. It really just depends on where you're at. So what you want to try to do is sneak into one of the outer houses and try to get some clothes. Now, a lot of you guys may not know this if you're new, but there is a zombie barrier. Basically, what this means is that zombies have a range of places where they could go. So for example, as you just saw, once he got like outside his city boundary, he basically just stopped moving and just stands there. So this is a great way to farm zombies, by the way. Just like a little off note going on right here. If you get the zombies right on the outside of the zone, just stand next to them and hit them. Don't do that. Just hit them outside the zone, and you can literally just kill them and get some pretty good XP for just doing nothing and not even risking yourself getting hit. So just pull them up to the edge of the map and start hitting them. Now back to what I was saying, try not to attract any zombies while you're looting places. It just makes it so much easier. And whenever you have nothing, basically what happens is if you alert a zombie, you kind of have to run to the edge of the boundary as I just did, or else you're probably going to die. Because especially if multiple ones come, you're easily going to die, and they'll just completely wreck you. So for example, right now, you see a civilian vest on the ground, so you can pick that up by hitting F on it, and it'll go into your vest slot. And now, as you can tell, I have a vest in my vest slot. Here's a hat, so I put that on, and now, of course, I have myself a nice little hat. Now, these right here are my cosmetics, so if I were to take those off, you'll see that I have a vest and a hat. So as you're looting the map, going around looking for clothes and stuff, basically what you want to do is you want to try to crawl and go behind the zombies as much as possible. You want to try to keep your distance away from them, and definitely you want to crawl on the ground. Because, for example, if I were to stand up and walk, that zombie would instantly be alerted, and he would come after me. So try to crawl everywhere, you'll be a lot more stealthy, and you have a lot higher of a chance of not being detected. So once you have a decent number of clothes, you want to try to get a melee weapon. So melee weapons are pretty much anything that you can hit zombies with. So you could even have a flashlight as a melee weapon, you could have a hockey stick, a knife, a baseball bat, basically whatever. You need to try to find yourself a melee weapon, and they're pretty common. You can pretty much find them guaranteed in a town somewhere. So get a melee weapon of some sort, and then once you do that, you should be a little bit safer. Again, obviously, still don't try to alert 50 zombies. You're probably going to die if you do that. Try to alert one at a time, and you can start hitting them. So, for example, you don't want to alert all those over there. You want to alert this one. So, kind of just I guess, crouch, walk up next to it. I don't really know what I'm trying to say here. Try to get his attention, or just do that if he doesn't listen. And basically, just farm these zombies one at a time, and you'll notice once you kill them at the bottom, you get +3 experience. So, once I just killed him, you notice that I got an ace. And that's definitely good, because an ace is a pretty decent gun, and as you can tell, it is in my inventory now. So, you want to try to farm some zombies, and you could probably get some pretty good loot from them, but mainly, the main reason you want to farm these zombies is to get some XP. So as you can tell,
guys,
I'm getting a
while I
little
make
bit
this
hungry,
gunpowder,
and
I'll be right back.
you do that, you want
Sorry.
to try some food. Now, there are a couple of possibilities of where you can find food. First of all, there's pretty much all of the houses. You can find food in pretty much all of them. The chances are you're not going to find a lot of food or good food, but you can find a little bit of food like candy bars, granola bars, stuff that'll refill your health a little bit. And then also you can go in restaurants, diners, and actually the best place would have to be the grocery store, which is where I'm at right now. You can identify it by the bright yellow building, and it says grocer on the top. So once you find it, obviously sneak over to it, jump in the window, and you can go in a heyday and pretty much grab all the food that you have in here. I would recommend grabbing pretty much all of it, just because, I don't know, you don't want to have to make multiple trips to come get food. Food is probably the most annoying thing about this game, how much it requires it. You have to have food all the time, so just grab all the food you can in here, and keep it on you. So I just looted this entire place, and as you could tell, I have quite a bit of food in my inventory. Now you're probably wondering, how do you eat that? Well, first of all, you want to open up your inventory, click on the food you want to eat, click it on your character, and then it'll show up in your hands. And once it's like that, all you want to do is click, and you'll eat yourself some food. And as you notice at the bottom left, my food bar is now at 100, so I'm good on that. And obviously I want to top off my water too, so do the same thing. Get your soda, click it, drink it, and then now your water is going to be up at 100%. Now one thing that I do want to mention is that whenever your food and water is above 90%, you're able to regenerate health. So as you can tell, my health's at 93%, and if I were to wait a few minutes, it'll slowly go up because my food and water are both above 90. So as you can just tell, it went up from 93 to 94. So a good solution to, if you want to gain some health, is to try to get your food up above 90, and then you can easily gain some health. Now, let's say that you start bleeding or you're really low on health and you need to gain some more health. Now, one solution to that would be to grab medkits and stuff. You can find those at pharmacies, you can find those at hospitals and stuff, and once you find those, you do the same thing, just click it and put it on you and equip it. But, let's say there are no hospitals around and you want to quickly heal yourself. A solution to that is either to get some scrap clothes or take some of the clothes you have on. So for the example here, we're just going to take some of the clothes that we have on us. So for example, I think I've said for example 30,000 times in this video, but let's say that we're bleeding, we need to heal ourselves fast, and you'll notice that, by the way, with a bleeding icon at the bottom left. So what I want to do is I want to take off my shirt. So to do that, there's one of two ways you could do it. You can either click it right here in your inventory, or you could click it on your character and it'll come off. Now once you have your clothing item of your choice, or backpack, or anything that is cloth basically, have that in your inventory, go to crafting, click on the little shirt icon, and you can rip up your shirt and turn it into cloth. Now, you cannot heal yourself with cloth, you can't really do anything with it, but you can make bandages with it. So, go in your crafting again, click on the little plus healing icon thing, and you'll notice that you're able to make bandages. So, it takes 2 cloth to make a rag, you can make 2 rags, and then it takes 2 rags to make a bandage, and if you were to have 2 bandages, you can make a dressing. So those are the least to the greatest. The rag is the least healing, the bandage is the second, and then the most healing is the dressing. So once you make that, again, just click it on your character, and you can heal yourself. So once you're good to go, and you have food and a melee weapon and all the materials that you need, what you want to do now is try to get a bunch of zombies, bring them to the edge of the map, and start farming them by hitting them with your melee weapon. So I'm going to show you a little example here. I think another thing I've said 20 times in this video is example. I've used like 50 examples, but I guess that's kind of what I have to do in a video like this. So we're going to get these zombies to come all the way to the world barrier, and once we do that, as you can tell, we can pull out our melee weapon and just start punching them in the face, and they won't be able to hit you. Now, you sometimes have to do what I'm doing, kind of like slowly start backing up and they'll follow you, but for the most part, they'll just stand there, and you could just absolutely wreck them. And if they walk away, just run up, get their attention again, and then bring them back to the world barrier, and then just start punching them some more. So I just killed a bunch of zombies, and I have a total of 26 XP. Now, you're going to need a lot more than this to be able to do anything in your skill section, so try to get as many as you can. Also, by the way, you can get XP by chopping down trees, just a little
Wait, what the hell?
hint there. But try to get like quite a bit of XP. I would have to say above 100. And once you do that, you should be able to upgrade some skills. So to open your skill menu, what you want to do is hit U on your keyboard, and then this menu here will pull up. Now, I'm going to kind of like do this part in detail because skills are probably one of the most important things in Unturned. So whenever you open up your skills menu, you'll see on the top that you have 3 little icons.
Need batteries
one
for
is
this
offense,
remote, but I don't
one is
have them.
defense,
Oh
and
wait,
one
yes
is
I do.
support.
Wow.
Now, for like playing on basically a server, I would recommend doing offense first. But if you're on your own personal world, I would recommend doing support. So let's just say we're on a server, for example, and we're going to upgrade our offense. Now, there's quite a bit of skills here. They basically tell you what everything does, but the most important ones to upgrade first would have to be cardio, exercise, and parkour. Definitely cardio and exercise first, and then parkour. And the reason why is because once you upgrade these two all the way, you can sprint a lot longer without running out of stamina. So right now, basically, if I were to run, my stamina basically drains down like 5 per second. It goes really fast. And if I were to jump, I lose 10 each time I jump. So you run out of stamina really fast, and once you do that, you just have to walk slowly, let it regenerate, and then just keep going. So that's why I would say So that's why I would say upgrade your cardio and exercise skills first. They're probably the most important. And then once you do that, I would probably move on to another skill tree. So let's say you do cardio, exercise, and parkour. And once you have all those maxed out, you can move on to something over here. You could really just pick these all on your own. You could read what they all are and decide what you want. But again, I would recommend doing cardio, exercise, and parkour first just because it makes it a lot easier to navigate. So let's recap. At this point, you should have clothes, you should have a melee weapon, you should have food, possibly a gun, and also you should have your cardio, exercise, and parkour skills maxed out. And you're probably wondering, at this point, what do you do? What's the point now? Because you already have everything you need. That is not true. There are so many items in this game, and so much you can do. So what I would recommend doing now that you have everything upgraded and you could travel a lot faster and run a lot faster and go faster. I don't know what I was trying to say there, but just try to get everything upgraded, and once you do that, what I would recommend doing is kind of just exploring. Now, exploring is a big part in Unturned, especially if you don't know the map. Now, I definitely know all the maps, so I know where everything is already. There's nothing new, but this game is really fun to explore whenever you first start out. That was probably my favorite thing about it, just running around and exploring. Now, I do want to mention that if you're on a server, be careful because the community in this game is not the best. For example, there's a bunch of little kids that'll just run up to you and KOS you for no reason. It's everywhere. Like, there's pretty much no guarantee that you're going to survive the next 5 minutes if you're in a server. So be careful, try to like go around the outskirts of the map and kind of just explore and try to find some items. At this point, you're kind of on your own. There's really nothing else I need to tell you until we get into the crafting and base building. So what you need to do is just travel around, grab some items. You could probably find some guns. You could probably find all types of items, bigger backpacks and better clothes and stuff. Kill some zombies, get some XP, max out all your skills. Just do some self-explanatory stuff like that, exploring, gathering loot, and then I'll show you what to do once you do that. So once you do a little bit of looting, you should get quite a few items, get some weapons, get some new clothing and stuff, like my new backpack right there. You should get all types of cool stuff. Once you do that, you're pretty much good to build a base. And I know you guys probably want to build a base. That's probably a good reason why you watch this video. You want to learn how to make a base. And I'm going to explain to you how to do that now. So first of all, before you make a base, I would recommend either having a chainsaw or an axe. Either that, or it's going to take forever to punch down a bunch of trees and knock them down and gather the wood. Now, chainsaws cut down trees a lot faster. You can find them at any farm location, and you can also find axes at any camp location. So wherever there's tents, you can find an axe, and wherever there's like a farmhouse and a farm, you can find a chainsaw. So I have a chainsaw, and I'm going to show you guys what to do now. So let's say you want to build a base. Well, location on single player doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter at all, actually. But on multiplayer, there's quite a few good locations where you can build a base. And that's something you guys are going to have to research. I'm not exactly the best base location person, so try to like research where are the best places to build a base on blah 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 map, and you could probably find some good videos about it. So let's say you're going to build a base right here, and you want to build a base out of this, brown tree. So what you want to do is go ahead and go around and chop down a bunch of these brown trees, and get all the wood that you get from them. So as you can see, a chainsaw does a lot faster. If you were to punch that tree, it would take like 5 times longer, but just for the sake of the video, I'm going to go ahead and chop down some trees, and then I'll show you guys what to do. Okay, so I just chopped down 3 trees. You're going to need a lot more than that, but I'm just going to show you an example with a small base. I'm not going to build some like huge giant base. Again, I'm just going to show you something small. So once you have like a decent number of logs in your inventory, you want to open up your crafting by hitting Y, and then like in this little search bar right here, you want to type in these things. So to start out, you're going to need a floor. So type in floor, and then a floor will show up for whatever type of wood you have. Right here, maple floor. Go ahead and click that to craft it, and now you have yourself like the base of your building. So again, you can expand this to whatever size you want. I'm just going to do something really small for the sake of the video. I don't want to spend a long time just sitting there like building stuff. That's something I should do for another video. By the way, if you want to watch a pretty cool base build, go ahead and check out this link. It will be in the description below. It's a pretty cool base design my friend Adam made. So find a good flat spot, and then go ahead and place your foundation. So for the example of the video, I'm just going to say right here there's a good spot, and go ahead and just place your foundation. So once you have this, you need the pillars, the walls, and the roof, and the door. So it's not really an easy task making a base. I would recommend doing it with friends if you have friends online or if you're on a server, but bases are definitely a cool aspect of the game. They're probably one of the most fun aspects. So the first thing you want to do is place your foundation, then hit Y again, open up your crafting, and search pillar. Pillar. There's a pillar. You need to make 4 of these to support your walls and stuff, and don't worry, you can salvage them later if you want like a big open space in your base. So go ahead and place your pillars down on the corners of your foundation, and you have yourself, I guess, a support, I guess you could call it. I don't really know. So there's my pillars. Now, obviously, you need walls, so go ahead and search walls. I'm sure you get the idea here. Search wall. There you go. What does say 1 wall for this? Ah, crap, I made 2. Place 1 wall down, place the other wall down, and then obviously place your 3rd wall down. And then next, you need to make a door, you need to make a doorway, and then you make a roof. Now, one thing I do want to mention is that wooden doors do not work. There's no purpose in making a wooden door unless you're on a single-player world. If you're on a server, you want to make a metal door, or basically anybody can walk into your base. So just gather some metal. I will put the crafting recipe for the metal door on the screen right now. Gather all those materials there, and once you do that, you can make yourself a metal door. Now, one thing to note, if you're on a multiplayer server, you need to be in a group for your friends to access your metal door. There's no like codes or anything, there's no locks or anything. You have to be in the same group. So let's say you wanted to build a base with a metal door, and you wanted your friend to be able to open the door. What you want to do is go to your main menu, click on survivors, click on groups, and you basically want to set yours and your friend's group
Rust is
as
so
the
much
same.
better
So
than
you
all
tell
of
your
these
friend the
things.
same thing you just did. Let's say your friend is in the Tommy's crew group. Well, you got to set yours to that too to be able to access the door with him. So if you're in Tommy's crew and you place the door down, your friend has to be in Tommy's crew to be able to open the door. Now you need to be careful with like big public groups. Like for example, my group has like 700 members in it. If you were to go in my group, place a door down, and somebody else on the same servers in my group, they could access your door. So if I were you, I would build a private group that only like your friends can join, and then you could have like a private group where nobody could get in your base. Now instead of explaining every single individual craftable item, that would take absolutely ages. There's a ton of good items in this game, but I'm just going to explain something else instead of having to explain every single item. I mean, I do want you guys to be able to learn for yourselves, just because if you watch it in a video, the chances are you're not going to remember everything. So once you learn it yourself, though, you usually remember stuff easier. So I'm just going to tell you this. You want to open up your skills menu again by hitting new, and make sure you have around like 200 extra XP sitting in your inventory. Go to the support tab, and look for the little icon that says crafting. What you want to do is upgrade that maximum, and now basically every single crafting item in the game is on here. But I do want to say the items only show up if you have the materials to make it in your inventory. So if I had like a duct tape in my inventory, stuff that is made using duct tape, like this for example, will show up. If I didn't have that duct tape, this item would not show up at all. But the reason I'm telling you guys this is because it's a lot easier just to like see what you have and see what you can make with what you have than it is for me to explain everything. It would take way too long. That should be like a little nice tip for you guys. It should make stuff a lot easier. And we're going to move on to one last thing. So let's say you have a weapon and you just fired all the bullets you have, and now your weapon is empty and it will not shoot anymore like mine.
Ooh, large water.
There is a way to reload it. Basically what you want to do is hold down T on your keyboard, and then you have like a little menu right here. Just click the blue like magazine button, and it'll pull out your magazine. Then go into your crafting and go in the ammo section, and it'll say what type of ammo it takes to fill that up. So for example, if I did not have this in my inventory, if if I were to drop this on the ground, it'll still tell you what type of ammunition you need. So it'll tell you what type you need to find to be able to reload your gun. And of course, if you have it, just go back into crafting and you could reload a magazine, and then to put it back in your gun, all you want to do is hit R and it'll equip it in your gun. So the same method goes with attachments. So let's say I wanted to put a pretty nice scope on this gun. Let's say I found an 8x scope and I wanted to put it on this gun. All you have to do is hold down T again and click on the scope that shows up right here. It'll show up like different ones. For example, if you have 4 of them, there'll be one here, one here, one here, and one here. And basically what you want to do is just click that, and then it'll put it on your weapon, and you have yourself a better scope on your weapon. And then again, if I wanted to do it for the bipod, just click this, and now you have a bipod on your weapon too. It's a pretty nice little thing. I really love the weapon customization in this game. It's pretty good, but that's how you do that in case you were wondering. And now for the final thing in today's video, it has to do with driving. So there are multiple types of vehicles. There's boats, there's cars, there's trucks, there's planes, and helicopters. I believe that's it. And they're really simple to drive. If you want to drive a truck, you want to fill it up with gas, get inside, and just drive it around. Now just remember this, if you want to drive in third person, which is a lot easier, all you want to do is hit H, and then you could drive in third person. And by the way, if you're wondering, how do I fill up this car with gas? All you need to do is find a gas can, click it on something that holds gas, like go to the gas station, click it on the pump, and then click it on your car. And then you can fill up your car with gas and drive around the map. Boats are driven the exact same way, so yeah, they're pretty simple. And then of course there's helicopters and planes. Now I did do a video on how you fly planes. I will link that in the description below, but I never did a video on how to fly helicopters. So I just spawned in a sky crane. By the way, you can find all these legit and stuff, but I spawned in a sky crane, and now I'm going to show you guys how to fly it. So obviously, first hop inside, and now I'm going to go over the controls. So to go up higher, all you want to do is hold down W on your keyboard, and you'll notice your RPMs go up, and you start to, of course, fly, like a helicopter does. And now there are some key bindings, and there's 2 different ways you can do this. First of all, if you're in first person like this, you fly by moving your mouse, and basically whichever way you tilt your mouse is the way that your helicopter goes. It's kind of hard to explain, and it's a little bit confusing, but you guys will get the hang of it eventually. It took me a while, and really, I'm still not really that good at it. And if you're in third person, you're able to use your arrow keys on your keyboard. So for example, if I were to press up, it'll lean back. If I were to press down, it'll lean forward, and then left and right, it'll lean left and right. It's pretty simple. It's really just something you have to practice with. Like, it took me forever to learn how to fly it, and I'm still not really that good of a pilot, but eventually I'll probably be a master pilot, and really, again, you just kind of want to mess around with it. I don't know. It's not really something I can explain on a video. Okay, guys, well, I hope this video helped you guys out. It was a pain in the butt to make. It took me forever, and I have, like, no voice left after the time of my recording. Now, I know this was, like, a 20-minute video, but it literally took me 4 hours to record because I just say really stupid stuff whenever I record. I just, like, sound really dumb. But, guys, that is going to be it for this video, so I hope you enjoyed. If you did enjoy the video at any time, feel free to...
Yeah, it was good. I learned a lot.
Sayonara till my next review.
Drake Hollow did look good.
Dread Hunger. Man, there's nothing like it, but the development of the game has gone downhill, it feels like. They're kind of just aiming in some weird direction of keeping the current players happy, but not drawing in new people. As for its concepts and the way the game plays, it is extremely fun. Really, they only need 2 or 3 very specific changes to make this game a permanent on a lot of people's radars, like Project Winter, which I forgot to put on this list. But Dread Hunger and Project Winter, both kind of very similar games, so they would be sitting right next to each other in B tier. If you haven't played this before and you have a group of friends, you're going to have a fun time. I think this sits in between the B and C tier. It just leans a bit more towards B tier. If you are a developer on Dread Hunger, reach out to your boy. I mean, we can make this the next Among Us in the survival game realm with just a couple of simple changes, man. Like, God, I want it to be an A tier so bad, but it doesn't do it yet. It's not there. Dying Light 2. God, this is another one where it's like B and C are going to be so interchangeable. But, like, does it sit with Sons of the Forest and Valheim and Subnautica and Don't Starve and Eco and State of Decay? Man, God, this is probably one of the harder ones. It was a great game, but, like, I think I gave it, like, a 5.6 out of 10 or something like that, which kind of puts it here. Like, if I could do this, this would be one of those games where, like, I feel like I have to. So, but I think just in the scheme of things, like, you know, it got real boring real quick, you know? I just kind of couldn't wait for the end of the game, which kind of sucks. But I think it's a hard one, man. It's a hard one. Earthfall, just kind of like one of those Left 4 Dead clones. I think you could probably go back and have fun with this, just kind of murdering stuff. Not really a survival game, but like kind of is just survive to the end type thing. Like if Left 4 Dead was on this list or something like that. This is specifically on this list because I did an episode on it with actually Slipgator the first time ever I played with him, and the last time because he's pretty much not doing YouTube anymore. But it was a fun one. It was like a kind of a collaboration clash. It was weird because like our humor and everything really didn't match up and things like that, which happens. Like collaborations over the years have always gone that way. But it was still like really fun to actually like talk before and after and just like poke each other's brains because we've been in the same genre for so long. So that's a throwback that I highly recommend you go watch. So yeah, just kind of a D tier. It's an alright game. Scum doesn't belong in B, definitely a C, kind of sits down here. Like I wouldn't highly recommend it, but I wouldn't doubt if you're going to have fun with it. Just kind of moved away from being that hardcore DayZ type of survival game and kind of moved more towards the Dead side of things. I know some people will be like, you really should revisit it again, but every time I do, it's just kind of the same thing. Just like a bunch of people skirting around in really fast, weird cars and just like not actually surviving. You know what I mean? That's where DayZ really has a lot of these games beat out, is the actual survival elements of the game. But yeah, kind of a C tier game for me. Stranded Deep, I know this might get a bit of backlash, and I think a bit of this kind of just comes from our recent playthrough with Christian. Me and him had a blast. It was just really fun, just exploring with the pals, facing the different bosses. The whole mechanics of the game are just really excellently done. A lot of wandering, but also kind of just enjoyment of building your raft and also building your base on an island. I would highly recommend this. Like, if you haven't played Stranded Deep all the way through yet, or if you haven't watched my series, go do that. It's a lot of fun. It really is. Subsistence. God, I want to put it in C tier, but it's going D for me. It just feels so forced. The AI is not good. I haven't played it in a bit, but I don't really want to. It just feels like kind of one of those forced content games. I'm always surprised that so many content creators could actually bear that game. Obviously, it's just not for me, but it definitely sits happily in D tier for me. Bada bing, bada boom, Vigor. I think this would be in C tier if I had space. No, I'm just kidding. It's definitely going to go into the B tier. I know that's a bit odd because you probably are like, what the hell is this game? But as far as console survival looter shooters go, this is the one. Like I did survival looter shooters go, this is the one.
I thought I would jump back into Vigor. I think that's how you say it. This is PS5, or I should say the PS4 version. Hi
everyone, hope you're well. Today we are revisiting a game called Vigor. I covered this game when it came out back in July of 2018 and again about a year after that, but since then I've not really played it at all. But recently my two mates Tommy and Adam from Two Angry Gamers have been playing it on their stream, and I've jumped in with them a few times as you can play trios. Long story short, the game has changed a bit and upgraded in the meantime, and I've been having a lot of fun with it, and I think there's something here. There's a lot of potential, and I reckon we'll start to see many other games like this cropping up in the foreseeable future. If you don't know what it is, it's a free-to-play survival looter shooter made by Bohemia Interactive of Arma fame, and it's the love child of DayZ and Escape from Tarkov. Baby's first Tarkov is the moniker that we have assigned this game. You create your character, build up your base, go into a level, get as much loot as you can by either finding it around the world in airdrops or stealing it from other dead players. And then you attempt to extract from the mission alive before the radiation gets you. And if you
never mind. I don't want to do extraction.
Like I did sponsored stuff on this, and I spoke from heart that it is a very good game for console. Like if I had only a console and out of all of these options, I would probably pick up Vigor. Like
wow,
Daisy on console's kind of like bleh. Minecraft on console, okay, sure, that beats it out, but I would pick up Vigor if you own, I believe it's on Xbox. The Isle, in its current state, I think it's a B, but I think no doubt with its concepts and the
survival games. There are many different adaptations of the survival game genre, some more successful than others, some more unique than others. Although most survival games have differences from one another, they normally follow the same sort of concept. You spawn as a lone human survivor. You battle for resources, make a base, and complete a selection of very simple tasks like getting food and water, and as you progress, these challenges get more difficult. However, the more simple tasks get that bit more simple, because you progress to a point where you can unlock tools and different items to support you with your journey. However, with all the different survival games that I've ever played, I've never been a creature within a survival world. Very quickly, just before we get into today's video, I've actually unlocked as a human survivor, trying to survive whatever terrible event which has happened. You are spawned into a world with other people who are also creatures, and you can battle and eat one another, and you rely on the environment to sustain you as a player within the world. That environment not only created by the game in itself, but also the other players which are a part of the server which you've joined. If I had to summarize the Isle as a game in general, you spawn as a dinosaur, you can choose what type of dinosaur you want to be at the start of the game, and then you play the game as that dinosaur, leveling yourself up, trying to build yourself into a bigger, better version of the smaller scale dinosaur that you spawn as. Along the way, you eat, destroy, and fight your way to be the best dinosaur in whatever server you are playing. So I think by this point we've established that the Isle is quite a unique survival game, but is it actually worth playing for the price in which is asked for it? So my first sort of hour worth of gameplay consisted of me loading up the game, trying to decide which dinosaur I wanted to use. It was quite difficult at the beginning because none of the pictures for any of the dinosaurs, I couldn't actually want to know. Feature built into the game is the night vision. So many survival games, you just cannot do anything in the nighttime because it is too anything at nighttime, and out of that added a night vision mode, and it worked. In some survival games, the HUD can be quite overbearing, they can be too wide. It literally had my take up too much of the gameplay. However, it is important that you enable the beta mode. I found this out after a couple of hours of playing the basic standard game, and the beta is significantly better. For more dinosaurs to be unlocked, it unlocks a different group. So in the main game, a ton of new dinosaurs as well. So I would, and it should be automatically enabled in the Isle. Now, some positives which I have to say is I really enjoyed the different variety of different creatures and how different creatures have different abilities and different things that they can do, and also have different growth rates as well.
The way that the game plays, even today, I still go back and have like a pretty fun time just waiting to see more. Conceptually, and the way that this game plays and how awesome it's going to be, like it's feels like it's in a bit of development hell, but they're still developing it. Like they're still releasing pieces of it, and no doubt that this game will and still is and currently is an A-tier game. This is one of those in-betweens for sure that leans more towards the B for me, though. It is so close to being an A-tier game. It's going to be Dinosaur Daisy. I'm excited. Surrounded. This is kind of like one of those quick develop, copy flip type games. I think it is pretty fun, and I think I'm gonna put it in C tier, but I just need to organize real quick. Another C tier game, Beep Boop. Again, this is the average line. This is above average, below average, and then worse. So these are just kind of below average games for me, and these are above average games, and then obviously better and better as we go up. That's the kind of the way you need to look at this. F is complete failure, obviously. Escape from Tarkov, not really a survival game, but still among all of these games deserves to be on the list and is an S tier. This leans more towards A for me. I don't think it's better than DayZ or Minecraft, but you cannot put this game's name down. Nothing beats the combat, gunplay, customization, and questing systems of this game. It is just beautiful. It is so much fun. Nothing beats this in any of the other genres of looter shooter or anything like that in any way, shape, or form, and this will contain and continue to be an S tier game for a very, very long time. Nothing is going to dethrone this. Fade to Silence, just kind of a D tier. Like the name, the game just kind of faded to silence. You guys probably don't even really remember this game. I did a sponsored post on it, and it was really good, like, which is odd to put it in D tier, right? It was really good, but it was one of those games where I'm just like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Something just, like, was off. Like, it just wasn't that fun, kind of like the rest of the games down here. Fallout, so pretty much in particular from my channel, Fallout 4 is the series I did, so we're going to build this off of Fallout 4. And if we're going to give it all of the Fallouts in general and where it sits among all of these games, obviously Fallout is an A tier game. No doubt if Fallout 4 wasn't kind of the mess that it was, that most Fallout fans agree, and Fallout 76, which really drags the name down a bit.
I think 76 kept the name back up, but I totally disagree with these guys. They always say this too, and I'm like, nah, 4 was secondary to 76, and 76 was a really great game. I still think it's a really great game. I really do. It's got the depth that most games just don't fucking have. You can live there basically forever. It's got, I mean, there's this point where you can't live, I'm saying if you're like me, you can't live there forever, but if you're like everyone else and you're there for a visit, it's like one of the best visits out there, I think, and I will die on that hill defending my fucking belief in that.
Bit.
4, not so much. 4, I think, belongs in the C tier.
Would be an S tier.
That's one of the reasons why I declined to play it yesterday. I was like, yeah, I want to play 4, 4, but it won't load well. And I'm learning now that I want fast loads that don't take too long, that provide really deep games, and like a lot of the like unpleasantness of playing Bethesda games is that the clients just weren't that good. And so 76 is the best client, but it's still not that good. It's not that good. 4 and 76 were not that good. I think the Skyrim client is now in a superb place, except for its aspect ratio bullshit. All the rest of it is fine, you know. Yeah, and I guess 4, I wanted to play the zombie survival, and I will buy 4 on Steam and do the modding and do the zombie survival, but I don't know. No, I won't, and I don't think I will, because looking at how long it took to load into the game yesterday, it did not play well. It was not optimized. The Fallout 4 client is not optimized, and that's my problem with it.
I'm hoping that the next Fallout game brings us back to S tier and gives us everything we wanted, like from New Vegas and Fallout 3. It could be an S tier, but I think a lot of even Fallout fans would agree with this A tier assumption.
Yeah.
Frozen Flame, I wouldn't put it above average. I'd put it kind of down here with these guys. Below average right now, early access. It's kind of like, we'll see what happens with it. Definitely extremely fun. I think if I played it with friends, it would probably be a B tier game. And we're going to be revisiting this very soon, so we might bump it up depending on the content schedule and how the friends like it as well. Generation Zero, I'm going to put it above average. Nothing fits this kind of apocalyptic Poland robot survival scenario. I know doubt this could be an A tier game if there was a bit more guidance on what to do. A lot of this is kind of a make your own fun, explore, shoot stuff type of game. There's nothing that's like wow to write home about, but it's just really like get immersed into this environment with your friends and it's going to be fun. Green Hell, again, home of your own fun, explore, shoot stuff type. There's a bit more guidance. This kind of apocalyptic Poland robot survival scenario. I no doubt this could be an A-tier game if there was a bit more guidance on what to do. A lot of this is kind of a make your own fun, explore, shoot stuff type of game. There's nothing that's like wow to write home about, but it's just really like get immersed into this environment with your friends and it's going to be fun. Green Hell, again, going to be in the B tier, above average.
$10X is crazy though, but 33 people, huh? There's PvP on it though. 33, I bet I could find me some nice targets. But a 10X though. Don't know about that. It's not enough people. What do you mean? There's charts. Skills I should be looking for. Zombieland Outbreak has a lot of people on it. Maybe I should go back to that and start there. I mean, those zombies are fucking hard. Like hard. X2 skills. Wait. Oh, it's a Russian server though. Skills, jetpack and zombies. Hex US 5X. These are getting more popular. With a unique skill system. Let's go try this one. See, this actually fits the bill for what I'm looking for. Yeah, Rust Skills is a solo duo trio max 2. Kits wipe, and yeah, it's a weekly. With unique skill chart, huh? Wait, no. I don't know. I didn't see the refresh, damn it. Yeah, I don't see your walkthrough. No. That is just a weekly. It's a Russian. PvE. There's skills, huh? It's a 5x with 34 people on it. It's not good enough.
Average. It's nothing like in the A tier. Like I wouldn't put it up here where I would consistently always go back to it, mainly just because the story felt not forced, but like predictable, I guess. Like I kind of anticipated what was going to happen, and it was a bit confusing at first. And the gameplay loop is a bit kind of repetitive, but the building is great. And there's nothing that really matches that Amazonian survival and kind of the elements that you face, like with the random lion attacks and getting bit by a spider for the 49th time and all of the different medical treatments that you need to know and learn. I think it just happily sits above average. Grounded, we're gonna... it's a great game. It really, really is a great game. Like, everything in me wants to put it as an A tier game. I think it could, I think for a lot of people, this could get bumped down to B tier. I think very easily. I think it doesn't really sit well next to these titles over here, but the story was cute. Me and my friends had a ton of fun. There was clear progression of gear. And I really like a survival game with a purpose, a beginning and an end. So that's why I feel like it's really fun over here. But the story was cute. Me and my friends had a ton of fun. There was clear progression of gear. And I really like a survival game with a purpose, a beginning and an end. So that's why I feel like it doesn't really sit down here with these guys very much. I think it sits a little higher. If anything, I'd put it maybe top of B, but bottom A, if that makes sense. This is gonna get me, like, people are gonna be mad about that one. GTFO, not really a survival game, kind of one of those Left 4 Dead style shooters. I think in terms of gameplay and how it plays and how much fun you could have with it, it would be a B tier. Just among these games in B tier, for me, it is a C tier game. I'm not saying it's a below average game. I just think it sits below the average on the games on this list. I still would highly recommend checking out GTFO if you want a very hardcore stealth survival, very team focused gameplay scenarios. Highly recommend. Hardcore. I still would... I just, for me, would be a B tier. Gameplay and how it plays and how much fun you could have with it, it would be a B tier. Just among these games in B tier, for me, it is a C tier game. I'm not saying it's a below average game. I just think it sits below the average on the games on this list. I still would highly recommend checking out GTFO if you want a very hardcore stealth survival, very team focused gameplay scenarios. Highly recommend. H1Z1. Oh my god. So obviously F tier for development. We're talking the Just Survive crowd, by the way. If we're including the Battle Royale, obviously it's going to give it a bit more score. Just for nostalgia, viewership, how much fun and how much growth we had in the survival genre because of this game. It was on the forefront of zombie horde survival games for sure. And PvP. This game was epic. It was just so much fun. I really wish it didn't go the way it went, and would easily sit happily in S tier with these guys given the chance. Arc into the S tier. I mean, people will sit here and hate on Arc all day. It's one I always see a Reddit post like, what game do you have 10,000 hours in but you absolutely despise? Arc. Like, that is just one of those games. There's just so much love for that first playthrough of Ark. If all we had was the first playthrough, this would be an S+ game. Obviously, like, the direction towards tech was a little weird in the survival genre. The story was odd. The bosses were overpowered. Like, there was some development issues, but you cannot deny or solidify Ark. Like, it doesn't sit with these games. It's definitely among the Minecraft, Tarkovs, and Daisies. There's no doubt in my mind. Hurt World, bit of a development hell. I wouldn't go back and say buy this game because it is heavily PvP focused and there's probably nobody playing it. Just kind of a Rust clone that never really could catch up. One of those things, so just kind of goes down here. Icarus, man, it's a pretty game. I like the systems in place. The roguelike survival elements are fun. This, for me, just based on the last series, I would put this in C tier, but from our first playthrough, it was a ton of fun. It's going in B tier. It has to. Luckily, we're cutting off Icarus a little bit, and we're coming towards the end of our video. Hopefully, you guys have enjoyed this little experience with me. It's been fun to kind of jump back and think about all of these different series as they've gone on. Salt goes into C tier, just kind of a C tier game. Windbound, played in early access, C tier. Forager, really fun alone, but I mean, ultimately kind of feels like a mobile game. C tier. Atlas, really just kind of, for me, sits in C tier. I think this kind of jumps into B tier for a lot of people. It just like, why play this when you have Ark? You know, kind of that feel. Just kind of felt like a bit of like a quick cash grab type of thing. Not to mention, like, I'm not doubting any of the development team or them working on it still and making an excellent game, but it just, I just don't. The time could be spent elsewhere. You know what I mean? So we're gonna put that in C tier. And the Stomping Land for, I mean,
it was good. So what did we just watch? The Ultimate Survival Game.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to a
20,000 views.
One of the best elements of a survival game is how real it feels. A lot of that comes from grounding certain elements.
2022 hasn't been a great year for gaming, and I feel like we probably say that about every year, but this year in particular is bad for a unique reason. 22 hasn't had any controversial launches like the broken state of Fallout 76's release or microtransactions in Battlefront 2, but this year has game developers seemingly attempting to release games with solid structures, fixable issues, and low content on launch, but then absolutely ignoring the game for 6 months after that launch. Armory Forger, Battlefield 2042, Halo Infinite, games that make me question whether these publishers just forgot to plan beyond their game's launch, or whether they just decided that 1/5 of the content upon release should be enough to keep the gamers' bellies full until the next one, right? AAA keeps falling short, so the gamer looks elsewhere for their late-night distractions. Indie games? Modded games, maybe? But one game gets it right. Well, 3 games, built over 15 years ago, adjusted, improved, combined into one single downloadable file that you can grab for free and play on any PC with a graphics card. Stalker, Anomaly. a modded conjunction and overhaul of Stalker Shadow of Chernobyl, Clear Sky, and Call of Pripyat that aims to create a deep, challenging sandbox survival experience that can be adjusted to your exact preference of things like bullet damage, trader costs, enemy spawn chances, or you can select a difficulty setting like I did and go for the ride. Anomaly is immense. Over 100 hours of gameplay are sitting here easily with high replayability due to the dynamic events, missions, and enemy encounters that occur all over the zone. Different factions you can choose from that play in entirely separate ways with different starting equipment and locations, and a library of mods, or even better yet, handcraft mod packages to download and tweak the experience to your liking. Recently, I downloaded a pack of mods for Anomaly from a teensy little mod pack called Stalker Gamma. Gamma is created by a guy named Grok and his community of cheeky breakies and is actively maintained, adjusted, added to, depending on what Grok or Grok's community votes for. This is Anomaly on steroids. My PC sat updating for 2 hours, and once it was done, I witnessed the program I let run rampant on my computer install over 320 individual mods to my Stalker game. With a convenient program where I can disable or change any mod to suit my needs, equipped with subsections, tags, and a search bar to help me find mods to change.
Nope. No. No wipes. Yeah, but there's only 3 people on it, though. No BPs. What do you mean, no BPs? It's a 10x, though. I'll just get eaten alive by those people. Four people on that one. See, yeah, this community, I don't know. It's yeah. It's unfortunate. What I'm looking for is not here. Well, I'm gonna bail out of this game for now. I think it's good that I don't play too much Rust, honestly. Wow, my phone sounds loud in there. Excuse me just a second. Okay, sorry about that. Got a phone call. These are the ones that I think are good. I did a narrow list of the games that I thought were worth the damn. Yeah. A lot of these are so bad, though. The combat's so bad, though. Well, thank you so much, number 2. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, thank you, Evelyn 21435. Let's see. Looking for. There we are. I'm gonna switch over to New World now. Just had a phone call that distracted me. Oh yeah, I have Unturned, but which I do wish to try, but I don't think it's my game. After looking at it, I'm like, I really don't believe that's my game. I'm gonna uninstall it. It's stupid. So now, and we come and look for New World. There we are, and yes. Right now, currently, I don't have my expander running, and it's launching this in windowed. Oh, I'm gotta close my door. It's already starting to get cold in here, and turn on all my lights. And I'm going to get some hot water and salt to gargle for my throat, and that won't take long. I have a nice Keurig coffee machine. Takes just 10 seconds. Get New World loaded here. I don't think it does window well. I think I've already borked this launch. I'll have to relaunch it. It's so annoying. Fucking video games and their fucking bullshit, I swear to God. You can't fix this, can you? It might be able to do. No. I want you in, yes, not 10, wow, 2560 by 1080. You know, that I never thought about doing that. I wonder if that would be a better resolution. It's weird. 2560 by 1080 is, yeah, I don't know. But anyways, yes. And then a set of window, and I want you full screen, but I don't think you'll fix. Yeah, you'll have to restart. That's okay. Let me say, you know, exit desktop and relaunch. Getting up on 1,000 hours on New World. That's good. Getting there. Gonna close my door, turn on my lights, and get hot salt and hot salt water to gargle with, and I'll be right back. This light all the way. There we are. Then I want the heater maintaining me at, yeah, it's like 67 in here. Yeah, I think you're wrong. I don't know. I don't believe I need the heater yet. It's not that cold. And then let's see. What else did I need? I need a glass. Yeah. Hot water. Get some sea salt. Okay, we're gonna do some New World. While that loads. Okay. Can't do Skyrim like I wanted to because with 1440p gaming on a huge monitor, Skyrim needs some kind of translator for the aspect ratio, and even with a mod, it doesn't do it well. And so now, like, you know, it's like it's as if the game isn't supported by my preferred resolution. I suppose I could drop down to 1920 by 1080 and just sit, you know, 1080p. That's what everybody else does. But I really like 1440p. Oh, sorry, bad resolution. There we go. All right, so season stamp, huh? Okay. Journey and activity card. What do I have here? I don't have anything. Yeah, can I get like another one? I don't know. Yeah. Turn on some music here. Or, well, no, I want a video, I think, actually.
Consider a Souls-like and a Metroidvania-like. Over the past year, I've gotten really into the roguelike and roguelike genre on my stream, and I've ended up playing a good amount of the games. And if you don't know the difference between the two, here's an easy way to remember. Roguelike games have some sort of meta progression, meaning once you die, you gain something out of it, compared to the roguelike genre, where death is permanent and you start again.
Oh, I'm looking for roguelike. Yeah, sorry, PC roguelikes, right? PC roguelikes. Ranked, yeah, because I'm looking for roguelikes, yeah. Ranking every roguelite, ultimate roguelike tier list. Yeah, I'm looking for
Welcome to Ranking Every Roguelike. Vamp Survivors, very topical, built a new genre. I put it in the A to B tier. Good graphics, good music, tremendous gamba. Like, I don't know anyone you wouldn't recommend it to. Backpack
Yeah, I'm
Hero,
sure that game's good.
I gotta say, I don't remember much about it. It's not bad. It's almost like we need to add one more tier called Forgettable. Isaac, look. You already know. This will set the boundary right here. I don't think anyone in the world would debate that Isaac is not an S tier roguelike. If you do, please send me a postcard at 3050 Union Lake Road, Suite 8F number 201, Commerce Township, Michigan 48382. If you want to debate this, don't comment below. Send me a postcard and tell me why you think Isaac is not S tier.
Send him a
Brotato's
bomb,
an interesting one, right? Because I feel like chat and the community really held out on Brotato. No one really told me it was that good. I think it's definitely B+ tier, for sure. It takes the vamp genre and squeezes it into one room. I really like it. Yeah, could it use a better name? Probably. Could it use better fonts? Sure, but the gameplay is really, really fun. Crab Champions. I know this may ruffle some carapaces, but I put it in the C tier. Is it fun for one session? Yes. 2 sessions? Yeah. More than that?
No.
Cult of the Lamb, to me, I don't think is a roguelike. So maybe we add one more. Basically, I thought Cult of the Lamb was good, but it's like a single player A to Z game that you finish that has like don't starve elements to it. It's definitely not a roguelike, for sure. There's not a person in chat that would say this is a roguelike. Dead Estate, look, take the eyes aside, right? Take the visuals out of it. I think it's a highly underrated roguelike. If we're ordering this on top of ordering it, Dead Estate just, I don't know what it is, but it just never popped off. But I think it's a great roguelike, for sure. Dicey Dungeon. Look, if you worked on Dicey Dungeon, I'm not mad at you. It's basically just Microsoft Paint roguelike number simulator. I would put it in Forgettable, but it's a math game. And so for that, I have to say I'll pass on that. But I think at its core, there's an audience. There's an audience for it. It's just not. It's not me.
Oh yeah, my water. I'll be right back.
I'll put it in the C tier. If you like biodome simulations, you'll like it, but there's not much to it. You dig, you build, you dig, you build, you dig, you build, you dig, you build, you dig, you build. Oh, sorry. Dust and Neon. Full disclosure, it was sponsored. I do remember it. I don't know if I can place that legally. If I can place that anywhere. So where do we? No, because they don't. They don't say. They don't say I can't say anything. For me, Dust and Neon, and this is not because, como se dice, contractual obligation have not been filled on their end. I would put. Hey, it's Dan. If you're enjoying this video, please hit the subscribe button. It's just where I would put it. Let's not dwell too much on it. GeoGuessr roguelike, F tier. If I wanted to play a map game, I'd take geography class, F tier for sure. Hitman Freelancer, I don't really count it as a roguelike, but I would probably put it there. I just don't. Is that when you had to go back B to B to B to B? It's almost not a roguelike, chat. I'm gonna throw it in not a roguelike. If it was a roguelike, it'd be A to B tier. Ace is an Adventure, also another sponsored game. I do think it was one of the better card games. I would put it in the average tier. I remember having a good time with it. I remember it being sponsored, but I don't remember like the sponsored segment going like, we get 2 hours yet. So I would definitely say it was a fun experience for sure. Balatro, it's really early to tell. In terms of fun level, it's definitely A tier. But in terms of getting access to the game, I would probably, I'd put it B tier for sure. Balatro is not fun to watch, I'll say it. Sleepiest Link, it's a very strong B. On the other hand, what is not a strong B for me is Darkest Dungeon 2. I wouldn't say it's F tier, but I would say it's very forgettable. They went from map to car. If they just stayed map, it would have been more fun. I think it was very difficult and not in a fun way. And to be honest, I expected more out of Darkest Dungeon 2. It's just not as good as the original. Speaking of the original, I mean, this is a borderline A. You know what? I gotta put some daps on it, because if you put Darkest Dungeon next to Dead Estate, Rotato, Balatro, you're like, it doesn't belong. It's like squeaks on a first date. It's just something that you just don't see. So for that, Darkest Dungeon is one of a kind A tier for sure. FTL, look, I reserve S tier for Majesty level. Your Majesty. Like when you're coming face to face with royalty, you're giving them Isaac. It's a no-brainer. Are you giving them FTL? Or are they gonna look at that and be like, you got a good soundtrack, you got tons of options, but is there enough there to put it into the Royal Archives? For me, it's the greatest tablet roguelike of all time. Is that enough to get it to S tier? But right now, I'm gonna say no. We're gonna have to see what the rare air up in the S tier is.
Hot tea.
It's close. It's close. Inscription. So this is, to me, it's not S tier, it's not A tier, it's not B tier, and it's not C tier. It's basically like Seventh Guest, Resident Evil with cards. So for that reason, I'm gonna say it's not a roguelike. Next up, Monster Train. I never played it. So I'll throw that in forgettable. Luck Be a Landlord. I'm gonna tell you right now, we're talking here. I don't know if it's here, but if you've never played Luck Be a Landlord is a pure Gamba roguelike where you control a slot machine. It's pretty good. I mean, maybe I put it like low A tier. Played Up, I don't really consider Played Up a roguelike. You get that out of here. Played Up is 100% a roguelike. No, it's not. It's a serve-like. Shovel Knight Dig, to me, is a great C tier roguelike. If you never played it, it's kind of not a roguelike though. As much as I want to like that game, I do like it, but chat doesn't like it. It's not a roguelike. Next up, a couple more. Void Ego, one of the newest action roguelikes to come out. I think what holds Void Ego back, in my opinion, it's like they chefed up the macaroni a lot, right? So like the macaroni noodles, instead of being yellow, they're like neon. But I think it is better than Crab Champions and Dome Keeper. So I put it in the C tier. Like we could play a couple runs of it and it's gonna be fun. And then you're gonna be like, we have Nuclear Throne at home. Which I know Nuclear Throne, this is my thoughts on Nuclear Throne. Every gaming con I went to from 2012 to 2016, Nuclear Throne was there with a big marketing presence and nothing changed. It was just, hey, here's Nuclear Throne, here's Nuclear Throne, here's Nuclear Throne. Nothing's new, nothing's new, nothing's new, nothing's new, nothing's new. So for that, it's unforgettable. I don't like the screen shake. I don't like it. It just is, for me, it's not C tier, all right?
There, that'll help.
I'm sorry. Shout out to Zero Seaford. This was a randomly like 250,000 YouTube view video known as the Tarkov roguelike. That's more fun than Tarkov, which is true. But I put it like here. Like if you want a Tarkov roguelike, that's your option. But if you want to play Tarkov, are you even going to play Tarkov? No. So why would you want more Tarkov?
Yeah.
Now to the popular ones. Here's what we got left. Let's ease on into it. Let's ease on into a universal take right now. Okay, Returnal. The first AAA roguelike. There's never been a AAA roguelike ever. I don't know if there'll be another one because I don't think Returnal sold very well. However, at its core, great polish. Could do without the storyline. The gameplay core is fun. Does it belong?
My throat heart probably feels a little bit
in the King's Circle? This is like the hand of the king. I think it's more Varys. It's like Varys. Varys is not part of the king's hand, but he's trying to get in. Returnal is the greatest AAA roguelike of all time. Rogue Legacy 1.
I haven't played Returnal. I really want to.
You know, they instituted the lineage system where if little Timmy died, then your next character would be little Timmy Jr. or little Timmy Jr. the third. I put it as a B classic. Like, are you gonna recommend it to someone that loves roguelikes? Yes. Are you gonna recommend it to your 10-year-old cousin? No. Does it belong up there with Vamp? No. For as much as we like Rogue Legacy, it was always missing the it factor. You know, there was it, and it was more of just a T period. You're like, where's the I?
Wait, no, I don't want to join that one.
The I is gonna be in Rogue Legacy 2.
I'm gonna wait for
it's gonna be in Rogue Legacy 2, and they're like, Rogue Legacy 2 didn't have the T or the period. It was just like, here's the same game with nothing different. So for that, we put Rogue Legacy 2 in the forgettable tier. This one's Super Auto Pets. Super Auto Pets is most indefinitely not a roguelike. There's not even roguelike elements in Super Auto Pets. It's basically a number first simulator that takes the numbers off Hearthstone and makes it more fun than Hearthstone, but definitely not a roguelike. I think we can all agree on
Super Auto Pets more fun than Hearthstone. Okay, let's go take a look at that.
Hey guys, Tyler here. Today I'm finally playing Super Auto Pets. This is a...
Thank you, Mr. Aliens Rock. Oh my god.
A free-to-play multiplayer auto battler featuring cute animal stickers.
That's the concept for my stream. I'd like to sub to your channel.
You got animals, they got attack, they got health. You buy them for 3 gold, and I have 10 gold in the top left corner as it goes down, and you put them in your squad. Fine, I'll take a mosquito. And you can refresh your shop, and once you're out of gold, you can start a round. And the object of the game is to win 10 rounds before you lose 10 HP. So you gotta pick a team name. Obviously, we're going to go with the flooded hats. I mean, duh. I saw the flooded geysers, but hats being flooded is more funny. How did it even get water in the first place? So you're up against another dude, basically, with their own team of animals, and you go into head-to-head combats against them. Only one team can emerge, and looks like it's gonna be mine. getting off to a quick start. So here, I get 1 trophy for winning, get 10, and, well, that's the max I can get. That's basically a
It's
big...
good, but it looks ghetto, and I think it would be fun on the cell phone. Sorry.
On Noida. Noida's got the difficulty. It's got some DAE. It's got the fun factor.
I gotta change
it's got
the title. Oops.
heavy roguelike. It's got a codex. It's a lot of fun. Cons against Noida, little hard to see, but Twitch likes to watch it. I definitely consider it better than Luck Be Landlord, better than Darkest Dungeon, better than Vampa, better than FTL. Like, this is knocking on the door.
Noida, okay. Done, and we'll go to here and we'll steal the title. Are we on the right thing? Sorry, you guys can't see what I'm doing. I'll just show you. And then come through and change my title. And run a thumbnail. World, and then we will say okay, save. Done. Oh, that's my game. Yeah, it is. Okay, so okay, there we are. Do some New World stuff.
Of S. Like, that's how close. This is 100% better than Noida is hands down better than FTL. It's got its foot in the door.
Noida. Okay, we go look at something else now. Noida review.
Noita, or Noita, is the result of a Finnish arsonist asking himself, how can I create the most painful experience possible? And to no one's surprise, this is actually the best thing to come out of Finland since Somas. It's a roguelike where your only permanent upgrade is how much you know about the game. And you gain that through experimenting, you know, asking yourself questions like, what would happen if I make my wand shoot a giant saw blade every frame? What if I break that giant crystal? What if I drink a potion of lava? And they all have the same answer. You die. And when you die, you start over. But that's okay, because the game has that whole random generation meme going on, and you know, every run is special and unique. So sometimes you enter the second stage as a demigod, and sometimes the first stage makes you want to kill yourself. The main selling point of the game is that every pixel is simulated, which is great until you realize that every pixel on the screen can and will end your life. That orange pixel you stepped on, that was actually lava, and you're now burning to death. you attacked an enemy, it's now bleeding toxic sludge all over the place, you included. Also, some enemies bleed acid, which is basically just a more potent version of lava. Good luck. Obviously though, for every obstacle in this game, there's a solution. And figuring those out is what this game is all about. But before we get into that, this game has an insane amount of secrets and content, and a lot of that is going to be spoiled in this video. Now, normally, this is where I would tell you to play the game first and watch the video after. But the thing about the puzzles in this game is that the developers genuinely do not want you to find them. I've already made a video on this on my second channel, so I'm not gonna get too deep into it here. Just know that the puzzles are just so extremely well hidden and just convoluted in general that solving them on your own is practically impossible. It's like if someone took 10 puzzle boards with 1,000 pieces each, scattered them across the floor, and injected you with a lethal dose of fentanyl. So with that in mind, you might as well just watch the video.
What?
Good morning, people.
When the game starts, you wake up outside a cave and that's it. You have a jetpack, a couple of wands, and a random potion. There's also some rocks that teach you how to control your character, and this is the first of many instances where you learn that firing your wand isn't always the best idea. Then we enter the first stage, the mines. The mines is a fairly standard starting level, and much like you, it's extremely flammable. Now, in most games, being near wood and a lantern isn't really a big deal, but in Noita, it's a death sentence. So how do we avoid burning to death? Water. If you're wet, you don't catch fire. Alternatively, you can quickly submerge yourself in liquid. Even in a pool of oil, just make sure that the oil is actually oil and not whiskey. The game never outright tells you about these mechanics, but it kind of nudges you in the right direction by burning you to a crisp 10 saves in a row. No! Sort of like how the internet nowadays kind of nudges you towards getting a VPN. That's right, we got a sponsor, and today's sponsor is none other than NordVPN, allowing you to browse the internet safe and unrestricted. Why should you get NordVPN? Well, consider this. Your favorite show is blocked in your country? Bam, NordVPN. You wanna pick Sonic on the local McDonald's Wi-Fi while staying safe and anonymous? Bam, NordVPN. Or do you wanna get continuously roasted on the internet? NordVPN got you covered. And right now, there's a special holiday deal on 2-year plans. All you gotta do is use code Albino at checkout and you'll get 68% off, plus 4 more months completely free of charge.
But Albino, I'm not sure about this. Can I try it before I purchase?
Yes you can. With NordVPN, you have a risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee. So you have nothing to lose here and might as well just try it out with code Albino or the link in the description. And there you have it. NordVPN, code Albino. Thank you for sponsoring this video. Anyways, video games. As you make your way through the mines, you will encounter the local Finnish wildlife. You got some zombie dogs, some purple things, some zombies with shotguns, also known as, and much more. Most of them die in 1 or 2 hits, but there's also Stendari, who has a shit ton of health for this stage in the game and bleeds lava if you shoot them, which is extremely lethal and will kill you in seconds. So just in case you haven't figured it out already, I'm going to give you a moment to just guess what the game is trying to teach you here.
Water.
Spread throughout the level, there's going to be random wands for you to pick up. They all have unique stats, but for those to make sense, you need to know how wands work. Let's use this starting wand as an example. When you shoot it, it's going to fire a sparkle. Wait 0.18 seconds.
Why would you put this much depth into a crappy arcade game? It seems so weird. Alright, well.
But is it wearing a Sunday night robe? Or is it wearing a Saturday night especial? I don't know. But I know it's better than FTL for sure. Next up, we got a few hard decisions to make here. First up, well, let's start with an easy decision. Enter the Gungeon. This is a tough one. Enter the Gungeon's tough. Because Enter the Gungeon at night wears Chantilly lace. Like, it's really good. Is it transformative? Is it just like the best of the best? A couple things come to mind. It's difficult, it's fun, there's boss fights, tons of synergies. But there is that little missing, like,
I know.
this run has a chance to pog up. If you're sending a capsule of roguelikes to Mars and there's only room for 3, I don't know if Enter the Gungeon's gonna have enough oxygen to make it. I think it's fair to say Spelunky's there. Derek,
Spelunky is
Derek, you will be the first one with the space suit on. Spelunky 1.
I don't remember Enter the Gungeon, so we'll take a look at that.
I have been playing Enter the Gungeon on and off since 2016. I would pick it up, go, hey, this is pretty cool, die, uninstall the game, and eventually come back to try again 4 months later. And the reason for this is because this game is just straight up fucking horseshit. It is unacceptably hard, and most of that torment can be attributed to the fact that if you die, you go all the way back to the start of the game. There is nothing more disheartening than losing all of your progress and having to start again from square one. Of course, the catch is, next time, you might make it a little further. Progression in this game comes in a few subtle ways. The most obvious one is just you learning the enemy attack patterns and room layouts, but you also unlock prisoners and guns that will help you inch closer towards the finish line.
It may have taken me 45 hours, but I have just beaten the game, guys. Now, let's see what I can unlock.
That's it.
As the title suggests, there are a lot of guns in this game. There is a barrel gun that shoots fish. There is a t-shirt cannon. There is a literal pea shooter. They brought in the noisy cricket. You have a gun that turns people into chickens. The shotguns dare you to get up in a dude's face and blast him for extra damage. The sniper rifles leave these awesome vapor trails when you fire them. Other guns, like the Super Meat Boy gun, will fill the entire room with buzzsaws. You have stuff from GoldenEye, Metroid, Mega Man, Blade Runner, Judge Dredd, Quake, Metal Gear, Halo, Dead Space, Earthworm Jim. You have a Stinger missile that shoots bees. You have a gun that is a lowercase letter R, and when you pull the trigger, it goes bullet. The gunfights are insane. You have projectiles and debris flying all over the room. You can kick tables over for cover. Sometimes there will be books on top of the tables that will absorb a few shots. Explosive barrels can be rolled into enemies and shot. You have chandeliers hanging over you that can be knocked down with a lever. Enemies will hop in minecarts and shoot at you while driving around the room. There are so many layers to the action on screen, with so much information being hurled at the player that when you first start playing, it will feel daunting. If there is one refuge from the game's ruthless difficulty, it is in its goofy and charming visual style. Everything in this game is guns. The currency is shell casings. The snake boss is called Ammoconda, so naturally he attacks you like this. The enemies themselves are bullets, and then they actually shoot you with their own guns, so you have to dodge those.
It's got everything. It's got difficulty, great music, great gameplay, twists and turns. The moments where you die and you're like, it's not on you, it's on me. Like, this is quite possibly one of the most perfect games of all time. Even in the code, if you look at the ones and zeros and you shove it into a machine on the other end, it's gonna input one word. Perfect game. In its same regard, Spelunky and Spelunky 2, I don't even consider separate games. Spelunky 2, to me, this is like Godfather 1, Godfather 2. You can't even consider them separate movies. You can't have one without the other. Spelunky 2 is as of same level of greatness as Spelunky 1, and then some. It's like, how do you get better than Godfather 1, Godfather 2? And it's like, well, they're the same movie, but better. Same thing. This is a dual entity. And this is where, look, not rage bait. Do you put Enter the Gungeon in a Spelunky sandwich? No, Spelunky says hold my beer. That's why. It's not fair to Enter the Gungeon. It just doesn't have the same greatness. It's great, but it's not great. Risk of Rain 1, outside of the fact you need bifocals to look at it, it's a really fun game. So much so that they're redoing it so you don't need bifocals to play it. In terms of fun level, I'd probably put it right, it's a solid B tier. Maybe without the bifocals, so that in case you didn't know, they're redoing Risk of Rain 1 with the graphics bigger and better. But I think you have to respect greatness. It's good. Risk of Rain 2, to me, is the World of Warcraft of roguelikes. Is it fun? Yes. Are there synergies? Yes. Are the graphics okay? When placing these, you got to ask yourself, is it more fun than the game above it? Is it more fun than Returnal? No. Detastate? No. Brotato? Definitely not. Risk of Rain? No. Balatro? Nope, nope, nope. I would much rather play all of these games than Risk of Rain 2. Some people may forget it, but I'll say it's a solid C. We got a couple left, and these, look, I didn't save the most controversial for the end, but let's just say we've got some passionate ones at the end. All right. I think we start with maybe the most passionate. You got Dead Cells. You talk about premier 2D side-scrolling roguelikes. There is no other ones besides Spelunky, in my opinion. Like, Dead Cells is a Castlevania of roguelikes. It's got great music, great difficulty, tremendous cosmetics, great game loop, very understandable progression. So you ask, why? Like, with all that, what does it not have? I don't have an answer for it. It's got everything and then some. It's got the Chantilly lace. It's got the Pog. Now, I'm trying to remove streamer bias because you can't make a roguelike tier list based on Twitch watchability. But in terms of what game I would most likely to play, would I play Dead Cells over Luckby Landlord? Yes. Over Darkest Dungeon? Yep. Over Vamp? Yep. Over FTL? Yep. Over Noida? Yep. Over Enter the Gungeon? Yep. So then the question says, if it's good enough to be A tier, does it belong in the S tier? It's worth the discussion. If the only reason that it wouldn't get a seat in the toppest tier of roguelikes is because people don't like watching it as much on Twitch, is that a real reason to deny Dead Cells a seat on the first rocket ship to Mars? I don't know.
Sorry, I got a phone call.
No. So you've got, when you're deciding what roguelikes you're gonna send to Mars, you can't worry about people watching it on Twitch. So for that reason, Dead Cells is without a question in the S tier of roguelikes. This one was hard because you got to take out your personal.
Thanks to Logitech G and the G432 7.1 surround sound gaming headset for sponsoring this video. To check out the tech behind the G432, click the link in the description. There are hundreds of games that promise complete player agency. Be whoever you want to be, do whatever you want to do. The RPG genre is perhaps the most notorious for these often empty promises. Sometimes being given a wealth of options for how to make your character, how to approach missions, how to interact with NPCs, unintentionally limits you. Because if a developer tries to give you as many options as possible, they'll inevitably forget to flesh out a few of them. If you're anything like me, you'll quickly find those options which were forgotten. Like, what the hell is up with the alchemy in Skyrim? It's pretty easy to forget about altogether, and if you do specialise in it, it's fairly dry. There are talking dragons and steampunk dwarves. Why can't I brew a potion that can make me jump really high up, or a poison that transforms people's bones into gelatin?
Yeah, and this was kind of what I
Streets
was
of Rage,
thinking about yesterday.
which
Streets of
eliminates
Rage,
this
yeah.
problem like a debt-collecting ninja assassin. It's a roguelike from developer Matt Dabrowski, set in a dystopian world made up of Dread-style megacity blocks. You're a member of the Resistance, who did so amazingly well in the conscription test. The initial Resistance leader just explodes. You can be one of several characters on any given run of the game, which is part of where the roguelike aspect comes in. You have a home base where you can use a persistent currency, chicken nuggets, to buy items that you start each run with, purchase new special abilities to use in a character creator, and apply modifiers to the next run you do that change up how the game operates. It's got a couple of defined rules. You have to complete missions given to you by the Resistance before you can advance to the next floor up, and if you die in your attempts to accomplish those missions, or just because you were dotting about, then you have to start the whole run over again. Every character, not just the ones you make, has a pool of 20 points to spend on their stats, special abilities, traits, and items, and that points limit can never be exceeded to keep things balanced, at least not if you want to be eligible for nuggets and the like. But once you're let loose into its procedurally generated city districts, beyond the Resistance missions, the leash comes off. You're free to do any manner of things in any way you like, really. It's the game's biggest strength, but how does it pull it off, and why does it work so well? I think it's because it shares a lot of similarities with a specific style of tabletop RPG. Those similarities are what give you as much agency as you have, but in order to understand what I mean, we're gonna have to dig deep into some RPG theory, like massive nerds. You run into issues with player agency in a lot of tabletop RPGs like Dungeons and Dragons. Rulebooks for some games can be almost as thick as an especially rotund tangerine, filled from cover to cover with a rule for every scenario, an ability for every character archetype, and an item for every situation. That can end up limiting your creativity though, and you'll always encounter people who use those rules to power game, finely tuning the perfect character who does the best things in the most efficient way possible. The rules, despite their abundance, create tight pathways defined as the best and therefore only sensible way of playing. Some of the best tabletop RPGs, however, are what's called rules light. There are rules, yeah, but only the bare minimum you need to get the thing running. These games can tell you your core stats, some open-ended abilities, and some items that you have, but pretty much everything else is left entirely up to you. It's all driven by roleplay, what you as a player want to do. Instead of saying, I want to use my rage ability to double my damage and attack the boss, I roll 10 6-sided dice, I do this much. Rules light games encourage you to describe how you attack the boss. How do you swing your weapon? Do you target any body part in particular? What expression do you pull when your blade meets their flesh? What guttural noise do you make? Or perhaps you don't attack the bad guy. Maybe you decide you met his grandmother at a quilting circle a few years back, telling me as her nose, and appeal to a sense of compassion to end things without bloodshed, just lots of tears and hugging instead. Now that's roleplay. Streets of Rogue embodies this open-endedness a lot throughout its runs. It is of course a lot more limited than a tabletop RPG. In those, your imagination is literally the only obstacle, and this is a video game that has to be programmed in a certain way. But it somehow manages to ignore that limitation in such
BOP 573. Wait, I have two of those. Oh, Con and Dex. Yeah, I mean Con would be better than Dex, I think. Yeah, Con is better than Dex. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just crack these in the BOP. 564. 590 lights. Oh, I'm wearing heavy legs. Why? Why am I wearing heavy legs? That's retarded. What? No, get those at, oh god, no wonder. I swear to god. Fucking dumb. Are they? Yeah, they are heavy. Bring those out. Bring them out. Crack. Yeah. Nice. I got quite a bit of money out that particular one. Yeah. Why is it heavy? Why is this stuff heavy? It's so stupid. Oh right. I'm sorry. I did go. I went heavy. I forgot. So yeah, everything but the pants. I'll have to get better pants. That's all right. Like that's can always be mended. I forgot that I switched to heavy. That's right. Yeah. Totally spaced it. Yeah. So that's all right. These light VIP lights and stuff. Yeah, I don't care about those really. So the market. Sorry. Okay, so I would say buy pants, heavy armor pants. The highest you can go that I can afford. 569. Oh yeah, that's actually not that bad. I want that. I'll take that. There we go, cool. Full heavy set, yep, sweet. It's 550 ring. 550 amulet. And so now, and then I want, that 500 axe, 504, oh no, I'm sorry, yeah, there we go. So let's just trash the second set. I was using it for leveling. Let's just erase both these sets, really, frankly. And we'll, now we'll equip you, import, yeah, and just erase those sets, they're not good. Yeah, nice, I have a legendary, and that crappy stave, this staff is done for, it's gone, goodbye. Yeah, this thing's far superior. Especially that leeching taunt in it. And 509 fire staff is an upgrade. And we're gonna import. Yes. No, I told you 509. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry. That's a 509. Oh yeah, 509 staff is an upgrade. Yeah, 507 is gone. Okay, use it. Yes. And there's our gems. Everything but the. Okay. And so then we go back to the box. $590. Wow, that bumped my score quite a bit. 590. Yeah, I haven't been paying attention to the loot, frankly, at all. Intelligence or strength? I think I'll take the strength, yeah. Wait, this ring is 590. Shit, yeah. Yeah, 590. Yeah, there. Gear score's going up. That's some drops, strength, yeah, and then gone. Yep, nice, and I'm not going to do any upgrades till the expansion, because I don't really feel like I need to. There's a rapier and a life staff. This life staff is not as good as this, or he adds anger at all. Yeah, not even at all. So, the life staff looks awesome, however, though. Yeah. But anyways, now we're gonna repair all. And while I'm here, I gotta pull the food. Oh, I have a lot of water, so I'm gonna sell that. Yeah, item not returned. Wait, item not returned. What do you mean item not returned? Where did the water go? What? Item not returned. What? Did you drop the water on the ground? No, you just lost the water, I guess. Yeah. It won't let me do that anymore. It won't let me just stockpile water. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, they're like, you can't stockpile water. That sucks, man. I mean, I don't know. Well, so maybe I better start running these oak flesh bombs, huh? I think is actually probably the best thing on the market for somebody like me. So... yeah, I definitely get wasted a lot of the time, and I'm gonna definitely wear, like, more better potions and stuff. Consumables, potions, defense potions, tier 5. Yeah, these are not what I'm looking for. These are elemental resist and they're good, but this is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the oak flesh. Go back up one. Enhancements, consumable. There it is. Consumables of the powerful oak flesh bomb. Yeah. Take. Oh my god, that's expensive. These are. Oh well, I'm also looking at it wrong. Here we go. 44. How much is that? Yeah, it's like wow. For 20 of them, it's 750 gold. So we'll go lower. Little cheaper, not really. That's kind of acceptable. Yeah. Yeah, like get 30 or yeah, like 30 of them for 600 is still prohibitively expensive. Yeah, I mean, it's still a really powerful potion that you don't really need. Like, yeah, you can go weak. Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't go weak. Yeah, that's a lot more acceptable. We'll take 100 of these at 5. Yeah, take 500. Yeah. And there's the first step. Then what else? And then yeah, those powerful honing stones are really expensive. I can't afford those. So we'll go down. Still too expensive. That's acceptable, but yeah, I mean 5% is so good, but I mean it's still really expensive. Weak incense, right? Which is like resistance to all afflictions by 20 for 10 minutes, yeah. Which is like not as good as those good incense. Those are cheap actually, yeah. I'll take all of them. Yeah, 30, yeah, by 30, yeah, definitely a common incense, yeah. And, I mean, I really feel like I could corner the market on this and do way better than this. Yeah, I'll take all of it. Yeah, fuck it, yep, I'll definitely buy all of it, and I'll put it right back up for, I don't know, for 20 each or whatever. Well, I don't know, now I've got a lot of incense, I can just burn it forever, but yeah. This cost me a lot of money. This guy's, he's selling at $8.79. I don't want to compete with him, so I'll just resell all of this incense. Yeah, we'll sell right back again for, we'll sell all 100 for $8.78. Yeah. No, I'll just reset the price. I mean, I don't know. That's prohibitively expensive though. So we'll go cheaper, significantly cheaper though, 7.99. And when people go looking for this, they'll buy mine, hopefully, you know. And so $7.99. $7.99. And we'll keep all the rest of it for me, and that way I have like endless incense and stuff. Incense and oak flesh bomb. The food I'm gonna start using in my inventory. I really shouldn't be using that weak ass food. Oh, there's my water. I wonder what happened to that. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we're gonna sell the water. Yep. Yep. Hey, look, money. 20 gold off all that water. Not bad. I mean, it's money from somewhere, you know what I'm saying? So, okay, good. So now we gotta definitely spend some money. I gotta spend all this money that I made, and that's unfortunate, but I mean, it is true. So, yeah, we need, I am on game capture. Yes, I am, yeah. Let's listen to what else this kid has to say. I like this kid. I've liked to sub to his channel. Rock, Paper, Shotgun. I've always liked them.
A way that it feels like a rules-light video game. To explain what I mean by this, let me tell you a little bit about what myself and RPS Treehouse's mate Crowley, Brendan Caldwell and Sin Vega got up to in a session that we had. In one run, I assumed the role of a mad scientist, and the other three were my small army of guerrillas. The premise that we'd made for ourselves was that I had gone AWOL and decided to adopt a life of super crime, genetically manipulating my guerrillas so that they might perform terrifying feats to achieve my goals. The scientist class is given a water pistol. You can use it to short-circuit police robots and put out fires, I think. But you can also load them up with different poisons and medicines, despite the substances in question being ostensibly designed for injection. I had a medicine called a giantizer, which makes people bigger. You can see where this is going. Except, it didn't go that way at all. I was having difficulty figuring out how to load the giantizer into my water pistol, and in the confusion, accidentally used it on myself. I got really massive and smashed my way through a prison. Whoops. As I shrunk, I stood quietly in amongst the rubble, wrought by my own hubris. Typical of an evil supervillain mastermind, I said, mistakenly using the inventions of themselves. Foolish! We tried again when we reached the next level, and besides me missing Sin and accidentally shooting Brendan twice, it worked! The gorillas got right massive, smashing up every building they could get their big furry digits on, while I skipped along in the wake of the carnage, cackling menacingly as I looted everything that wasn't nailed down like a right evil bastard. As Nate exclaimed once the deed was done, show me an Overwatch character who can do that. Our carnage ended up freeing another captive gorilla who attacked me whenever he saw me because scientists and gorillas are, as it turns out, sworn enemies. This gorilla later joined a gang because of economic disparity, we assumed. As a few floors in, he was following us around dressed in gang clothes and wielding a knife. Streets of Rogue is like a digital tabletop RPG session where every player is chaotic neutral. The game itself acts as a sort of dungeon master, but where other games' metaphorical DM's responses to the absurd requests of its players are met with a no but here's what you can do, Streets of Rogue follows a piece of essential advice given to people when they're learning how to run an RPG for the first time, one that the best DMs swear to. Instead of saying no but, Streets of Rogue says yes and. There's a specific tabletop RPG that I'd compare Streets of Rogue to, and I think it does a good job of communicating why I think rules-like open-ended games are fantastic, and thus why Streets of Rogue is so great. Monster of the Week, which you might have heard of if you listen to the Adventure Zone podcast, is a system that puts storytelling over its rules and uses the latter simply as devices for that storytelling. While the Keeper, what the game calls the Dungeon Master, is ultimately the person in charge of rules, jurisdictions, and establishing obstacles for the players, Monster of the Week stresses that the telling of the story is collaborative. The Keeper is in charge of the rules, but every person sat around the table is the storyteller. Streets of Rogue feels very much the same way. The game is the keeper of the rules, it tells you what obstacles you'll face, and its algorithms impact the success of certain actions. But the story of Streets of Rogue isn't fed to us, it's one that we all tell through acting as players in the game. Matt Dabrowski gave us the lore, the backdrop, and the lines of code behind the scenes which set things in motion. But both the game and the people playing the game are the ones who decide the story being told within that world. To give an example of a moment in the game where this happened, in another run I had with the RPS Street Roguing crew, we all played as shapeshifters. Shapeshifters are tiny, fleshy baby things with bare bums and horrifying, piercing red eyes. They're pretty weak as is, but their special ability allows them to sneak up behind any NPC in the game, bar other shapeshifters, and possess them, giving you access to the attributes and special abilities of whatever class they are. Something else that only shapeshifters can do is jump into toilets, flush themselves down the things, and emerge in the bowl of another random toilet on the map. Sin told me this was doable, and I immediately gave it a go, emerging from a bog in use by a slum dweller. I possessed the poor guy, and the whole scene played out exactly like that horrible bit out of Ghoulies 2, but with possession instead of violent bum destruction. Dabrowski gave us the shapeshifter. He also gave us toilets and the shapeshifter's ability to use them as a sort of smelly metro system. But that moment where I leapt out of the bowl and into another person in a mortifying horror movie fashion, that was an interesting moment spawned from collaborative storytelling between player and creator. Dungeons & Dragons doesn't have a toilet hopping possession rule stored within the pages of many books, and there isn't an augmentation in Deus Ex Human Revolution that can be the leader. It happened here because there weren't any rules that told me I couldn't. Streets of Rogue is a game where I've never quite felt freer to explore unusual and entertaining concepts, and more able to use a game to tell compelling stories with my friends. It's for this reason that Streets of Rogue is a game that I just can't stop playing. Thanks again to Logitech G for sponsoring this video.
Streets of Rogue. Let's go add that to the wish list. I think I want it. $20, not bad. Oh, there's a Streets of Rogue 2 coming in 2024. Oh, wow. It looks deep. Oh, yeah, cool. Add to your wish list 2024, huh? Yeah. Here's a video on Steam. Add to your wish list, yeah. Yeah, sure. I think this is going to be really good, and I think I want to get in on Streets of Rogue. It's a single-player game, is it? Collector's Edition, The Making of Streets of Rogue. Yeah, it looks good. I'll probably buy it tomorrow. Gotta find other stuff. So currently, what display am I on? I want to be able to.
The last 10 years were some of the very best for RPGs in the history of gaming. From initially niche series
I've subbed your channel. Thank you so much.
like Persona or The Witcher at last getting their proper due in the eyes of the mainstream public, to relative newcomers like Dark Souls shaking the very foundation of the industry to its core. RPGs have hit landmark after landmark over the last decade. With so much groundbreaking stuff coming out seemingly every year then, it's only natural that some slip through the cracks despite having more than enough quality to stand next to their peers. With that in mind then, I'm Josh from WhatCulture.com, and these are the 10 best hidden gem RPGs of the last 10 years. Number 10, Kingdom Come Deliverance. Hardcore RPGs have always been a hard sell amongst mainstream audiences for, well, obvious reasons. I mean, it's right there in the name. While Dark Souls is easy enough to learn once you sit down and dedicate yourself to it, and is very good at making you want to do that, games like Kingdom Come Deliverance never really managed to thread that needle, leading to it falling by the wayside, at least if you weren't championing it since its crowdfunding days. However, if you like your RPGs to be as realistic as possible, then this is a game you need to track down. Set during the actual Middle Ages of Europe, the game follows a blacksmith as he struggles to complete his sword delivery for the local king. So to start, it's kind of like Fallout New Vegas, but with a lot more feces. This is a game that looks like Skyrim, but plays anything but. Everything in this title is a journey, and nothing is taken for granted. Want to be able to swing your sword and fight enemies? Well, you've got to put in the training. With dedicated systems that make the functions of this world as realistic as possible, you're going to have to throw away a lot of the gaming comforts that you probably didn't even realize you were used to. And if that sounds interesting to you, then you should definitely check out Kingdom Come. Number 9, The Sinking City. The Sinking City shouldn't work. A detective RPG set in the world of H.P. Lovecraft, this is a title as much about solving disturbing crimes as it is shooting eldritch beasties in the face. It's this oddball mix that makes it so charming though, especially if you're fond of the horrific mythology the legendary author created, but don't want to deal with the man's mad racism. Now, the reason why you might not have heard about this is that the issue with the game initially was essentially that it didn't work. The first release was plagued with bugs to the point where it was virtually unplayable, and as a result received a deserved critical kicking at the time. That was then though, and thanks to patches and a next-gen upgrade, the sinking city is better than it's ever been. If you want a distinct looking open world teeming with interesting stories, shady cults, and unknowable horrors, then this could be the game for you. Number 8, Realms of Magic. One of the joys of any RPG that gives the player any kind of freedom is showing the main story quest your favorite finger and going off to mess about with literally anything else. And Realms of Magic is one of those RPGs that not only knows this, but keeps score of how badly you are faffing about. Sure, you could go on this fun 2D pixelated adventure filled with bottomless customization options, fun characters, and witty writing. Or you could go and start a farm and completely ignore the encroaching darkness on the horizon. Realms of Magic is a mix of Stardew Valley and The Elder Scrolls, and is one of the deepest RPG experiences released in the past several years. The freedom given to you right at the start can be overwhelming, but as long as you pace yourself, Realms of Magic will suck you in and keep you compelled to keep playing however you like. Number 7, The Age of Decadence. If you love hardcore RPGs, but Kingdom Come's combat system is just a wee bit too jank for you, then Age of Decadence is the RPG you've been looking for. This thing is like the ultimate RPG rule breaker, throwing aside almost every established convention of the genre to give something wholly its own. The world of Age is unique, set in a world where the ancient evil never awakened, so humanity happily took up the job of destroying the world in its stead. It's a unique take on post-apocalypse, with all of the major story beats centering around trying to either keep what's left alive, or just burn it all down and start again. Whatever preconceptions you might have about RPGs, even hardcore ones, Age will probably subvert it. It will anger you, it will frustrate you, and you might not even like it or recommend it when all is said and done, but it will stay with you long after you finish. Number 6, Pathologic 2. Now, I don't want to fill this list exclusively with games that will probably break your spirit, but I simply can't talk about hidden gem RPGs without discussing the absurd, punishing weirdness of Pathologic 2. A kinda sequel, kinda remake of the original Pathologic, the game sees you exploring a town that's slowly succumbing to the plague. As a doctor, you were here to help, but thanks to the punishing survival mechanics, you simply can't help everyone, and hell, you don't want to get sick yourself, do ya? While a lot of RPGs boast having morally grey dilemmas, none quite match up to Pathologic, which will have you playing off politicians acting in their own interest, as well as more overtly supernatural outside forces. And even worse, there's only so many hours in the day, and there will be tasks and objectives you can't get around to, which will lead for some incredibly stressful time management where people's lives literally hang in the balance. This is a game that slaps you across the face and then makes you like it, acting as a wider commentary on video games themselves, as well as just generally being a fascinating idiosyncratic experience in its own right. If you've never heard of this series, I'd heartily recommend H-Bomber Guy's deep dive on the original game. It is a great introduction to this weird and wonderful world. Number 5, Haven. Now on to something completely different. A lot of RPGs, especially niche ones, can feel a little bit impersonal. While the stories might be good, the characters within that story might feel more like acquaintances instead of actual adventuring parties. So why not make a game where the character's relationship is the entire point? With that in mind, Haven centers on a pair of newlyweds named Kay and Yu, who have escaped their home planet but wound up crashed on a planet seemingly devoid of intelligent life. When they work to repair the ship, your job is to keep both of them and their budding love alive in this harsh environment. The combat mechanics, where you must control both Kay and Yu at the same time to defeat enemies, is both a fun and interesting spin on turn-based combat, as well as a good metaphor for their relationship. And that relationship is easily the best part of the game. I mean, it wouldn't even be on this list if it wasn't, as you get to know intimately both members of the couple as they go through the ups and downs of a relationship while surviving in this harsh world. Even better, the latest update added gender-swapped versions of both K and U, allowing you the option to play as either a gay or lesbian couple. Number 4, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. The closest entry on this list to breaking the mainstream, Dragon Ball Z Kakarot, the latest in a long line of Dragon Ball Z games that retell the world-famous manga through its most famous arcs, was hyped up like mad when it was coming out. And while it did make something of a splash when it was released, it was nowhere near previous contemporaries like Dragon Ball FighterZ. However, Kakarot does enough new with the concept to make it more than worth checking out. For one thing, it's a proper RPG, with a free roam world the player can explore at their leisure, instead of a fighting game telling the same story you've seen a million times in an uninterestingly linear fashion. The combat is smooth as butter while maintaining the weight, speed, and cataclysmic destruction one expects from a Dragon Ball Z punch-up, and if you're in need of a good anime fighting game / RPG and the 2D action of FighterZ just isn't scratching that itch, Kakarot should definitely be at the top of your list. Number 3, Greedfall. If you're lamenting the current state of BioWare and waiting anxiously for Dragon Age 4 to either confirm or sway your deepest fears about what EA has done to this once beloved company, then worry not, because you can get your fix with Greedfall. Relative newcomer Spider has created an epic RPG centered around being a badass fantasy pirate caught up in the politics of their equally badass fantasy world. With charming and complex companions by your side, you must slash, shoot, and magic your way to the truth of this One Piece going through a goth metal phase world. For the first major attempt by a new studio, Greedfall is one of the best RPGs of its year. And while mainstream audiences didn't give it the time of day, their loss can be your gain. I mean, come on, fantasy pirates are inherently cool, this is just science. Number 2, Star Renegades. Tactics RPGs have been a pretty hard sell to Western RPG fans who prefer to do things up close and personal. The best success stories like XCOM and Fire Emblem usually put some kind of twist on it to hook people. And Star Renegades
Nailed it. Perfect. I didn't get a buff. Okay, well, that's cute. My buffs aren't showing, I guess. I don't know. Let's log out real quick and then re-log. Fucking annoying.
does do something similar, with a spin on the Nemesis system from the Shadow of Mordor games, and an engaging roguelite progression system. Star Renegades' adversary system has enemy officers evolve as the game goes on, moving up in the ranks the longer they go without dying. And as your characters fall, the little robot buddy, JST-1N, or, Justin, goes to the next dimension to share combat data with the next generated batch of heroes. So, even if your party completely wipes, you never truly lose progress. As shown with games like Hades, this kind of roguelike system is easier for mainstream audiences to get behind, since it guarantees some kind of progression through the game. And Star Renegades is as good at balancing that as Hades is, and even better in some areas. Number 1, Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning. In terms of Western RPGs that deserved way more than what they got, few are as snubbed as Kingdoms of Amalur Reckoning. While it did manage to accrue enough of a cult following to get a re-release, neither made sufficient enough of a splash for anything to come of what should have been an amazing series of RPGs. This game, like all great RPGs, starts off with your character already thoroughly dead. Don't worry though, you get better, and in getting better, you'll learn that you have the ability to literally alter the course of fate itself. Events that were otherwise inevitable can now be thwarted, those seemingly destined to die can be saved, etc, etc. Obviously, such a setup kinda chooses your career path for you. So, newly resurrected and familiar with the awesome combat system, you set out to thwart a seemingly impossibly overwhelming enemy. Everything about this game on a technical and gameplay level runs like a Swiss watch, fussed over until it was just right. The only part it seems to stumble in, and why it probably denied the fandom given to, say, the BioWare library, was its character writing, which wasn't exactly earth-shattering. Despite that though, Kingdoms of Amalur is one of the best RPGs released in the past 10 years, and definitely one you should check out. With the re-release, you simply have no excuse. So, that's our list. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. Have you played any of these RPGs, or are there any better ones you would have included on here instead? Let me know, and while you're down there, could you please give us a like, share, subscribe, and head over to whatculture.com for more lists and news like this every single day. Even if you don't though, I've been Josh. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you soon.
New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez has been indicted on charges that he took bribes of cash, gold bars, and a luxury car for corrupt purposes, including using his influence over foreign affairs to benefit the Egyptian government. Investigators found $100,000 in gold bars and $480,000 in hidden cash at Menendez's house. Menendez's wife Nadine was also indicted along with 3 New Jersey businessmen. And perhaps most surprisingly, the charges are unrelated to the senator's 2016 criminal case, which ended with a hung jury. Menendez is the first active senator to be indicted for 2 different criminal cases, so congrats on making history again, Senator. Now, Menendez has already stepped down as chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, and his re-election campaign is now in doubt. And now, as of the time of this recording, roughly half of the Democrats in the Senate have called for Menendez's resignation. Now, this is a stark contrast to the last time that Menendez was under scrutiny, possibly because there's a Democratic governor of New Jersey who would appoint Menendez's replacement, which wasn't the case last time. So today we're going to talk about how the Supreme Court has made it harder for the Justice Department to prosecute public corruption, and just how brazen the Menendez corruption allegations appear to be. Now, as usual, keep in mind that the facts in the indictment are still allegations, and the government still has to prove its case. And here, this is something that the Justice Department knows all too well, because Senator Menendez, a Democrat, has been in DOJ's crosshairs since 2015. When a grand jury indicted him on 14 counts of bribery, wire fraud, making false statements, and conspiracy over favor of Florida eye doctor Solomon Melkin. Menendez stood trial for pressuring the government to resolve a medical billing dispute in Melkin's favor, securing visas for the doctor's girlfriends, and helping to protect the contract the doctor had to provide port screening equipment to the Dominican Republic. Now, the government argued at trial that Dr. Melkin's gifts and campaign contributions were part of an agreement between Menendez to proceed with government officials for Dr. Melkin on an as-needed basis over many years. For example, prosecutors tried to demonstrate a connection between a $60,000 donation to Menendez's legal defense fund and the New Jersey Democratic State Committee, and a request by Menendez the same day to meet with Ambassador William Brownfield about a cargo contract dispute involving Melkin. Menendez's defense was that he and Melkin were just good friends, and as we all know, very good friends, give each other lavish gifts, including free rides on private jets. Menendez did not initially disclose his private jet rides on his Senate ethics filings, but he amended them later. And this defense seemed to work for Menendez. When his case went to trial in 2017, jurors were deadlocked on most counts, and the trial judge finally declared a hung jury. And after the hung jury, District Judge William Walls granted the defense's motion for acquittal as to 7 of the 18 counts in the indictment. The judge made a distinction between campaign contributions and other things of value because the campaign contributions have increased First Amendment protection. And if the bribery involves campaign funds, the government has to prove an explicit quid pro quo, which requires evidence connecting the quid and the quo. Menendez accepted gifts, but the gifts weren't clearly predicated on political favors, as the argument goes, and some of Dr. Melkin's generosity arguably grew out of the friendship between the two men. The Justice Department dismissed the remaining charges against Menendez, but Dr. Melgen was convicted of 67 counts of healthcare fraud for stealing $73 million and sentenced to 17 years in prison.
Wow.
However, Donald Trump commuted Melgen's sentence in 2021.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
Is said to have
good.
played a small
The criminal
part in
protected
that
the criminal. Oh,
now,
good.
several federal statutes provide for federal prosecution of public corruption by elected officials, including RICO, the Hobbs Act, Travel Act, and bribery, mail, and wire fraud statutes.
They're gonna
There's
get him.
always been
He's behind
challenging to
all
prove
of it.
bribery and related crimes because often these crimes happen in secret backroom meetings with a wink and a nod. But proving these crimes is now a lot harder because of a series of decisions by the Supreme Court under Chief Justice John Roberts. And we can start with the 2010 case of Skilling versus United States, where the court narrowed the definition of honest services fraud under 18 U.S.C. 1346. In that case, former Enron CEO Jeffrey Skilling defrauded people who had a fiduciary duty by engaging in self-dealing instead of third party. And as a result, Skilling got 10 years knocked off of his prison sentence. The federal government saw its ability to go after public corruption. In the Skilling case, the honest services statute was interpreted to apply only to kickbacks and bribes, and didn't prescribe undisclosed self-dealing by a private employee. That is, the taking of official action by the employee that furthers his own undisclosed financial interest while reporting to act on the interests of those for whom he has a fiduciary duty. The Roberts Court dealt another blow to public corruption efforts in its 2016 decision in McDonald versus United States. In that case, the court reversed the corruption conviction of the former governor of Virginia, Bob McDonald, who had accepted gifts from a political donor who wanted to do business with the state, including $175,000, clothing, a Ferrari, and Rolex. The Supreme Court vacated the convictions because McDonald's actions were not considered official acts under the statutory definition of that term. In the McDonald case, Johnny Williams was the owner of a Virginia company called Star Scientific, which was developing a supplement called Anatomy. Star Scientific used to be a cigarette company, but in 2012 it rebranded itself as a technology innovator, promoting a dietary supplement containing tobacco. I mean, just straight out of The Simpsons. Williams met McDonald during his re-election campaign for governor of Virginia. Williams pitched his tobacco supplement to McDonald, expressing his desire that public universities get research grants to study all the benefits of Anatomy. McDonald introduced Williams to Virginia's Secretary of Health and Human Resources. A couple months later, McDonald's wife Maureen suggested that Williams sit with her at a campaign rally. And as a thank you, Williams purchased her $20,000 worth of clothing. McDonald's and Williams then met at the governor's mansion to discuss the parameters of research studies. Governor McDonald and his wife were having some serious money problems at the time. Maureen told Williams that her husband had a message for him. "It's okay for me to help you, but I need you to help me." Williams got the message and gave the couple $65,000. And McDonald set up meetings for Williams with state agencies. Williams let the McDonalds use his vacation house and drive his Ferrari. When Maureen suggested that her husband would really like a Rolex, Governor McDonald got a Rolex. And the governor delivered on his promises to help Williams. In 2011, he set up a lunch with university researchers and Williams with a goal of launching an Anablock. McDonald spoke to the researchers about the scientific validity of the supplement, whether or not there was any reason to explore this further, and if it might be something good for the Commonwealth. Governor McDonald then asked for a $50,000 loan. Maureen McDonald emailed her husband's counsel, urging them to get this going, and the governor held a second reception for the university researchers. McDonald even suggested that Virginia offer an Anablock on the state's employee health care plan. Williams then gave the McDonald's another loan and took them on a vacation. Federal prosecutors indicted McDonald in 2014 for honest services fraud and extortion under the Hobbs Act. Now, the biggest issue was whether McDonald received anything of value in return for being influenced in the performance of an official act. The bribery statute defines an official act as, quote, any decision or action on any question, matter, cause, suit, proceeding, or controversy which may at any time be pending or which may by law be brought before any public official in such official's official capacity or in such official's place of trust or profit. The Supreme Court overturned McDonald's conviction, writing that, quote, in the government's view, official act specifically includes arranging a meeting, contacting another public official, or hosting an event without more concerning the subject, including broad policy issues such as Virginia's government. But the Supreme Court said that was simply too broad. It could stifle all constituent services and chill the actions of politicians. Though, to be fair to the government's position, the statute literally uses the word any several times, and the plain text of the statute doesn't include any limited language. But the Supreme Court construed the words question and matter narrowly. According to the court, for the government to prove its case, there needed to be something more before an event, meeting, or speech related to a pending question or matter became an official decision or action. The court said that the something more could be McDonald taking action or making a decision on a qualifying step toward an official act, using an official position to exert pressure on another official to perform an official act, or providing advice to another official, knowing or intending that such advice would form the basis for an official act by another official. But the Supreme Court made a distinction between simply expressing support and exerting pressure on another official. The court decided that setting up these meetings where Williams could push the supplements was not really the decision action. So the court overturned the conviction and remanded the case to the Fourth Circuit to decide whether McDonald's other actions were official acts under the new definition. And the Justice Department, specifically a prosecutor known as Jack Smith, elected to drop the case. Now, obviously, based on all this, Senator Menendez is going to need a good lawyer. If you want a great lawyer, my firm, the Eagle Team, will help. If you've been in a car crash, suffered a data breach, or have a workers' comp issue, we can represent you or help find you the right lawyer we can. Now, it's important to talk to the lawyer right away so you get the best consultation. So just click on the link in the description for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. The link is down. Now back to it. And the McDonald case has had a profound tangible impact on public corruption charges. After McDonald, criminal charges were dismissed against Dean Skelos, the former New York Senate Majority Leader, Sheldon Silver, the former New York Assembly Speaker, and William Jefferson, a Louisiana congressman who stored $90,000 in bribe money in his office freezer. And in 2020, the Supreme Court dismissed charges against 2 aides to former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie over the Bridgegate scandal. And in 2022, the court overturned the conviction of Joseph Percoco, an aide to New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. Percoco took $35,000 in exchange for helping to facilitate a real estate development. So you can see that these decisions made it much, much harder to go after public bribery. And so why would the government pursue charges against Bob Menendez now? Well, because Menendez's alleged conduct, which started less than a year after he escaped conviction on bribery charges, was just so brazen that prosecutors think that they can prove their case. And is one of the reasons that they are charging him with a bunch of crimes that are not actual bribery itself, but things related to bribery. Now, the Menendez indictment names 4 co-defendants: his wife Nadine, Will Hanna, Jose Uribe, and Fred Dybus. Menendez started dating Nadine Arslanian immediately after he won his earlier corruption case. He proposed to her after a year of dating by singing a song from The Greatest Showman, and I regret to inform you that we have video footage. The indictment says that while they were dating, Nadine introduced Menendez to Will Hanna, who she had known for years. When the couple met, Nadine was apparently unemployed. Will Hanna had been an import-export guy with Egypt and a friend of Nadine's for a long time, but we don't know many details about their connection. The FBI discovered thousands of text messages between Hanna and Nadine on Hanna's phone. Shortly after she told Hanna that she was dating Menendez, the two got to work introducing the senator to Egyptian officials. Hanna also connected Nadine with Jose Uribe, a New Jersey businessman who already had a fraud conviction. Menendez also had a relationship with the other defendant, Fred Dybus, a real estate developer. In 2018, the feds charged Dybus with obtaining loans under false pretenses from a bank that he founded. Dybus is one of Menendez's top fundraisers. The indictment alleges that the couple accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars of bribes in exchange for using Menendez's power and influence as a senator to seek to protect and enrich Hanna, Uribe, and Dybus, and to benefit the Arab Republic of Egypt. Those bribes included cash, gold, payments toward a home mortgage, compensation for low or no-show job, luxury vehicle, and other things of value. In June of 2022, the FBI executed a search warrant on Menendez's home. Over $480,000 in cash, much of it stuffed into envelopes and hidden in clothing closets in a safe, was discovered in the home, along with over $70,000 in Nadine Menendez's safe.
What are these people doing? They're robbing us and leaving.
Fingerprints and or DNA
They're stealing
of
from
Dybus
us and leaving.
Driver.
That's where all the
Other
money
cash was
went.
found on jackets actually bearing the name Senator Bob Menendez, as you can see in that photograph. The search also turned up gold bars. The indictment alleges that Menendez took a series of official acts to benefit the Egyptian government and enrich his co-defendants. Menendez was then the ranking member of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee and subsequently became the chair. Now, the status gave him influence over the executive branch's decisions to provide foreign military sales, foreign military financing, and other aid or support for the benefit of the government of Egypt. And here's just one example of a potential quid pro quo. In exchange for promising to use his power and authority to facilitate weapons sales and financing to Egypt, Hanna promised, among other things, to put Nadine Menendez on the payroll of his company in a low or no-show job. And apparently Menendez's help went well beyond advocating for more military aid for Egypt. He actually promised to get non-public information regarding the number and nationality of people who worked at the U.S. Embassy in Cairo. Quote, although this information was not classified, it was deemed highly sensitive because it could pose significant operational security concerns if disclosed to a foreign government or if made public. Menendez obtained the information and then, without telling his professional staff, his Senate colleagues, or the State Department that he was doing so, texted that information to Nadine. And here's that text message. Just FYI, a number of Americans, a combination of diplomats, commercial service, USAID, other number of Egyptians, locally employed staff, this is what's at American Embassy. And summary of ratio are Egyptians working at Embassy. Now this is incredibly serious because he potentially revealed the identities of people who might have been working counterintelligence undercover. Nadine Menendez passed that information to Hannah, who passed it along to an Egyptian official. Later in May of 2018, Menendez had dinner with Hannah and gave him non-public information about military aid to Egypt, prompting Hannah to text an Egyptian official the following information. Quote, the ban on small arms and ammunition to Egypt has been lifted. That means sales can begin. This will include sniper rifles and other articles. Now, it should be noted that the government of Egypt is known as being relatively authoritarian with a poor human rights record. Though Menendez might argue that he wasn't alone in trying to push aid for Egypt. At the time that these events went down, President Trump had expressed support for President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, who was seeking the power to remain in office until 2034. And other senators obviously agreed with the military package. But Menendez was the chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee, and he was allegedly acting in secret without notifying his colleagues. And his activities on behalf of the Egyptian government included ghostwriting a letter seeking to convince other senators to lift a hold on $300 million to Egypt. And here's an example of Menendez flexing his power as chair. After meeting with Egyptian officials and Nadine, Menendez texted Nadine, quote, tell Will I am going to sign off on the sale to Egypt today. Egypt, 46,120 millimeter target practice rounds and 10,000 rounds tank ammunition, 99 million. Note, these tank rounds are for tanks they have had for many years. They are using these in the Sinai for the counterterrorism campaign. Now, in the McDonald case, the Supreme Court ruled that prosecutors can't demonstrate official acts just through chronology alone. However, there are several instances where there appeared to be a very close nexus between Menendez's acts and the payments. For example, he gave Nadine, quote, a copy of a news article reporting on questions that other U.S. senators intended to ask Egyptian officials, 5 regarding a human rights issue. A few days later, Menendez met with the Egyptian official, and 2 days after the trial, Hannah purchased 22 one-ounce gold bars, each with a unique serial number. 2 of these one-ounce gold bars were subsequently found during the court-authorized search in June 2022 at the residence of Menendez and Nadine Menendez. So that's an instance of Menendez helping to prepare an Egyptian official to answer questions from his colleagues, and then being rewarded quickly, possibly with actual gold bars. And Menendez can't really use the friend defense on this one either. And this isn't Justice Thomas hanging out with his wealthy friend on a luxury yacht. Menendez was accepting gold bars and hiding them in his clothes. And another problem for Menendez is that his wife seemed to be pretty bold in asking for money. When a news article reported that the US government would send $2.5 billion in military aid to Egypt, Nadine allegedly sought a kickback. She forwarded a link to the news article to Hannah, writing, Bob had to sign off on this. The indictment says that Hannah, Uribe, and Dibus complied with her request by giving the couple hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, I'm happy with this. Come on, man. What the fuck, man? Let's go. The fuck's your problem? Just warp. I swear to God, you do this all the time. Fucking warp. Let's go. Need box. Totally full, yeah. That's good. Okay, guys, it's ECR time. ECR time. Fire staff, nice. Fire staff's good. So what the fuck, man? I can't pop those. God damn it, I can't open these containers for some reason. I'm like glitched. Fucking so annoying. Where did you? I better just give it the bag. Fuck it, I was late. Hi guys, I love you. My voice is so gone. I can't talk. I can't talk. I'm trying. Ah! Yeah, what's up, Loaded Pine? Yes, yeah. Yeah, or the opening of Dragonflight. Opening of Dragonflight was like this, but they didn't stay that way. Yeah, it's very fun. Yeah, Dragonflight launch was very good. Yeah. Yeah. I thought Dragonflight launch was going to be the future, but the expansion didn't deliver. The expansion didn't have gameplay like that. That was the most fun I've ever had in an MMORPG. Sorry, I lost my voice today. I'm gonna bring my my microphone closer so I don't have to yell, so you guys can hear me. Yeah, Dragonflight was the most fun I've ever had, like on an MMORPG. I have difficulty with it. Maybe if I talk louder like this, it's where I can talk like this really well. But any lower and I struggle, it hurts my throat if I just shouldn't talk at all. Yeah, I didn't want to go. Now, I think hardcore could be fun, but I don't think I want to go back to WoW's RPG system anymore. I don't want to go back to targeting ever again. Which is why I'm a little bit worried about I'm a little bit worried about Ashes of Creation, because I don't I don't know I don't know about tab targeting anymore. I want my games to be skill based like this. So I'll play this until something better comes along. Maybe PAX Day or I don't know. We'll see. Let's change the music. Hi guys, I love you. I do see that there's 6 people here, and I love you. Screamed myself today about Windows. My old friend Windows. So I'm not going to talk very much. I'm gonna go. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Much better. Had to pee so bad. There we go. I made 1,000 gold off this so far. What the hell? Fuck are they? What the fuck are those guys doing? Why are we fighting? Like, that's so weird. Some kind of purple push or something. Oh my god. Come on, man. God damn it. God damn it, what'd you do here? Oh no. Oh. Yeah. Fuck, did I go the wrong fucking way, maybe? It's really kind of the same, sort of. Ooh, Prisma Bloom. This way was more money. Course, nice. Oh, come on. Oh, I should have kept that. God damn it, it's fine. Is that a golden scarab? It was. These are like 5,000 gold. I'm gonna sell them. Never mind, I want to keep all that stuff. That stuff will all sell. Yeah, yeah. But the jewels, yeah, and all that stuff, yeah, all that stuff can dump. But I came up on like 10,000 gold right here. There's 5,000, and I think that's like 1,000 each. Yeah, I think I have like 10,000 gold worth of stuff right now. I didn't really like. Oh well, that's okay. I'll try to get to them for maybe the last epic chest. Maybe, I don't know. Devourer. Nice. All necklaces. Fucking sweet. I wonder if one of them's an upgrade, or I'm sorry, there was yeah, but it's still money. There's money. There's like, I definitely made like 10,000 gold on this run. I had the best loot I might maybe ever got on a run. For some reason. Jesus Christ, I'm just not gonna die. Go up the stairs up a bit. What's up, career shooter? How you doing? I hope you enjoy in New World Epic Chess Run. Oh, I'm blighted. Shit, I am blighted. Heal, 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 and then gotta get up and get to my potions, which are here. Blighted, use, blighted, use. There it is, there it is. Yep. Ooh, fragments of musket. Nice. Hope you guys are having a wonderful weekend. If I'm not talking much, it's because my throat, I kind of screamed too much today and hurt my throat. But yeah. Ooh. can hatch it. Not bad, not bad. God damn it. Dan, stop. Damn it, why are you doing that? Ooh, lots of humble shows. Excuse me. Wait, did I go to the wrong one? Yeah. Swear to God, that was all glitchy. Fuck. Oh no! Oops. What were they doing in there? Air essence, not bad. Some good money right there. Oh god, I hope I'm not full. No, we already did this one. Broken hatchet, not bad. Hi, I love you. What's up? Oh. What the fuck? Well, I mean... What the fuck? Thank you. Wait, did you... Oh, no. Did you spawn me in the wrong place? Oh, you fucking did. You fucking dick. You fucking dick, dude. So annoying. And now I lost my fucking comfort. My thing. Oh. My god, look at all this loot. For fuck's sake, man. I'm totally stuffed with loot. I don't want to deal with it, honestly. Oh my god, shut the fuck up. So anyways, now I gotta go out there, huh? Or no, I'm full. I have to go to fucking, I don't know, where did I unlock? I unlocked Yeah, there. My God, did I need all that? I mean, I didn't know if I need all that. Oh, I keep busting fucking jewelry by mistake. Dear God, just dump it all. I really don't care. Get it off me. I don't care about this. I frankly don't care about all that. Yeah. Man, world tours make you rich. Let's go sell all that. Flame cores and... Where's the market here? It's like... north. It's upstairs? That's so stupid. Oh, God. Nice. My gear score is 553 now. That's not bad. Coming up pretty quick. Okay, so let's go down to trade materials, right? These are... Oh, no, I want to sell my items of this sort of stuff, yeah, and then sort it all the way to the bottom. And I want to find the really fancy stuff like that. 8. I'll take 8, sure. Fancy shell... 45, sure. Water essence, 14, sure. Corrupted shard, 290. 350, not bad. I'll take this money, man. Take this money. Chunk of corrupted matter, 3. I'll take the buy order. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, it's good. Golden Scarab, $7.98. They've gotten cheaper. Wow, I used to be at a lot of money for this. $7.98 though. I want it. Yeah, I'll take it. $7.98 is good. Yeah. 4 cents. Yeah, never mind. Urn of Lost Essence, $6.64. Corrupted Sigil. Iron corrupted casing, 428. Take 428, yeah. Oh, loose coin. Okay, I'll just stack it then. Timeless Gauntlet Shard, whatever the fuck that is. 578. I'll take it. Fragmented Musket. I thought I had way more than one of these. Oh no, I guess so. I guess, yeah. I want to put a buy order to compete with this guy, just because I think he's got a good idea. But I'm going to pay a decent amount. I'll pay like 10 cents. Right? And I'll take 700 of them. Nope, I'll take more than that. It's less. I'll pay more. I'll pay... Powerful creatures, containers, and rare. Perhaps they can be integrated into a new frame. I don't think this is a good item. I'm not going to do conjecture on it. Broken Blade. See, they don't have value. Star Metal Botanist. Ectoplasm. Broken Hatchets. Iron Pocket Watch. Those sell. Get a... Iron Insignia for 14. Yep, got 2 of them. It's not bad. Drop a Withered Essence. That's weird because the people are selling this for cheaper than the buy order. So there could be some money made right there. Withered Essence. We're gonna pull it. Withered Essence, right? Yeah, take a look at Violet Withered Essence, right? Or is it Violet or Drop? I think it was Drop. You know, it was Drop. Yeah, there it is, Drop. Yeah, Drop is 69. I'll take these because just by rote their money. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna get the gold for these, so I'm just gonna resell them now. But whatever, we're going back down to this and selling them again. Corrupted Crest. Violet Suspended Azoth selling at $5.99 each. Go. Sugar, a lot of it. Sugar used to be worth a lot, but it's not anymore. It used to be. It's weird. Yeah, those are going for what, 7 gold? Yeah, I don't know. The listing fee is basically not worth it. Could get a little higher here. Like what's Hyssop at right now? 38 cents and 45. I mean, yeah. $0.38. These things will sell. I was gonna stuff them all in a box. I think I posted the main things that I wanted to see for profit here. Because I spent some money. God damn, I spent some money. Like right quick I did too. I bought a guitar. It was 3,000 gold, but I wanted it. Yeah, this was a good run. Got a lot of stuff. I'm gonna stuff the box with it, I guess. I don't know what I'm gonna do with all this, but around like the 4th day of the expansion or something like that, I'm gonna post big time, make some real money. I'm gonna wait. I think they'll glut the market, and I think people will buy, and then the prices will go up, and that's when I'll sell. Oh yeah, those 6 flame cores. Let's go see if those sell. I forgot about that. Go sell the flame core right quick. Flame core. 35 gold each, yep. So sell flame cores. Yeah, look at that. So this guy's selling 5 of these for 35 gold a piece, but I can sell the buy order. Look at that. I'll buy his flame cores. Free money. Yeah, he's an idiot. I'll take all 5 of them. Boom, gone. Now we go look for flame cores. Where's those flame cores at? The fuck, man. Alright, and then we fill this fucking buy order for 40. Yeah? 418 gold right there. Good money, you know what I'm saying? Fuck yeah, do some conjecture here and make some money right quick. Yeah, I mean, really, but no, I want to save this stuff and sell it later. They'll be burning through it, and I don't think people understand the sheer amounts of it. I filled this whole thing so fast. That's what she said. What you said. Oh my god, look at all those fucking potions. Okay, guys, so I'm getting towards the last bit of my shift. I've been working for about 10 hours now, and I'm going to pause to eat. So I'm sorry if the breakneck pace kind of ended there, but we are going to pause here for a bit and watch a video together, and I'm going to pause to eat something. I'm not sure what. Well, yeah. Man, some of that stuff is like, I don't know if that'll sell, but that stuff is good. Yeah, there's like a lot of good stuff here. God damn. I want to sort by eye level and look through here for like a really good great sword, and I think the great sword that I have is good. I'm fairly sure it is. So I am going to switch to great sword. That's a 590 ring. It is a 590 ring, but it's weird how it's 590, but yeah. That ring will sell, I bet. But it's BOP. I don't know why it's BOP. It seems weird that it's BOP. But yeah. So yeah, as you can tell, I have kind of low blood sugar. I'm going to pause here and eat. So let's watch an interesting video. We'll switch over here to a YouTube video, and we will watch something. What shall we watch? I don't know. Let's see what's on the YouTubes. Let's see what this thing spins up for me. See if there's anything that's good. He strongly recommends Cyberpunk and Phantom Liberty. I don't know about that. How this psycho YouTuber ruined his life in 7 minutes. This is financial advice. How to build a perfect starter base in Rust. Yeah, but it's like, what do you mean perfect? Yeah, like sure.
This is my favorite starter base in Rust, and this is how I built it.
That's what I've been trying to see. There, that's, yeah, yep. Yep. And, yep, there it is. Very simple. I like William. He's good. Yeah, it's probably the design I'll use. Yeah, first is a jump up, second floor. Yeah, and they just have to like go through a whole bunch of shit.
Classic single door airlock for that early game protection.
I think I would do something with shotgun trap drop downs though. I mean, he's doing it though, yeah.
Concrete barricades on the roof because we can. Finally, upgrade the core to sheet metal. A perfect little 8 rocket base for Wipe Day.
8 rocket base
for
Wipe Day.
Make sure to subscribe if you want to see more builds.
It was good. Perfect starter base by William. I have to remember. Yeah, I kind of want to screw around on Rust, I think. So I will do the login while I watch this video, and yeah, I dumped all this loot, and this was a good new world session. We got an expansion coming. I have to do all this like quest stuff, but I'd rather do it during the day. Saturday, 10 p.m. Yeah, I think might play some Rust, I think. I don't know. I have a lot of work to do. I have to get my heart gem, and this is how you get the heart gem, and it's a pain in the ass. So yeah, I think I will finish out by doing questing tonight. For the last 3 hours, I'll just do questing on New World and try to get my heart gem, because it's definitely a fucking grind. It's something I need to do.
This is my favorite starter.
I wish I could make it big.
And this is how I built it.
Yeah, so it's like
Furnace is a jump up, and it's on
yeah.
the floor. Classic
wow, those
single
little
airlock for that early game protection.
It's fucking good. But it's also like, it's kind of like very meta. I would do a modified of it, where as opposed to making it any bigger than the beginning. That beginning is actually perfect for what I'm looking for with the shotgun trap drop down. It's fucking perfect. So yeah, we'll finish with New World, I guess. Yeah, so I'll pause and I'll watch a video here. Normally I would watch the skill up video, but I don't like Cyberpunk. I've tried to like Cyberpunk. I don't like Cyberpunk. I'm not gonna watch that video. Okay.
Today I'm challenging two builders with varying hours to build a base fit for an offline raid. Offline
17,000, 1,000 hours. Wow.
is the most
I'm gonna go pee and then get something to eat and I'll be right
let's
back.
see what my builders can do with 45 minutes and unlimited resources. Apart from HQM, I am limiting them to 500 HQM. The goal for the
500?
raiders is to find the golden egg hidden next to the tool cupboard, and while they don't have a time limit, they do have a boom limit in a sense. But first, let's get the builders to do the 2x1 challenge. As always, I'll be rating them on their build speed and the quality of the 2x1. Let me know what your thoughts are on these builds below, and also subscribe. It's free. Do it. So, how many hours do you have in Rust?
1,000.
About 1,000.
Awesome.
Okay. How many bases do you think you've built in your 1,000 hours?
Too many.
Too many.
This game has destroyed my life.
You've got the doors, the locks, and everything on you, yeah? Three locks, two doors. The TC.
Yeah.
And you got stone and wood to build with, yeah?
Yeah.
Good luck. Okay.
Wow.
Pretty good time. Struggling to get the door on, I see. Ooh, remember to place the ceiling piece. I like that. Tell me when you're done, by the way.
Time.
Right, what on earth is going on here? So, wait, so you've got an airlock, you've got the TC. It is a 2x1, kind of, but the triangle just wasn't where I expected it to be. What is the purpose of the shelf here? You put like chogging traps or
Storage and traps.
Storage and traps. Okay. You didn't lock the TC. You didn't think TC was locking?
You saw nothing.
Do you build it like this because you plan to expand it out and live in it, or?
I don't usually build 2x1s. A lot of the time, when I build, I'll just build random designs.
And you play solo, or?
I generally don't like 2x1s. About 3-4 of us now.
Well, I don't mind the base. Like, it's not bad. It's not the best I've seen. In terms of points, here's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna dock you a point for not locking the TC. I'm also gonna dock you a point for not placing the TC in the corner correctly, because it's not actually right in the corner. As you can see, there's quite a gap on the left side there. You can actually see it's placed at a slight angle. So I'm gonna give you I like the shelf as well. I don't know if I'm gonna give you a 7 or an 8. Let's do this.
My building hammer was in the queue. No.
It's still crafting?
Yeah, I had everything crafted. God damn it. Take time penalty for that. God damn it. Everything was still crafted. It's vanilla craft times. Come
Of course
on.
it's vanilla craft times.
God
It's a
damn.
vanilla 2x1 you're building.
Yeah.
Oh, you actually placed the thing this time.
Yeah, I actually pasted it this time. God damn
Have
it.
you got a hammer yet? Christ.
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm just cooking something.
Oh, you remember the ceiling this time. Very nice.
Oh yes, baby. Like, everything else is crafting, so I can only work as fast as the game will allow me.
Mate, why are you crafting it? You've literally got fucking admin. Spawn it all
Because
in.
I'm.
Oh my
I
god!
forgot.
Start again.
I
Start
forgot.
again.
That's a 2x1. Oh no. Yeah, it is.
Oh, didn't upgrade the frame. Don't know if you spotted that or not. Oh, and he's placed the TC wrong because it can't do the shelf now.
It's like Stylosa. He's doing Stylosa for Rust. He's like, your game sense is garbage.
Time. Okay. Well, you spent all that time getting this thing done at the back and then didn't actually make the shelf.
God damn it!
I was like, he's putting the TC
And
in
I
the
put it on the wrong
place.
side. God damn it! And do you know what? This goes against my whole Creos because I never put a TC on that side.
I will say your TC's placed better than last time, but it's still not there, man.
No, right. It looks different in no clip. Come out of no clip. I swear to God.
I just don't know if you could fit a frame in because it's not quite. In the right
We can always give it a go.
We can give it a go. Yeah, why not?
Nah, it's not gonna fit.
No, just off.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, in terms of like build quality, I would probably this time give you
a fair rating.
I would comfortably give you an 8. I would very comfortably give you an 8, which I think is one higher than last time.
Yeah.
I'm more tempted to give you a 9. Here are the scores for the 2x1 speed build. Hammer definitely is not a quick builder, which may be a bit of an issue for him soon when he's got 45 minutes to build something that's going to get offline. Next up, I gave them free roam of the map to decide where to build. Hammer wanted to build right where he placed the 2x1 because he had high ground and it was a good location on the map.
So I like the cold for defending because it just drains the meds of the enemy, where I can have comfort to counteract that. That generally won't. We're really close to the green resources, water, super important, decent Radtan power plant bandit, and the cold for farming. Like, this is exactly where I'd build on this map.
An RPG decided to build on an iceberg because he thought it would make it super difficult for raiders, which isn't entirely wrong. Unfortunately, the iceberg he chose was absolutely colossal, and I don't think he's going to have time to put a compound or anything down, but we'll see how he does.
I'm just toying with the idea. I think I'm going to change my idea. I'm going to iceberg.
You're going to iceberg
extra spice it, yeah.
See, that's what I like to hit.
Let's get content. Wow.
So on the bases you build, like how successful would you say your bases are? Like, do you think that do you get raided a lot? Do you defend a lot? Like, what kind of team size do you need to get a good base down?
Yeah, to get a good base down, I would like to have at least 6 people.
What do you think about like the current
6
state
people.
of like Rust bases? Do you think that there is something that every base needs to be good? Do you think that every base has pointless things on it that people add for no reason?
Oh, God,
do you think
yeah,
people
there's
just
flair.
copy and paste what they see online and don't really think about it? They just practice a good build and don't actually understand why it's good.
Yeah, they don't even know how to use it. They'll have half gaps, wide gaps, disconnectable TCs. They don't know why they're using it. And we've raided so many people and they don't use their defenses. They either hide in their core and try and rocket you, which I'm guilty of. I've done that tons of times.
They don't get gear sets and stuff in the right places then, so they've got the gaps, they've got the peaks, they've got the online defend potential, but because they don't understand the base, they can't prepare. Like, you need bedrooms, you need lockers, and they don't do any of that. So they understand that they got a good base, but they don't know how to take advantage of it. You don't have a TC, do you? Oh, you dead?
Yeah.
Did you place it, stare right at it, and just get shot in the face?
Can we pause my time? Because I don't know.
Oh,
Can you
wow.
teleport me?
The whole base is a maze of honeycomb and garage doors, shotgun traps, random little chutes that lead to nothing. I don't even know which way is up. Where am I? I'm flying back out just to come back in again. I'd probably hit it from the side, a random side. I'd probably hit it like here, for example. This will take me to nothing but honeycomb, kind of as expected. I'd probably hit it again, and boom, I'm in a doorway, luckily. That's very lucky. And then I'd see the HQ and be like, fuck me. And I'd
Just
know
eating
I'm
dinner,
in an
guys.
expensive raid, because you have to go through that HQ. And when you go through this HQ, there's another wall and another doorway that leads to nothing. And then maybe I can go up here, but there's another door, and this leads to garage doors. I mean, it's just not clear where anything is. Oh, and I've just found I think the way down that might take me to core. Oh, and this is sealed off, which also takes me nowhere. Yeah, this is a maze. Like, this is actually a maze. Like, I've literally just used like 40 C4 and got to the middle and got nowhere. Yeah, I'd probably be half tempted to blow up, and then that would literally just take me back out of the base again. What on earth is going on here? Yeah,
just a couple of jalapeno poppers.
About 3 different designs, and they're all pretty
Jalapeno poppers.
The functionality is good, but at the same time, if someone's watched the same tutorial, they're going to know exactly where your TC is. So.
Yeah, well, that's true.
I haven't had them in like a year, so I really wanted them.
Watching people build these same bases. What do you
I
think?
crave these things.
Needs? Like, what makes a base good?
Yeah.
Predictability.
So, it's to have it different every time, basically.
Yeah, you play.
I don't know if you eat fatty fried food like this, so it's, you know, a nice treat.
And you can just become an easy target.
So as I said earlier, the builders will have 45 minutes and unlimited resources. They can place as many auto turrets as they want, as many fake loot rooms, etc, etc, but it does have to be a functioning base, something you could use for a wipe in a regular Rust server. And obviously they have 500 HQM, so they can't just HQM the entire base. Now that the bases have been complete, here is how they look side by side. We've got 1,000 hours versus 17,000 hours.
Wow.
The raiders are going to get equal amount of boom for both bases. As you can see on screen right now, you got 2.5 rows of rockets, 2 stacks of Explo, and 8 C4 just to start with. If this isn't sufficient, there are small boxes with additional boom in. There are 6 stacks of rockets, a stack of Explo, and another 4 C4 per box. So at the end of the video, I'll tell you guys how many boxes they used and also how much explosives they used. The boom I've put together here isn't entirely random. They'll be raiding one base after the other, so they get 2 large boxes with exactly the same amount of materials in, and one of these boxes should be enough to get to the golden egg in the TC room. But let's see how they do. Raiding today, we have one of my patrons, Town, who has 6,000 hours in Rust, and Sora, who has 16,500. They're both very experienced, so let's see how they do together. You're offlining that base, and you want to get to the TC because you just want to grief them. You don't care about the loot, right? That's the scenario. You just want to get to core TC, and you want to grief the base. There's only one TC, there's no externals. And the less boom you use, the better, because then you get to go do another raid. If, for whatever reason, you run out of boom or you die...
Oh my god, you missed, you fucking idiot. Never mind, it was a HV. Never mind, if it's HV, it's fine.
Beautiful.
Wow.
57% here, and then there's 40s everywhere else. So this tells me that straight down here is sealed off. So TC's in this triangle, in my opinion.
No, that's going to be a bunker.
That was one hell of a prediction. What you're doing right now is exactly how I told the builder how I would rate it.
Yep.
Technically, these would be loot rooms.
Yeah, they probably would be. Ah. They're going through this now. I'd be tempted to just hit these garage doors, and if they keep going, I think they will actually get to the TC.
Hey, there's a garage door without a key lock on it, and I just opened it.
That's good.
Oh, wait, hold on. Can I open garage doors? I think because we're in the team, I can open garage doors.
No, I just don't think they're locked.
Oh, they're not locked.
That's a win! That's what I would do.
That's a big W, yeah,
Well,
nice.
Let's go with it.
No, to be honest, this is exactly how I would have done it
What's
so
the
far.
stability in the grounds here?
They're even checking stabilities.
Well, this one's 80. What's this one?
What do you guys think of the base so far? Do you think this is the high hour builder or the low hour builder?
This is definitely a low hour builder.
Okay, so what are you thinking?
They're gonna try and break that HQ door, I reckon. But they might not realize it's just a shoot, same as the other side. It would make sense that that's another shoot though, because this was the other shoot.
The exact same again, but the armored.
It's a good guess, to be fair. I would go garage doors at this point. I would go up and I would just start blowing all these fucking doors up.
I'm 100% convinced this is the high hour base because of how, like, I feel like as somebody who's new, they're gonna put a base down, and if they're gonna build something like this, they're gonna expand on a smaller base, like a 2x1 or a 2x2.
Everything
so
is
the PC's gonna be on the first floor.
If they just hit this, right? If they'd have hit the base from this side instead of that side, if they hit it here, they'd have been straight into TC instantly. That's incredible. Literally, they've opened up the base on this half. If they just did the same on the other half, they would
have got straight to TC. Wow.
Oh my god. Sora's using that big brain of his. If he breaks that, he's going to clock on.
All around these corners is all drop downs.
It's already open. It's already unlocked. Oh, they're even going to see the auto turret coming. Oh, maybe they noticed that.
Okay.
We got
One need insane rocket. One need
Okay,
insane
hold
rocket.
on. Oh.
Solid. Good shots. They have 18 rockets, and they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Oh, no.
6 garage doors, 1 HQM door, and another HQM door to go through, and that's the TC up there. See, they're going to go through each garage door now.
See, I think we're onto something here. Because now we're in the outer side. And there was a turret.
Are these all high qual?
Damn.
Yeah, it's far cheaper to go left here.
I think so.
Oh, I'm
yeah.
so glad. I'm so glad they've decided to do that. Do that. Yes, yes, yes. Keep going garage doors. Come on, come on. Splash that, and keep going garage doors, please. Yeah, he's trying to splash that door as much as possible there. Now, if they just go 4 more doors, they're in. They just don't know it.
Wait, let's go down.
And the floors, because we want to open them down too.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, they're going to need more boom now as well. They don't even know it yet. Oh,
Here is the last one.
I don't even want to see the look on their face when they get down here.
Yep.
I'll risk it for the biscuit. I thought that. On life. Top down still wouldn't have been as effective.
I'm just saying, so at the end of this, if the TC's on the top floor and we would have seen it from blowing in, I'm just going to be like, goddamn.
It's a half floor, look. You can look up, it's a fucking half floor.
That's not the full roof though. There's another half up.
That's it?
It could be pancake there. See, this path we're on is going to go all the way around it, and every one of these going down is, it just screams bait to me. I don't know why.
Bait?
A very experienced builder, and they knew that, like, a typical raider would follow the route that we did.
My god, the double bluff. The double bluff. Oh, I can see the cogs turning. I can see why. I see why Tolb's saying what he's saying.
You want to just go up there and what you're looking to do? Because they're all half floor right there.
No, I agree with the half floor right there.
I would have been mad. I would have been like, nope.
So
No, that's
what I
wrong.
would suggest is we call it a bust in this base and not blow the rest.
That was HP rocket.
Yeah,
The wall was funny.
obviously, we're going to take a lot of time.
Would
probably
you
a lot of
would
stuff.
you like to call it? Are you giving up?
I don't personally think so, but if he wants to, I'm with him.
I mean, how much boom have you got? Any boom left from that
I
third
have
box?
nothing on me.
4 rockets, bit of explosive ammo.
I may as well use it. Just pick something and go for it. He is right. He is right. He knows. He knows that we're behind one armored door.
This armor just is random. The rest,
Tolb is
everything else.
obsessed. Tolb is obsessed with the armored. They're so close, and I can't say anything because it's kind of pointless. It like ruins the idea. They've got 6 out of the 11 loot rooms so far, and now they're gonna carry on going garage doors. I'm so happy they're going garage doors again. They have 6 out of the 11 loot rooms, and they've got the entire core. So they've got 70-ish% of the loot so far.
So if you're outside, you take every one of these here wee bits. You can literally get left and right. So if you did the same with them all, you get left, you get right.
Yeah, so like you're only using what, a handful of rockets, and you're getting straight into.
You're getting, if it's not high qual, then you're hitting the wrong one.
Because
So each one, say if you have a lot of C4, blah blah, you throw 4 C4 in each one of them, and you see which one has the high qual side wall.
all we need to do is go down here. That's it.
It's probably going to be either main loot or it's going to be TC. See, because
I mean,
there's no building stuff in here, like workbenches, no boxes, no loot rooms. There's no flow of
Yeah, like
follow?
knowledge. Yeah, no, I mean,
you
you've
can't
got
trace
you
their
guys
path.
so far. First of all, you've opened the entire core of the base. So if there were any boxes, anything in there, you've had them. Also, these drop downs. I don't want to say how many there are or anything, but based on the squares,
I know how
you
many
guys
there are.
can-
There's
yeah.
1, 2, there's 3, 4, there's 5, 6, there's 7, 8, there's 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yeah, you've
There's
got
about 12,
you've
14,
got
yeah.
half of them. So you've opened 6 of them.
Yeah.
So you would have easily over half the loot that this base has at this point.
But see, I wouldn't come down the roof in the center where it's gonna be honeycombed. I would have went on that 19% because I know it's open underneath. Right, I'm just saying, like that's where I would have started.
Yeah, no.
And I would have opened it up. It'd be exactly like this, but flipped upside down, where the hole's in the top and it's just split out from top down.
Oh my god.
I like that because we don't know what's on that side.
100%. We could have one more off.
That was quite
I can
good.
hear them.
Mhm.
I can hear them losing their minds.
The fuck is this?
You don't think you
What's
can
up,
shoot
Hop?
this and not take damage?
100%. That's gonna be nothing.
Sora's right.
I'm
Sora's
just
been
finishing
right.
my dinner.
Everything's
I'll be back to play some New World here in just
Yeah.
30 seconds. I'm
keep
just gotta
going?
wash my hands.
Yeah, if they blow both of these, they're done.
I went 10 hours and I hadn't eaten.
He must know. That's it. He must now know for sure. Especially because of this wall. Especially because of this wall, he must know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Well,
Hey,
take a swing. You know what they say, Hop. It's the best advice I think I can give you about dating. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. It is better, and a lot of people can't handle rejection. But rejection's good because it means that you took the shot. And only idiots get really upset about rejection, especially if it's some girl they really love, because if the rejection means that you took the shot and taking the shot. Oh yeah. Oh, I got a weakness for brunette with brown eyes. It's kind of funny. Well, good luck, Hop.
I'm feeling a high TC.
Take it slow. Be yourself. Don't try to be the cool guy. Just be yourself. They're looking to see. They're looking to see if you're gonna act fake, and if you act fake, you'll lose the chance. Just act like yourself. You'd be surprised how often your personality is just fine. So many men they freak out like, oh, I've got to be the cool guy, or I got to show off, or I got to be loud, or I got to be obnoxious, or play at her, or hit on her all the time. No, just spend your time around her and be yourself, and they'll make their move if they like you. Usually they'll let you know. She's 19 and I'm 17. Yeah, that's a good age though. That's fine. 17 and 19 is great. That's great. I mean, it sucks that she's out of high school, dude, but it still is not bad. It's still not a bad thing. That's great. That's good time. She's experienced. She's going to teach you. if you date, you know.
No.
And Max said I should go with my gut feeling, meaning like if we keep going
I'm not.
Ooh, the older woman, Hop. The older woman. Ooh, you're nasty, Hop. You're nasty. You going after the older woman, huh? All right.
I'm not going to give you any hints whatsoever, so you don't trust the word I say.
Okay. Gotta wash my hands. Gotta wash my hands. I'll be right back.
Do I fucking psychology this?
I'm so sorry, Sora. Here goes Tolb, breaking through the ceiling. And it's
Oh, okay. That's good. That's good. Caller. Good luck, Hop. I wish you the best. It's that special time when you have a good relationship. Yep. And love at this time of your life can be an interesting thing. It can be very formative and yeah. And I'm gonna stop talking like a boomer dad now.
When they blow through this and they're literally where they have been already.
So there's only one wire leaving here.
Oh my god, how did you kill him, you fucking idiot? How were you standing on the wall that he was looking at? Why?
There's only one wire leaving, though, so I would follow that wire. Just in my opinion, like, that's how I would have personally done it. Whether it's right or not, I don't know.
But
how did you kill him? Were you just, like, planning to kill him there? Or... Also, it was like, how did you...
They're going to be so annoyed. Just to nothing. They're going to be so annoyed when they blow through this, and they're literally where they have been already.
So there's only one wire leaving here.
Why would you kill him right there? That could have been really a bad, crucial mistake, maybe, while you're doing this. If you're firing rockets in a real raid situation, and you kill your fucking homie, you might be out for the running, you know what I'm saying? Just saying. Okay, I gotta go eat. Oh, yeah. Oh, I remember this stupid one. Yeah, this stupid one. I think I remember this. Yeah, okay. So, but I can't get there that way, though. Oh, yeah. This is a whole horrible thing. Well, I've got to go that direction anyway. I guess I'll just exit doing this one, and we'll go get those other ones out of the way. I like this video, but it wasn't as entertaining as I thought it was gonna be. It's kind of sad. Let's put on something better. Unity versus Rust, developer evacuation. Okay, Jack Shepard, huh?
Straight up deleting their game.
Yeah, Jack Shepard, sure. Okay.
Holy shit.
So they're literally losing money with more installs. It's tragic. Like, it's unbelievable.
Unity, the world's largest game engine, once held in high regard for its contributions to popular
Not
titles
my
like Rust,
regard.
Pokemon Go, and Among Us, has developers and players in fear for what's to come. Indie studios could be destroyed, finished games could be prevented from release, and development for many games could come to a grinding halt. What does this uncertainty mean for the future of Rust and the possible release of Rust 2? 2020, Unity took a significant step forward for the company. Its initial public offering, attracting investments from individuals and companies, successfully raising over $41 billion. Many hoped this success could lead the company to greater developments, especially for Rust, a game that had relied on Unity's engine since its start in 2013. Unfortunately, Unity's fortunes took a downturn as the years followed. Its share price, which had reached a peak of $196 in 2021, plummeted to nearly $36 a share as of September of 2023.
Wait, oh, did you screwed up here? God damn it, go back.
Engine since its start in 2013. Unfortunately, Unity's fortunes took a downturn as the years followed. Its share price, which had reached a peak of $196 in 2021, plummeted to nearly $36 a share as of September of 2023, representing an astounding 80% decline. What caused such a dramatic fall from grace? Ultimately, the responsibility falls on their chief executive officer, John Riccitello, who wields significant influence over the company's decisions, for better and worse. Since taking the helm in 2014, and with the added pressure of being a publicly traded entity, his ideas and actions carried greater weight in 2020.
I'm proud of you,
His
Hop.
actions would go to ruin this software company's reputation.
6 hours into playing Battlefield, and you run out of ammo in your clip, and we ask you for $1 to reload. You're really not very price sensitive at that point in time.
Riccitello's salary took a staggering 160% increase following the IPO, reaching $22 million a year. With all this extra capital, he would go to acquire Weta, the studio behind Avatar and Lord of the Rings, for $1.62 billion, and Parsec Cloud Tech Stream Company for $320 million in 2021. For many, this suggested a trend of expansion for the company. Instead of increasing their workforce, the company took another path by laying off over 200 employees, contradicting Riccitello's earlier assurance that there would be no layoffs at Unity. To make matters worse, he would go to make comments during an interview pocket
Oh,
gamer.
no.
Where you labeled developers critical of monetization as some of the biggest
Oh,
hits,
no.
which only tarnish the company's reputation further. Unity's image suffered.
What was
as they
that?
continued
Did
to
you
make bad
leash?
choices for their users and
Oh.
shareholders, such as acquiring a malware company called Iron Source, a service blacklisted on Windows by Microsoft
Get out.
and
Oh.
registered as a threat on VirusTotal, leading many to believe that this acquisition would push more unwanted monetization practices on its users. This resulted in a 13% loss in stock value on that day. On May 11th of 2022, the company's shares hit a new low of $40 and a 37% loss of the company value. This
Ouch.
price range persisted throughout much of 2023 due to the company's weak revenue outlook. It's clear that a series of questionable decisions have negatively impacted shareholders and the company's stock price. Unity and John Riccitello felt the pressure from investors. They needed to do something, and fast. But the ship was sinking. Maybe it was time to get a life vest and get out. Their actions over September of 2023 proved that this might be the case. Shamal Dovra, a Unity board director, sold 68,454 shares on August 30th for around $2.5 million. Unity's president of growth, Tomir Barzi, would also sell 37,500 shares for $1.4 million. Unity CEO John Riccitello was doing the same over 2023, having sold over 50,610 shares, would go to unload another 2,000 personal shares on September 6th for around $78,000. This brings us to the tragic events of September 12th of 2023. When Unity unveiled their latest planned pricing and packaging update. This update would introduce their newly established fee system called the Unity Runtime Fee, where developers and development studios would now be charged a fee for every install past a certain threshold, but would only be charged once per install on that device. To illustrate this with Rust as an example, if Facepunch Studios used Unity's engine and received 100,000 downloads, they would incur a charge of $12,500. While this amount might appear relatively small compared to Facepunch's 2021 earnings of $96 million, there's a critical distinction to note. This fee is not per purchase, but per installation. In other words, every time a new device installed Rust, Unity would impose this fee. This means that malicious individuals could potentially exploit the system by replicating installations if they were first-time installations on new
no, I have
devices.
an Archer
Given
too.
Facepunch's
Oh
efforts to
god, I
combat
do,
cheating
I do.
and shut down profitable
It's
cheating
not good.
companies, these bad actors
God damn
now
it, you
have the
asshole.
opportunity to retaliate against Facepunch.
Oh my god.
potentially even
Let me
ban
out of it, let me out of it.
Rust
I can't.
practices.
The Archer's gonna kill me.
Unfortunately,
Oy.
Rust is not the only victim of these changes, such as Innersloth,
Fucking
Among Us,
3?
Loon
Really?
Studios for
3?
Riverworld, and Niantic
Fuck.
for Pokemon Go.
The Archer is
that face
so
similar
annoying.
challenges due to the Unity runtime system.
Ouchies,
Understandably,
ouchies,
many
he's gonna
individuals,
kill me, you
specifically
fucking
Gary
dick.
Newman,
Fucking
founder of
dick.
Rust and
Ah.
Facepunch Studios, expressed their rightful frustration
Oh god, move!
in his article
I couldn't do
titled,
it.
Unity can get fucked.
Why was there
Stating,
3 of
Let
them?
me be clear, the cost isn't a big issue to us. If everything worked out and the tracking was flawless and it was 10p per sale, no biggie, really. If that's what it
Are
costs,
these things
then
5
that's
levels
what it
higher
costs.
than me?
But that's
At
not
level
why we're
60.
furious.
So
It hurts because
stupid.
we didn't agree to this. We use the engine because you pay up front and then ship your product. We weren't told this was
Wait.
going to happen. We weren't warned.
What?
We weren't consulted. We had 10 years to make our own engine and never did. I'm sure a lot of game companies are feeling the same today. Let's not make the same mistakes again. Rust 2 definitely won't be a Unity game. Unity's decision to alter the terms without offering additional value to their service has exposed numerous game companies to substantial liability and risk for a cost that Unity alone benefits from. The trust has been eroded. If Unity can do this in one update, what can they do in the next? The question is on everyone's mind for what will happen next with Rust and the newly mentioned Rust 2. For Facepunch, it would be a widely expensive feat to transfer to a new engine after 10 years of development for Rust on Unity, along with other companies such as Unreal Engine having high fees of 5% of any games that are sold on their service. Gary Newman has historically never taken no for an answer, and it seems Facepunch will be moving forward to make their own engine, which is where Rust 2 could come into play. But here's the concerns you could expect if they begin this transition. Bohemia Interactive, better known for their work with the Arma franchise and DayZ Standalone, which was released in 2013, started their own engine, known as Infusion. DayZ fell behind with neglected updates and features, all for the anticipated release of the Infusion engine. So why would Bohemia Interactive add in all these features when they would switch to a new engine later? It has now been 10 years, and fortunately this engine has been released as of this year, but it took a ridiculous amount of time to happen. So unless Facepunch onboards a team specific to their new engine, it's likely Rust could meet a similar fate, unless features and updates as they now might be done with Unity, and could pull away staff to focus on making this engine as soon as possible in order to have full control in making Rust 2 happen. This is positive for Facepunch in the long term, but could be drastically negative in the short term. We do not know what will happen. We can only hope that if the terrible circumstances presented, that Facepunch can do the best they can to overcome these setbacks. For the damage, fear, and suffering Unity has put forward with their unethical business practices, it's likely they will lose more value in their share prices as investors lose faith. But it's unlikely Unity will dissolve with their relationships to the United States government and helping advance their infrastructure for military technologies. As of September 18th of 2023, Unity responded to the backlash. Unfortunately, the reception of the response shows that Unity might be at a point of no return with their clients. There's a possibility of a leadership change, and we can only hope that a new CEO and management team can steer Unity towards a more favorable path, allowing us to continue to enjoy the games we love to play. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please make sure to subscribe, and we'll see you in the next one. Cheers. Alone, in a dark room, you look for a light. You see it, and attempt to get closer, but your vision begins to blur. Something's not right. You suddenly feel tired and weak. You're hurt. The closer you get, the further away it seems. Everything you've desired is steps away, but you can barely see it now, so you consider on turning back. Maybe you were never good enough, but who could blame you? The odds have always been against you. The people you trusted turned their backs on you. Maybe you were never meant to win. But did you really come this far just to give up?
No.
In life, you'll eventually reach a crossroads with a choice to make. Will you take the path less traveled to achieve your dreams? Or will you follow everyone else in building theirs? This story talks about someone who had every right to give up, to take a break, to justify failure. In a crushing wave of a serious illness, a friend turned enemy, and no time left, but instead would go on to be a champion in some of the biggest tournaments ever hosted in Rust that Twitch has ever seen, building a career entertaining thousands in the process. I would like you to meet Coconut B. In meeting unsurpassable odds, he has achieved the success so many of us strive for. But how? In order to answer this question, we need to go back to where it all started. Coconut B was born in 1998, and better known to friends and family as Josiah Lim. Living in a poor Canadian household, Coco had to overcome many obstacles growing up as a kid. But in the eyes of young Coco, everything seemed like it was normal.
Oh my God,
Coco
he's
helped his mother clean
65.
clothes, not through a laundry machine or a dryer, but a bathtub. With his mother making it a fun game, trying her best to shield Coco from the harsh circumstances of life. In the search of recreation that many of us take for granted today, young Coco would collect empty recyclables, such as cans, plastic bags, and bottles from kids at his school, which he would later sell to a recycling company for a small sum of money. These funds would help his mother, and grant him the opportunity to enjoy a movie from time to time. One year, his family decided to rent out a room to a Korean national student to raise more money for the household. This is where Coco would get his first exposure to gaming, and watching a student play MapleStory, a franchise from the early 2000s. Unknowingly, this experience would have a profound impact on Coco's life, and would motivate him to save up for his own gaming endeavors.
MapleStory.
At the age of 15, Coco would go on to discover Rust, an upcoming survival game, through watching Frankie on PC in 1080p. He would use this game to escape from the real world of cruel realities, building a little
Don't
shop
we
in
all?
Next Valley on Legacy Rust.
Don't we
He would
all?
not find much success in his venture, as he'd be greeted
Oh,
with
he
a
should have
slug
tried
to the head
MapleStory.
by an individual with the username of twitch.tv/Trowsy. Coco wondered who this person was and why they had killed him unprovoked. And searching his name online, he came to realize that Trowsy was one of the first Rust streamers, streaming his gameplay to around 40 viewers on a small website known as Twitch. This was the first time Coco would learn what streaming was. With Twitch only being a few years old, he was intrigued by the fact that people could stream their gameplay to others on this site. Seeing the success Trowsy had achieved from streaming, the skill he possessed, and a game he enjoyed, he was now motivated by the fury of his own encounter to do the same. Coco has always said he's not a very talented individual when starting his career, but one thing he had going for him was consistency. The significance of putting in 100% compared to those who might be naturally talented or knowledgeable is what makes the difference. Coco showed he could do exactly that, working 3 times as hard to build a following on Twitch to get better at Rust. Being so committed to his stream, Coco would show a lot of similarities to the character Ferris Bueller from the iconic movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Getting dropped off from school by his mother, would sneak out to return home from a 2-hour walk and attempts to start the stream early. Even going as far, pretending to be his Korean father, putting on an accent to excuse himself for the missed absences. All for the purpose of achieving the title of a partnered streamer for Twitch.
Having a passion means like you're gonna have this gem in life. They're gonna try to take this gem away from you. And it's in your power and your responsibility to protect this gem with everything you fucking got.
Yeah, that's kind
Coco
of
held
I feel
that commitment and didn't give up. Twitch growing in popularity saw Coco go from a few viewers to around 100. He was holding his promise. Streaming had become mainstream, taking Twitch from having a concurring 6 billion minutes watched a month to a staggering 660 billion minutes watched, proving to many skeptics it was actually possible to have a career on Twitch. On the other hand, his motivation was dwindling. He had already made it, right? He had achieved his purpose in building a following. Maybe it was time to take things easy. No, even though Coco was earning an income, it was nothing to the extent he could do this full-time forever. So he made the choice to leave his home and family and moving to California with no support net. Would either have to make it as a streamer or go home in defeat failing to do so. And living off
Oh,
bread,
the Scorpling is actually an ad?
Coco was
No.
struggling. To make matters worse, he would receive a call that would change his life forever. And coming from a background of Korean culture, his family always focused on the importance of school, getting the best grades to work a job that paid the best money. Coco was considered an outlier for his interest. While his cousins were talented with an instrument or were achieving great grades in school, his interests were frowned upon. Coco had practically failed out of school, making his family disappointed, and more specifically, his father.
The amount of dedication it takes to be a full-time gamer on top of anything else is like this life-breaking thing. It'll break the gamer's life. It'll break their family's life. Like you need to understand if you have a gamer in the family and they have a full-blown obsession, it's not gonna stop. It won't stop. No, especially not because it's legal and it's not drugs or whatever. It's fine. Just accept that you have like accept that you have a horse jockey who is not successful enough unless they win the streamer race, essentially, to be, in the races. So they just ride horses all the time. That's what a gamer is. There's somebody who rides horses all the time. They're like a racehorse. They're like a racehorse jockey who rides horses all the time, whether or not they're winning or not. They're just gonna ride horses. That's how gamers. That's the metaphor that I think is apt. It's kind of like baseball guys or something like that. Baseball guys are just gonna do baseball. Football guys are just gonna do football. Chess people will only care about chess. Magic card people will only care about magic card people. Like, it's kind of weird. I've met so many of all different types like this. And I would say it's a very like noble pursuit gaming, but it's also kind of like being this horse jockey who never has any work riding horses. It's kind of crazy. It's a little crazy.
Began to despise.
I never ever would have tried to make a career as a gamer. I never had a desire to do that. I had a desire not to do that until I was like 38 years old. I was like, I don't want people knowing my secrets or the things that I do. But then the game that I was playing died, and my methods died, and I had to go to new games and get different sets of skills and different sets of friends and different sets of styles and all this other stuff. And it just wasn't what it never would have been profitable for me. I don't think even Asmongold made any money while WoW was current. I think he did right at the end, but not when not really when it was current. This is the one fight in the expansion I can't win. I'm just gonna let it go. I keep thinking I can kill that thing, and I probably can if I tried like 5 or 6 times. It really like ran up and down the stairs for like fucking 15 minutes. The problem is, you don't get some kind of achievement or some kind of good loot for that or some chance at an epic chest or something. It's like, oh, congratulations, you died 6 times to some stupid-ass mob. It paid nothing when it died. You basically bashed your head against a wall like a goat for 15 minutes. You die 6 times, and it becomes about EP, and you just want to kill that fucking mob. But the problem is, they don't want you killing that mob. Or you could kill the mob, you know? Ooh, I think I can shop blue trees now. It's good that this is here because I don't want to hassle with it. I'm glad that someone else is playing Brimstone still. It's actually really good.
After many years due to neglect and the way he treated his family with issues of alcohol. But this
was
all coming to an end in a terrible way, as his father was dying of cancer and had a few days left to live. While I was streaming on a rough day with around 9 to 12 viewers. In 2018, Coco would receive a call from his father where they would speak.
9 to 12 is really good.
His final words would be, "Son, I don't want
Like,
you
I
to
mean,
be a loser
right now,
like me."
like for instance, right now, I've got 9. I've got 9. 9 is really good. I think 9 is really good. I've always thought it's good. Like, if you have the interest of 10 people, that's like you're standing on a corner and like 10 people are standing around you. It's how a community starts, you know? Why 2 of them? It's unfair.
I listened to his father.
Damn it, you're annoying.
Or to prove him wrong. Coco said fuck and went back to his stream. He was now fueled with a fire that he had never experienced before in his life. He wanted to prove his father wrong, to show that he would be successful and would make his family proud, no matter the stakes. The background of all this, Rust was searching to reach bigger markets, having ranged from 50,000 to 60,000 players for several years. Face Punch wanted to take the game to the next level. The pandemic taking the world by storm in 2020, and everyone locked away at home. They would get an opportunity to do exactly that. Rust had always failed in the community's efforts of esports, with Keemstar in 2016 leaving bad impressions of the game's competitive potential with Rust Conquest.
Oh yeah, 2 gators at once. I don't think most people can do that.
Never fucking playing this game on stream ever again.
Opening up the floor to more neglected community events, such as the Big Game, Rust Takeover, and Rust Rivals. On the other hand, Rust had always been very successful with charity events, donating hundreds of thousands of dollars through charitable Rust. In noticing this trend, Face Punch would go on to support the owners of Rustoria, who started their first charity tournament, known as Trust in Rust. For how competitive Coco is, he always hoped Rust would go into a more competitive direction. Even being a critic to the game's previous failed events, would come back to support any new attempts, and the dream that someone could make it work. Rustoria did exactly that. Using the format from their game mode known as Base Invaders, players would farm, build, PvP, and raid against each other in a timed event through 3 phases, where groups attempted to be the last to survive in protecting their TC. The tournament happened, and to everyone's surprise, it was a massive success, raising over $13,000. Coco took notice, and so did Twitch, that Rust might have a chance on the main stage with an even bigger tournament the world had never seen before. Twitch Rivals Rust Game Battle would be that tournament. Rustoria had proved they could do
I don't know about this
endorsement
stream that he's
space
got. I don't think Russ has that kind of staying power. It's got too toxic of a nature. That's one of the reasons why Fortnite did so well. Fortnite was embracing of everybody. Why is there 2 of them? There shouldn't be 2 of them. Come on, man. It's so dumb. Oh my god, you stopped me? This might kill me. You're so annoying. So annoying. $19. I'm almost to $20 on Great Axe. Then I get to switch out Well, I guess, yeah, I guess, like, what's my fire at? Fire's, I barely use my fire staff. It's unfortunate, but I did. I mean, I did, though. I got it to 18. Fire staff is great. I love fire staff, but I consider it a leveling weapon. I think I'm going to sub out now for greatsword, like, pretty much now. I barely use my fire weapon as it is, but greatsword, I could get a lot of good XP, like, right away. So I think I kind of fucked up by coming here, like, well, yeah. After this one, I'll go home. And I'll grab my greatsword and I'll begin to level it. And I'll switch out the fire staff for greatsword. It doesn't have the mobility, but and greatsword does require some dexterity, but the great axe doesn't. So I'm. Ooh, can I pick that? Yeah. Oh, I can. Fucking sweet. I can do silkweed now. That's very good news. Okay. So gotta go back up and around. It's weird because from far away, it looks like that thing's live, but when you run up to it, it's like grayed out. See it? It's kind of annoying. And I wish you could see if it's there or not. I think that's dead. No, it's live. That is a live pool. Ooh, Azoth is good. Yeah, anyways,
Twitch took action to make it happen, hosting the first one in April of 2022. Where 2 teams of 40 Spanish and 40 English-speaking streamers and creators would compete for dog tags, and the team with the most collected would win. With Alex by 11 running the Spanish team and Disguised Toast leading the English one, the players were sure to be competitive, with the biggest prize pool Rust has ever seen. Coco had been in search of an event like this for almost 8 years. He now had the opportunity to prove himself as a winner on a stage that extended far further than he could have ever imagined. The most renowned streamers from every
Monument time.
Coco had the chance to make it big. The tournament stood strong in regards to organization and technical management. However, you'll quickly realize that drama will always be a hidden outlier among these events. With an early game advantage, the Spanish team started off strong, and initially everything seemed fair and fun. However, as things progressed, aggression began to escalate beyond the tournament, where Spanish streamers started making racial remarks and harassing other creators. Coconut B would take the blunt of most of this backlash, being one of the top players, ranking second for the most total points earned. It is likely that a dispute with an extremely popular Spanish creator known as Aaron Plays, with a whopping 30 million subscribers, committed to some of the specific targeting of Coco over the use of a stolen thumbnail from his previous videos.
I predict that this tournament's gonna end, and they're gonna leave. I feel like we're gonna be ahead on points, and they'll leave, not even see this entire thing through. I really do. I think they're gonna log off.
As tensions rose, and with a major margin building of 20,000 points for the English-speaking team, the Spanish creators quit, disavowing the event and claiming they would never return. No one could really expect the creators were going to behave in such an unprofessional manner, and a couple of instances of drama shouldn't ruin it for everyone. Time to try it again. Twitch Rivals Game Battle 2. Things would begin to get more serious, now with 40 players and 2 teams to win $100,000 in a 100-hour event. Players would individually win more if they won. You would have XQC and Disguised Toast running the North American teams, while Team Delicard and Team Greg F would bring in creators from Europe, Africa, and the Middle East. With most of the Spanish drama out of the way, and the organizers already having a bit of experience with how things work, the event should be better. And it was. Viewers got the entertainment value they deserved. Streamers had fun, and they were able to compete without many complaints. In the 5-day tournament, you would have Team Greg F eliminated in Day 3, Team Delicard in Day 4, leaving us to the final day of the event, with Team XQC versus Disguised Toast. Initially starting in a tie, Team Disguised Toast would go on to beat out XQC with over 250 points.
XQC.
Toast team cheered, with fireworks bursting in the air, and everyone congratulating each other.
Are all the really big
With a
streamers
near
Rust
calm
players?
storm
It's kind of funny.
for what was
I know
about to happen
Trainwreck
next.
is.
Rust players are probably some of the most competitive people you will find
Yeah,
online.
I would
Being
say
so eager to win
so,
every
yeah.
wiper event, it makes sense that some friction would occur, especially against other Rust players. In Game Battle 1, you had 50% of the participants being variety streamers who played multiple different games, did did just chatting or played a main game like Minecraft or World of Warcraft. 25% of the participants coming from a semi-competitive background, being a professional in Apex Legends, CSGO, or Call of Duty, while the other 25% of players were hardcore Rust players and creators. Things would feel pretty balanced in an event like this, with only a quarter of the creators being from Rust, making things less competitive. Game Battle 2 would go on to change that for the first time, as the two finalist teams of XQC and Disguised Toast having 40% of their team being Rust creators or competitive players. Concern grew underneath the laughter and friendly comments among the rival teams. Deep down, a few players wondered if everything was actually fair for this ending. Many could only speculate. At the end of the day, the tournament was over, and the outcome was settled. It would take Twitch rivals Rust Gamer.
Yeah, Rust turns you into an entirely different gamer. You consider every move you make. You think about every shot. You're trying to triple dome them so you don't have problems. You want to shut them out immediately. You don't want to fuck around with a 4-second engagement. You want to shut it down in 1.6. Like, it's, you know, Rust players are so competitive. It's worse than Fortnite. It drove me crazy being around it. Like, I remember I made this comment to my old co-op partner, Zelly, right towards the end before they did what they did. Like, she was standing on top of the supermarket, and I watched her move like a large clan person, and I was like, and I pegged her and knocked her. And it's weird because I'm not the large clan person, she's the large clan person. And I pegged her and knocked her on that roof. And I was like, I'm so sorry. The way you moved, you were like large clan Rust. And like, when I saw she was large clan, I assumed she was some nasty motherfucker, right? So I like game faced. And I like was like, oh no, I'm about to be somebody new on the server that I've not sharded before and all this, because it was my own goddamn co-op partner that I brought to the fucking server. And I knocked her with like, it was like, I knocked her with compound bows versus I think she had like a Tommy or something. Or no, what did I have? I think I killed her with a Tommy actually. It was like Tommy v Tommy, I think. And I knocked her Tommy, and she was like, how did you kill me that fast? And I was like, I don't know. The way that you moved was large clan, and I just... I'm sorry. No, I didn't kill her. I didn't kill her that fast. It was like... I pulled the shot, and I started jumping. I was like, it's me. And she was like, how did you know it was me? And I was like, you move like large clan. And she was like, what does that mean? And I was like, well, large clan will go right to the lip of the top of the supermarket, and they won't dodge the bullets. I mean, they'll dodge the bullets, but they won't act like they're dodging the bullets. And they at no point do they have any fear, because they're under fire so much of the time that they don't choke, and they're not afraid of walking to the lip of the thing and eating the Tommy bullets I put in her face. And I knew whoever it was gonna large clan walk to the thing, and so I doubled her down to like 13 when I opened, and then I realized the way that she moved. I was like, nah, the only large clan motherfuckers here now are Steph and Zelly. So I stopped, and I didn't kill her that particular time, but over those couple of weeks I killed her like 14 times or something like that, and it was like fucking so stupid. I kept killing her, and I didn't mean to. It was this thing about large clan, the way that they move, is like usually how my enemies move. So people like that, I tend to respond quickly. I like the way when they move like a sweat. I turn on this like train wreck mentality where I'm like, all right, well, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, and you can't be the best in the world if you don't fucking take the swing or whatever, you know. What to do. I don't know. Please let me out. Please let me out. Please let me out. Please let me out. Oh my god. Oh my god, let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Oh my god, let me out. Ouch. Oh. Come on, man. Oh. Fuck you guys. Come on, fuck you guys. Oh my god, I got it. Come on, I can do it. I can do it. And so, like, okay, so now so where I was going with that, right? So oh god damn it. No. No, no, the trees are blocking me. The trees are blocking me. The trees are blocking me. You're so annoying. You are so annoying. You are so annoying. Potion. Oh. Okay. Go. Go. Oh. I had no idea this fucking hellhole was gonna be this bad. Go. Die. 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 Fucking wolf. Den of wolves. Den of wolves. Anyways, yeah, so, and she was like, that was weird, that comment you made about large clan. And I was like, well, but it is, though. So, like, so when a small pop WoW player or a small pop Rust player steps to me, I know from the way that they move that they're not large clan, they're not hungry for it, they're there to farm, they're there to build bases and stuff. The minute I see a sweat move like that, I immediately, something about the way that my Fortnite trio worked, when I see a super sweat move like that who has like 4,000 hours in Rust or whatever, you like the way they move, it sets off some kind of reptilian thing in my fucking brain, and I immediately try to stab them down and shut them out like it right away. I'm like, nope, 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 that guy's really good. Nope, nope, kill him now, kill him now. In Overwatch, I actually am good, and I will shut the guy out. Like if it's the Widow, I will do it with Moira, and I'll be like, okay, I'm Moira. I can't even fire a shot, much less kill a sniper, but I will kill this Widow somehow. So I start chucking orbs. It takes like 7 of them, but sooner or later, I'll kill the fucking Widow, and we'll take that win. And so it's not that I'm good like them. It's that when they show me their game face, I evolve and I revert like some kind of goddamn, you know, kung fu artist or something. I don't want to say a name because I'm not like a kung fu artist. I'm a fat white guy. But like when they show their game face and their sweat face at me, I immediately revert to this weird lizard brain thing where I just immediately do whatever the fuck I have to do to win that engagement right there. Fast logic down, bam, bam, boom, go, bam. And it brings that, and I've seen it before. I'll sweep through 4 sweats when I lose the fear, and I'm like, oh no, oh no, oh no. You know. Oh, you can't hear? You can't hear. Okay, hold on just a second. 1 second.